Alright guys, welcome back everybody. Today we have a little bit different of a video. This is not a normal gameplay video. This is the full exhaustive patch review video. And I mean exhaustive. Like it was a 6-hour plus patch review. And I had a few dozen different unique people say you really should post the entire VOD. I don't want a consolidated VOD. I don't want a short one. Just post what you want. Chapter everything. And let us go through it at a later point. So I'm going to try that this time. This is a huge video, obviously. There are not going to be like commercials every two minutes in this video. Just if you want to consult anything to do with each of the heroes, there are chapters below that you can just go, all right, I'm curious about Lich King. Jump straight to that. I don't expect anybody to sit here and be like, oh my god, I want to watch 6 hours straight of patch review. But it's kind of shocking how many people were in chat the entire day talking through all the theory crafting. It's a ton of fun. This should be a great upcoming expansion. And hopefully you guys are as excited about it as I am. All right, I'm losing my voice after this whole day. Enjoy. But there are a couple things to note early on here in the Battlegrounds update. And those are... still slightly high. That the armor system is now officially removed for the short term. There will be no armor system for the first patch with buddies in it. And I think the reason that for this is very similar to what they're saying here. We plan to reactivate it later once we assess the power levels of heroes and their buddies. They're planning on doing a balance patch. They better. Because there's some real imbalances in these heroes, right? So you start with a vanilla, clean slate, all the heroes with their buddies, see what their win rates are like for 2 weeks, adjust accordingly, and then eventually add the system back as another balancing tool. That, I mean, maybe a week, maybe 5 days. I mean, how much sample size data do you need to see huge outliers? It'd be nice to see weekly patches after this with like, we're going to pull this up a little bit, we're going to pull that down a little bit, make it a little bit more experienced to earn your buddy on certain heroes, etc., etc. Talking to Dom, though, in chats has led me to believe that playing for tempo or not playing for tempo is not that impactful for earning your buddy. That the real variance there between getting your buddy quickly or not getting it quickly is like a 1-turn difference. So if you choose to power level, like 3-on-3 with Galewing or whatever, you might get your buddy on turn 6 instead of turn 5, which could be very impactful depending on the buddy that we're talking about. But it's not going to be like night or day different. Can you play this game if you get bad minions early or good minions early? More like what is the global game plan and the level of stats that you're putting on the board will then get altered by like a turn. And a turn is a big deal. Don't get me wrong. But not like an irrecoverable amount. Irrecoverable amount. So that should be interesting. Hero selection is longer for this patch by 10 seconds. I mean, it's good for new players. It makes the game less hectic. They're going to want to cursor over heroes and be like, oh, what's this buddy do? What's that buddy do? I'm not sure it's necessary, but like, at least they're looking out for the little guy, right? I don't think it affects much overall. 10 seconds is 10 seconds. It's not 10 seconds a turn. It's not 5 seconds a turn like whatever the last patch was, where that added 5 seconds on every turn. That's a lot bigger of a slowdown for the game than only 10 seconds one time at the beginning of the hero selection. And that's only 10 seconds more if everyone doesn't select a hero. Right? Like if people select their heroes, you don't get the 0 anyway. Yeah, it's like waiting in queue 10 seconds longer. This isn't a big deal. I saw a lot of outrage on this. And it's one of those things where you could be like, guys, if you're going to die on a hill on this patch, it's not on the it takes 10 seconds longer to get the game started hill. That's not that important. Calm down. It's gonna be okay. Like shit. There's a lot of things that are wrong, don't get me wrong. But this one is trivial. Alright. Let me get camera moved ever so slightly. I can't read part of the screen. Hero selection longer. Cost to level up to Tavern 5. Yeah, just fuck this. That background noise is not helping me anyway. We'll just have it be calm. Whoa. Too much. This is gonna be as big as it gets. So this is a huge change. Absolutely 100% huge change. Tomb Haas here? Okay, we'll restart. Yeah, we haven't even gotten into any of the core stuff, but this is probably the biggest change in the patch outside the buddy system, which is that the cost to upgrade to Tavern 5 is increased by 2 gold. 2 gold. Not even 1 gold. 2 gold up front. So in other words, number 1, you physically can't level to 5 on the turn where you level to 4, because there's some curve that existed out there that they mentioned that people stayed on 3 until they could double level to 5. I'm sorry, what? What was this curve? Aranna curve, maybe? Like, what kind of hero stays on 3 and double levels to 5? That was a pretty funny statement. It was like, that is not a good example. I don't think I've ever once seen that happen in the entirety of like 10,000 Battlegrounds games. Who stays on 3 until you can double level to 5? Omu, I guess, in some weird sense there? Like, I mean, the only one I could think of was Aranna. Crag? Yeah, but Crag isn't because, you know, the gold difference for Tavern 5 was so low, right? Like, Crag potentially can double level to 5 because you get the extra 7 gold on that turn. But sure. There could be ways that you would do so. With his buddy on the new patch, maybe. Maybe that was too good for Crag. They did say that internal testing, Dom, or one of the devs in chat a little bit ago, said during their internal testing, a lot of the heroes, and what I read into this was a lot of the heroes that get early tempo off of their hero power, or their buddy, were just leveling straight to 5 every game. Because it's too hard to die, you have tempo, and then you can play the game from 5 stars. Which isn't surprising, right? Because that's literally what the game is right now. You don't need buddies to exacerbate that problem. There's not really a good way of recovering in a high roll meta on Tavern 4, except for, like, you know, gym splitter comps and whatnot. That pushing the 5 was the you know, the be-all end-all of the mid-game. Once you got out of a state where you were like, okay, I'm a little bit stable, we got to go to 5. There's too many good things at 5 that you can recover with. I was doubling the 5 a lot, but not staying on 3 for a while. Yeah, I mean, that's Crag, right? Or whatever. Double leveling to 5 has to involve like 12 to 15 gold minimum for those kind of lines. So the idea that you would double level to 5 on a hero that doesn't have extra gold is preposterous. Just Witchwing? Yeah. Witchwing getting extra gold in some manner, right? Is what we're talking about. The whole double level to 5 on Doomsayer is also one that was very common, right? The whole idea that you could get like double Devour or whatever off of your first Doomsayer and then just jump up really quickly. Like we jump to 5 or jump to 6. Double leveling on those later turns was possible. And we do it quite a bit. But yes, like overall, the whole idea that you like stay on 3 then double level and that kind of stuff is like, funny for the global sense of the game. All right, and reset will be happening on the 25th. Wow, I am shocked. You're telling me that the thing that they've announced over and over again is going to occur on the 25th. At least it's in writing now, so people won't have an excuse to be like, I didn't know the ladder was resetting. I would have gotten 15k if that was the case. All right, new buddy system is introduced. We're not going to go through all of this because we have done this to death in the last 2 days. But the TLDR version is that everybody has a buddy. The buddy is earned by gaining experience through combat in a variety of ways. Blah, 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 blah. Deal damage to things, win combats, pop divine shields, etc., etc., etc. By earning experience, you fill up the meter. You get to this threshold right here, and you get a copy of your buddy added to your hand. That buddy is unique to your hero. Then you can use the buddy, or not use the buddy, or do whatever you want with it. Throw it away, get 1 gold. Whatever you want it to be. And then you progress the experience bar all the way up to the full amount. Then you get 2 more copies of the buddy, which if you kept your other buddy, then you're going to create a gold version of your buddy, etc., etc., etc. Cool. Like it. Percent scales with the amount of damage you dealt. Yep, absolutely. There's also a cap on amount of experience in a turn. There's a bunch of other things that aren't really here that are not clarifications of the system. It'd be really nice to get like an in-depth description of how this experience system works. I do not expect it to be announced because they tend to like to leave these things behind the scenes. And that's fine too. Like we'll just end up decoding what it is. I know I was watching XQN during the previous stream, like the trial stream that's going on right now. And he was talking about how it's capped at 21%. Pretty confident that's changing each turn. And that the amount of experience gain, it also is not percentile based, that translates from first half to second half. So like, there's going to be some threshold here that you're going to be able to have enough game knowledge to know that I'm at, you know, I'm at, let's say it is 21%, but I'm at over here at 78% of my buddy bar, no matter how well we do next combat, there's no way that we fill this, right? And no matter how poorly we do, we're always getting the buddy in 2 turns, which is going to change the way that you view those middle turns. If you were, in fact, like, if I can push my buddy out next turn, then we have a really good advantage. Maybe I spend 1 more turn down to be able to get the buddy 1 turn sooner. There's some kind of weight there, right? Just like there is some decision making that would be based upon knowing the actual inner working mechanisms of this system. Now, that being said, we have to play around with it to decode exactly what that is, and that's going to take some time. All right. Finally, there's a limit to how much buddy meter can be filled in a given round, so that no buddy runs away with the game. And that really is important, because the tempo heroes, if you could just fill the buddy meter very quickly by being really strong early, could then run away with the game. In fact, when we were watching fights that were like turn 7, turn 8, whatever, the buddy meter was being completely filled, or filled to its point where it flips over, within the first like 5 hits of combat. Like the first half of the combat. You didn't need to have a million minions on the board. You didn't need to be absurdly strong. Both players were very, very consistently getting their max amount of experience in the middle of the game. It's really the opening turns that you don't always get your full amount. Don't regularly get your full amount. You get varying amounts based upon the power of your board, which is interesting. We'll see. Buddy meter has 2 sections, blah, 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 and that's it. We'll go into this in a minute. You can meet all 75 Battlegrounds buddies by clicking on their corresponding hero here. There's 75 of these to go through. It's going to be a bear of a patch review, but this is why we're here. I enjoy talking about the patch, actually. And more than anything, I just want this patch to come out. I have lost interest in this current patch. Link doesn't work for me. On what? Is going on YouTube all 6 hours? I think what we're going to do is a 2-phase patch review. For those of you that are around here at the beginning, you're probably not going to be here at the very end of the stream. But what I'm going to do is go through the patch review like normal. It's going to be like all 6 hours. Go through everything, talk about it. And then at the end of the stream, do a fast 1-hour version of the patch review. And then I'll clip that and ship it to YouTube. That way, 40-50 seconds per hero, straight through all 75, and that can be something that would be digestible for YouTube. 6 hours is not a YouTube video. People do not have time for 6 hours. 6 hours doesn't work. Fast 1 hour, playback speed 3 times. Man, it's an option. That is an option. And Craig's OP. My F's OP. That would be a choice. We've got first patch review. What about second? Yeah, the second one will be much quicker, and it's more tailored for YouTube. That being said, I could record it offline, but there aren't enough hours in the day. I'll be honest. There aren't enough hours in the day. If I'm going to do something for YouTube, it needs to be clipped from the stream. Shit, man. When you're streaming 7 to 8 hours a day, 6.5 to 8 hours a day, and you got to work on the outside hours, do video editing, everything else, I don't have time for another hour recording when I finish this. It just doesn't work. You'd be surprised how well 6-hour videos do on YouTube? Well, some. Some. One of those old school video logs with like 75 different segments in it? Yeah, that's the play. That's the play. Yeah, that's like, no. Like, no. No. We'll just do a quicker one. That way it's not just a bunch of dead air or conversations like this in the middle of the patch review. Because then you get that one snarky person in chat like, do people actually enjoy the commentary that isn't the gameplay? Yeah, that's right. Like, everybody is really here just for the gameplay, dude. Like, I really just come to this YouTube channel specifically because of the really remarkably high-tier gameplay. Well, I don't like the fact that he keeps talking and doesn't skip the last 45 seconds of a turn. Why don't we just, jump to the next turn? You realize what it's like if you keep dialogue going the entire time during the stream, during the game, but you only show the action segments of the game and keep the dialogue? It's just constantly cutting in and out of middle of the sentence over and over and over and over again. sure, there's some dead air. Like if I go get tea, I'm cutting that out of the video, right? But if I'm holding the conversation, then no. We're not jumping in the middle of that sentence. All right. Yo, Harain, congratulations on your meeting getting canceled. Thank the fucking Lord. You need to stop whining. No. 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 Come here. Come here. What is wrong with you? What is it? What is wrong? Lie down. You're good. Yep, she's not good. She's going to come apologize. She's sitting in the corner just going, repeatedly. Something's wrong. It's cold outside and she hates cold. Probably just wants covered up with a blanket. That's my girl. We need a lamp cam in the third quarter. See, the lamp burn out, unfortunately. I don't have a backup light bulb. It's literally just a light bulb. But I don't have it. Gotta go get that this weekend. You too? You better stop. Now Lee's gonna whine. All right, let's start with the new heroes. Bru'kan, embrace the elements, cost 0. 0 cost hero power. And for all those people that said it can't stack on your fucking buddy, you're wrong, aren't you? Yeah, it procs multiple times from the buddy. So if you pile on the same invocation many a time onto the same buddy, it's going to proc multiple times from the same buddy. But to go over it in a sequential manner, you choose an element to start of combat, call upon that element. You basically choose one of 4 buffs and or effects that happen at the beginning of combat. So basically like old Putricide buff, give some extra attack. Old Nefarian hero power, deal 1 damage to 5 random minions. Old Giant Fin hero power, give death rattles to minions. Start a combat, give health and taunt to a minion. So like adapt your board in a way that would be useful for the next combat. And since it's 0 cost, like it doesn't have to be super good for this to be a very strong thing. For example, this guy in the first turn is going to be nuts, right? Like the idea that water invocation gives you 3 extra health. Good luck losing turn 1 combat with 3 extra health on the board. There's very few things that could lose a turn 1 combat with 3 extra health on the board. Yet in the middle of the game, dealing 1 damage to 5 minions also has that same kind of ramification, right? Like you can deal 5 damage, you're going to be way above the average person, which is really cool. Not only that, but we need to look into the buddy system and how hero powers generate buddy experience. Because when hero powers do damage, does it give the same amount of experience as your minion giving damage or doing damage, right? Like even if both the results of a fight are your minion stays alive and your minion does you do max damage to your opponent, if you get more buddy experience by using water invocation to make your buddy do damage multiple times than you would get for the lightning invocation where your hero power kills minions, that's going to make this better than this in certain scenarios. So that's going to be an interesting mechanic to actually dig into and how the experience system is actually being applied effectively for the buddy system. Now it's just a side thought because like this hero, honestly, I think is perfectly fine. There are people out there that are saying it's going to be really bad. I think he's going to be perfectly fine. The fact that you can stack buffs on your buddy is really, really, really strong. The fact that we can do meme builds with this, oh my god, meme builds, that's what I want. So unless something gets changed in a way that is not intuitive, lightning invocation every turn after you get your buddy, then Macaw build. I just want to do like ultra bomb build where this is just going off 1,000,000 times with Baron. Could be so fun. Could be so different. When you say buddy, are you specifically talking about the new buddy or that they can stack on anything? I do not know how they would stack on anything. So the problem with talking about these new heroes when they don't show the buddy is that the buddy itself is what's really important about this hero power. The buddy for Bru'kan has a death rattle effect to remember any effect that was applied to it. Or applied from your hero power. So basically the death rattle of the buddy stores charges based upon you used water invocation before or earth invocation, and when it dies, it triggers all of those stored memories of those previous invocations. It's not the way that it's worded, but that's the way I think about it. Bird buddy's still a buddy? Oh my god, there's so many buddies. It's like fish. It's like fish from previous combats for your hero power. So it remembers like all of those things that occurred once per element. Where does it say once per element, Abaddon? Where does it say once per element? You're making a big assumption there, and did you watch it? You saw it? Yeah, but I saw it trigger multiple times. Alright, we need confirmation, because I saw it one way and you saw it a different way. It doesn't say once per buddy. It says new element, I understand that. But I literally just watched Lee play this, and it triggered like 20 times. I saw it at stacks, I saw it 3 times on the... Yep, me too. Triple lightning, me too. So all these people that are claiming that this effect doesn't stack because of wording, I literally just saw it happen multiple times. So I'm going to go with that as the reality of it. Yeah, I just watched a stream last game and lightning went off a ton of times. Yup, me too. And that's the way I thought it was going to work. You said yesterday one of the leaks was false. Which one? Just out of interest? I'm not going to say that, unfortunately. That's something that would give away information on where something was leaked from. So, unfortunate, but I can't talk about it. I reject your reality and substitute my own. I know, it's the funny part is that people are very confident on these things. And if you just roll with what Twitch chat says, then you're just going to be given bad information from time to time. I just watched Crip's stream, he got a bird and it triggered like a dozen times. There you go. Like, this is why I was saying, like, yesterday when we were looking at heroes, like, maybe we're not assuming this correctly. Maybe we're not thinking of this thing correctly. That the assumption, like, I see the wording. The wording, okay, it's not on this page, but it says, like, a new element is applied. You could easily interpret that as, once water invocation's applied, then it's not a new element that's being applied to it. Right? If you use water again. Or you can view it as a new element, or new invocation as, like, the next invocation that is done. That there are different ways to interpret that language. Lightning Barrage sounds hilarious. I know, that's what I thought of the first thing with this hero was, oh my god, Makah's gonna make this so funny. That there's gonna be some new, like, bomb Exodia, just in the form of Makah plus Bru'kan. Plus Barons. Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Never go off text? Yeah, we've learned that one before, with, like, play versus summon. Don't work 100% the correct way. They've gotten a lot better at it since the early days of Hearthstone, but there were times where that was not true either. There have been multiple times where that didn't work out the way it was supposed to. If you took play and summon to be used the way that they, by definition, should be used. And that's why, like, a lot of times during patch review, I'm saying, I think this is going to work like this. I don't know till we see it. Like, I was very wrong on quite a few things in the past. I thought there was no way that Jandice swap was going to keep stats on a minion when it went back to the tavern, for example. Because that would be way too busted. Pogo Hopper would be an oppressive minion, and there's no way they'd let that go live. Well, guess what? I was dead wrong on that. And then they had to remove Pogo Hopper. I was like, there's no way they're pushing that live. There's no world that that's going to be the case. Yo, Ghetto Kex with the Prime sub and love your YouTube videos. Gotta have to support. Yo, Ghetto Kex. Appreciate the positive vibes, dude. Yeah, this is why patch review lasts a long time. We're on 1 of 75 and we're telling stories about the past. Let's keep moving on a little bit. All right, Drek'Thar. These will be real quick. Drek'Thar, lead the Frostwolves, cost 0. 0 cost hero powers are always interesting. Even if they don't seem great, 0 cost is very usable on a lot of turns, so it preserves a lot of health. It has late game impact. You don't have to nerf your, gimp your economy. 0 cost hero powers are typically pretty good. Choose a friendly minion. It copies the attack from your highest attack minion for the next combat only. Well, that 0 cost hero power is not very good. Whatever. This thing seems like a completely worthless hero to me, personally. The fact that the buddy then allows you to attack scale, we'll get to that eventually. Do I care? Do I really care? Like, this one, I know a lot of people are saying, like, Vanndar is better than Drek'Thar because health is better as a resource than attack. Agreed in the early turns. But I think this is not even remotely viable, whether this says attack or health, unless you build 100% into it. And the attack one maybe can make some kind of mech build with Chroma Wing or something work. maybe there's something there as like a cheese comp. That this by itself, if you use this in like a vanilla fashion, is a super weak hero power. There might be some build around strat that could potentially work with something like this. Yeah, Marsair. Like Chroma Wing plus something. There might be something there. Now, Vanndar has the exact same hero power. It just has the word health instead, with your buddy being like avenged to add extra health to your board. So like, health is generally a better resource at the early part of the game than attack is. But making big health boards doesn't do shit. Making big attack boards with divine shields and whatnot can potentially take top 4s. So like, it's kind of why Saurfang is a reasonable hero in a lot of metas. Like the tempo-oriented metas. Because making a couple high attack divine shields beats a lot of people in the mid game, and then you can take your positive points and go to the next game. Not a fun strat, not an interesting strat, just one that is viable. I don't think either hero power, when played in a vanilla fashion, is enough reason to ever pick these heroes. Just my initial take on them. But that's a hell of a beard, so like, we can work with that. Hell of a beard there, Vanndar. And the last and not least one, yeah, this is what I was given as a tooltip. That like, I remember talking to the devs, and they were like, yeah, yours is pretty convoluted, so you're going to want to break this down and try to talk about it piece by piece. And you look at the patch note, and it's like, oh my god, that's a lot of text. You're going to want, and then the hero power's 5 images. It's like, okay, let's go. We'll zoom in again on this. But Tavish Stormpike, Deadeye, basically at the beginning of the combat, you get to target something and shoot it and deal damage to it. That amount of damage upgrades with each turn. In other words, whatever turn it is, you deal that much damage to. And then you get a targeting option, aim left, aim low, aim high, or aim right. The leftmost minion, the lowest health minion, the highest health minion, or the rightmost minion. AKA, snipe something on the board. That's really what it is. Deal damage equal to the turn number to something on the board. There you go. That's the hero power. You can look at the little tooltips, but it says the same shit on it. Combination of that with Krabby is actually super cool. Makes for a lot of attack, a lot of value, a lot of stats, a lot of value on the board. Sniping big minions. I like the design and idea of the hero power. We'll see how it fits in terms of the functionality of the patch. It's also bearded, so it wins. Agreed. Look at that beard. Not quite the same as gigantic Vanndar beard, but good beard. Did everybody miss this note online? Like, I've seen all kinds of crying about Tavern 5 being increased in cost, so therefore Alexstrasza isn't doable. But if you guys don't know what Alex's hero power reduction for tier 6 dragons was, !Alex. This right here on the screen is your distribution. Now this is outdated, right? Because this is the older version of dragons. The chance to get each of the dragons. Look how low the chance was to get Kael'Thas or Amalgadon. 1/10 range of the chance of getting the 5-star dragons. Now, if it's only 80% because of the number of units in the pool of the 5-star dragons, that means you should be offered a Kael'Thas approximately like 8% or whatever of Alexstrasza games. I don't know what that number is. Ballpark 10% of games. As opposed to the 1% of games it is right now. Same deal with Amalgadon. Like, the ability to go to 5 and actually get playable dragons, having a 2 cost higher to level to 5, but now have the ability to actually get playable shit? It doesn't sound like a nerf to me. Sounds like you have to play the middle of the game with no hero power for a minute and not just Jeef curve straight to 5. But you also have the ability to Jeef curve straight to 5 if you pick up tokens. So, like, that may still be the correct way to play it. Just play without a hero power for a little bit, go to 5, get your dragons, play one more round, then get your hero power to generate 5-star dragons. You have like about a 20% chance to hit a Kael'Thas, about an 80% chance to hit Kael'Thas, Amalgadon, Razorgore, or Promo Drake, like one of those. And then you get 2 extra dragons from your buddy, and then you stabilize on 5. How far are we into the patch notes? We've barely gotten through the first set of heroes. As in the first new 4 added, there are 75 total heroes. It will be an all-day thing. You're good. But yeah, this is a huge change. Alexstrasza getting better odds for finding the tier 6s. Since armor's gone, armor is gone. For short term. It sounds like armor's coming back, but they're doing an initial pass for balance on the heroes without having the additional variable added with the armor. So like, no safety net for heroes for the beginning of this time period. Patch review may be done by the time patch is live. Yeah, there will be a fair few number of people memeing about how long my patch reviews are. I just, generally speaking, love talking about the patch. And as you guys can tell from the last couple days when we've had all of these reviews, there are a lot of things to talk about. A lot of interesting theory crafting. I think chat in general, if you're going to hang out around here, I think you're like-minded in the sense that there is a lot of good value in just talking about, in a group setting, what do we think about this hero or this buddy? How does this going to work? What are theory, where are cool places that might be applied? That kind of stuff. Engineers love to analyze. Yo, Glar Blar, appreciate the support, dude. The 4 months. Also heard on Cryptstream they had one of the devs in chat talking, said the buddy system isn't permanent either. It'll go away sometime in the future. Interesting. I didn't expect it to be permanent. I didn't expect any system in this game to be permanent. That the idea that you put in mechanics like this, and then you devise another one and put it in the game. It's kind of like seasonal stuff, right? Then you have to figure out a new meta. Then maybe it makes a comeback in the future, and we have buddies and Dark Moon prizes, or some like crazy combination of the two for one season. And the more systems that you develop, then the better variants, or the better... The more level of complexity you can add without making it so that like there's Path of Exile systems on top of systems on top of systems that make it so that like it's so high of a barrier of entry for a new player. Like you just learn what are the new systems for this season and then you play that for 4 months. Helps to keep it fresh? Absolutely. Could not agree more. New is better in my opinion. Like this season, I have a feeling will be more imbalanced than last season. Now that being said, I would take any new season, imbalanced or not, over continuing to play the same thing that we've gotten to a level that, like, for me, the biggest challenge to continue to climb was forcing myself to do the same shit on stream over and over and over again, which is boring for people to watch and all that kind of stuff. Which is, at a certain point, for me, I just want something new to play. Why are there only 200 viewers? I didn't expect there to be that many viewers for the stream. Because right now, there is an event going on where you can watch content from the new patch. He says, advertising for some channel that's not his own. I am shocked that people are even here. Patch Review Day is great. Love doing Patch Review Day. But there's also other stuff going on right now on Twitch. We'll see what happens about, 2 hours from now. I just play the game to see ridiculous comps like Exodia and stuff, and there's all kinds of new shit that will be developed because of the buddy system, the new patch. Tons of new meme stuff. Dom was on Discord with Slissa and Collins asking what the thought of buddies was or any change or OP things so far. Well, I mean, Dom has been in like every single person's chat that was involved in this so far. Understand when you guys you're popping in like with like, oh, Dom was answering this. Like, Dom's job is to do this today. He's been around pretty much. I've seen him pop into 4 different chats. I've seen him on Discords that I've been in. He was on Reddit answering stuff. He's there all over the place. Wouldn't be surprising if he pops into other people's chats after this event ends and starts talking about stuff there. This is what he does. This is why we love Dom. This is great. Cora, Dom, Alkali, like when they pop in the chats, they add so much value. When do we get Dom? I doubt it. We got Alkali, remember? We had Alkali in here during the patch reveal stuff, which was really cool. All right, Ysera, Bob's Tavern no longer counts as being refreshed at the start of a turn. Huh. If no new minions are added. So like if you freeze? Is that what that's saying? It's literally just if you've frozen a full board, it does not give you an extra minion? Sure, I guess. I mean, like, Jeef curve lines, you don't... If you freeze, no extra dragon, but it needs to be stated, like, if you freeze the entirety of the board, not if you freeze and buy something from the shop, right? Because then a new minion would be added. Maybe that new minion's always a dragon then. Interesting. Seems fine. Seems like a reasonable change. But if you level, it adds one? For some levels. So if you freeze a full board and level from 3 to 4, then you potentially do because you get the 1 extra slot. I don't know. I think you're right. I mean, it's just my interpretation. I don't claim to be right on patch notes ever. It's my interpretation of it. And at a certain point, like, you say enough things over the course of a patch review that there's going to be 5 or 6 things, dozens of things for all I know, that could be very wrong. Just the wrong interpretation. We can only work with what our context of, you know, the past events has allowed us to infer. George the Fallen. Oh, wait. What? Retal 07. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate the support, dude. George's hero power now reads, give a minion divine shield instead of a friendly minion. Nice. Now we can shield the tavern and roll. There's a couple niche usages for that, right? You can hero power an Amalgadon, and then you guarantee the other adapts aren't divine shield. That was the one that came to mind initially. What else? What is another usage for divine shielding something in shop? Mechrol? Why would Mechrol be good? Short of gold? Okay, maybe. Like, you freeze a minion in later turns where you don't have anything to divine shield on your own board, but you want to buy something from the shop, you could freeze it and divine shield it. Okay. Okay. I like that. I like that idea. If you steal my Ev's buddy, yeah, there could be some funny things with buddies, because things from shop getting effects and whatnot. Yeah. That one for sure. You divine shield a dong. Yeah, that was the first example we gave. That's the only one I could think of off the top of my head. You could divine shield a minion in the shop. Can you somehow pop the divine shield? There used to be ways to damage the shop, remember? And then maybe buff a Draconoid Enforcer. No, there used to be ways to damage the shop with, like, a Scallywag or a Sky Pirate being on your board, immediately attack the shop. Some really funny, weird shit that could occur. Works with his buddy and your buddy on board with Divine Shield. Yeah, but you're going to want to buff your own board with the buddy, right? So if you add a Divine Shield and you're out of things from your board to be able to Divine Shield, you could Divine Shield a shop minion. Do you have footage for that? I'd like to see it. It's like a long time ago. I'd have to search for it. The Sky Pirate immediately attacks shop. You could probably Google that and get a video pretty quickly. That it was one of those really weird things that occurred in, like, when you stole a Sky Pirate in the initial portion of the game. There was a way, like, to get 0 health minions that would die on your board too in early patches. Just weird bugs. It can proc the buddy. Yeah, I think that's the main reason why they did it. The buddy itself. Amalgadon's a niche usage, but whatever. Kael'Thas, Silas, and Chenvaala are temporarily disabled when the patch launches. Sounds like they can't fix the bug before the patch launch, probably because they're in pre-launch or whatever that you want to call it, like the process of pushing the launch live right now, and that the cutoff for changing things in the patch has passed. But it looks like there's some bug that surrounds the 3 orb, type system. Kael'Thas, Silas, and Chenvaala are the heroes that have those 3 charge hero powers. So there's something there that you're not going to be able to play Chenvaala on launch. No! What will chat do? No Chenvaala. All of them are cool. I actually know Kael'Thas' hero power, because that's one of them that was I was given previous information on. And it's pretty cool. We'll get to it in a minute. I don't know these guys. But we don't know. Battlemaster text now reads, Battlecry gain 1 health for each health your hero is missing. Instead of reading, what was it, the damage your hero has taken before, which didn't align with armor. Not a functional change to the card. So it's literally just a text wording change. Yeah, it's just, it made it so that, like, it was consistent with your health total lost. Okay, cool. And that's it. So, that's the end of the patch review. We're done with it. Oh, wait. We have 75 buddies to go over. Dear Lord. This is going to be a lot of buddies. Alright, we got to make it so that we can see everything on screen, so I got to figure out resolution for this. That will be appropriate. That looks pretty good. All right. Some of these are better or worse than others. We won't spend as much time on the things that are super weak. Is it going to be a 24-hour stream? It's going to be a long one. So A.F.K, we all know A.F.K's hero power. She now has a new buddy. It is a 2-star buddy, 5/4 stat line, which is pretty good for the stage of the game that you would get it. At the end of your turn, give it all of your Tavern 3 minions +1/+1. We're not going to spend too long on this one because it's garbage. Why do I care about a +1/1 on a bunch of tier 3s? Well, I mean, you could play Deflectos and maybe have a couple taunted 3-star mechs and keep that on the board and get a little bit of value. Cool. But at the end of the day, remember, you're not getting this thing till like turn 5 or turn 6. And with A.F.K, you don't even get to put minions on the board in the opening turn, so your buddy meter doesn't fill as quickly. So, like, this would be better if it was a 3-star itself. I mean, it wouldn't, because it would be delayed by an additional turn. And the fact that it would buff itself 1/1 does not warrant it being a turn later getting it, right? So, like, no, it wouldn't be better as a 3-star. Sure, it could get its own 1/1s, but it's also garbage. Yeah, this is going to be an unplayable hero this patch, I expect. Golden's 2/2, yeah, I mean, the only redeeming factor for this hero is that it is a 2-star buddy, which means you can get a golden version of it on about turn 10, which means you could triple into a 6 or something. But that's going to be pretty hard when you're dead because your hero doesn't do shit. Okay, A.F.K not playable this patch. Alakir. We all know Alakir's hero power. Spirit of Air. Death Rattle, give a random friendly minion Wind Fury, Divine Shield, and Taunt, aka give Alakir's hero power to something random on the board. Could be an okay top 4. A.F.K, I don't see it as even being remotely decent. Not even close to top 4. Like, not even remotely decent. Random bullshit stats in the middle of the game on 3 stars is not a viable strat. Not compared to other people that are now better versions of themselves with real buddies. So, Spirit of Air is basically like a tribal selfless hero with added effect of Wind Fury and Taunt. Wind Fury and Taunt on late minions, especially Wind Fury, is really not that valuable, especially if you Wind Fury and Taunt the minion. So now it's going to die before it gets to attack, or at least lose its Divine Shield, which means it usually dies on the first hit, etc., etc. It's really like a tribal selfless hero, which is a nice minion in the middle of the game. A 6/4 stat line on a 3-star that you get on about turn 6 is a good minion to have. And a good minion that you can put in position 1, because it's 6 damage, and then be a very, very, very strong tempo swing. We love this. That's great. Love that. I keep wanting to click your BattleNet launcher. Uh-huh. Too bad. Look at it glowing down here. What's wrong? You know what? For that matter, I got you. There you go, chat. Is that better? Are we better now? We don't even have to look at the desktop? We don't have the notification that's triggering people at the bottom of the screen? There you go. Now it's gone. Is it glowing? All right, we'll check in on from time to time. Is it glowing? Actually, should just turn this back to offline. That way I don't get notifications from people. And that way you guys will not have to deal with it glowing from time to time. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty good, honestly. Like, I like this unit. Alakir is already a very good hero when the game isn't like ultra high roll meta. It functions with Mukla, just like the old Golden Selfless Hero type lines. F11, remove the browser window. Yes, we could do that, but the problem is we're constantly changing this interface, right? So now I need to go back. I guess this works because if I get into a scenario where I'm changing this, it's not going to pull like the minimize down. We'll do this one too. We like it. This will work. Use the arrows. Oh, that's even better. Why don't you guys just stream for a little bit? I'll just sit back and watch. You guys have all the ideas right now. Yeah, we still have the domain in the bottom corner and all that stuff for like the image. You guys got it. You guys have all the right ideas. But yeah, Spirit of Air seems very reasonable. We get into a situation in the middle of the game where everybody is playing to fill their buddy bars and look for win conditions. You've given yourself a key piece to remove the cams as well. All right, let's just do that too. Out of here. On the other hand, is an M. There's a puppy. You can see a puppy now. Does it get Ellie buffs? It is tribal, so it should. There's really no reason why it wouldn't. So a tribal Alakir, or tribal selfless hero with the elemental tribe, we like that. That's good. Elemental buffs aren't incredibly easy to buff. Our elementals aren't. This is good. This is a good buddy on a good hero in a meta that is probably going to be dictated a lot by middle game power. I can imagine Alakir being a top 15 hero. All right. Alexstrasza and her buddy Veilstrass. Add a random dragon 3-star battle cry. Add your random dragon of your tavern tier to your hand. So you can kind of see the way that, like, the initial interpretation of how to play Alexstrasza is always like, let's find a way to quickly get to 5. Your hero power on Alexstrasza then gives you 2 dragons. The buffed version of Alexstrasza can once again get 6 stars in a reasonable way. And now you have a battle cry which can give you a Razorgore or a Murozond from Tavern 5 on the turn where you go to 5. Pretty much just generating a board full of good dragons. You get a Promo Drake, you get a Razorgore, you get a miscellaneous dragon, and suddenly you're reasonably strong. Not only that, but this thing is a dragon itself. So like, this gets a count to 1 on your Promo Drake counter. This is pretty decent. Like, absolutely decent. I could see Alexstrasza being okay. The whole idea that if you can go to 5 and stabilize on 5, even if this isn't a long-term value for your game, getting a good scaling line, being able to potentially get like 20% of the games, get a Kael'Thas on the turn where you go to 5, and you can go to 5 on turn 7 potentially. That's pretty good. Now, I mean, I don't think it's a top tier hero power. I think she's going to have a pretty streamlined game plan. Very much so a, you know, like a Eudora, or who else would be a good example? Eudora and Alexstrasza, like the two that I've used many a time, is like the, you know, the RNG loot box. Your win rate or your final placement is heavily dependent on like just what's in the box. It's another version of what's in the box. Now you go to 5, you push the button. You push the button, and you get yourself a nice Razorgore, and then you're happy. High variance, but not Yogg variance. Yogg variance is on a whole nother level. Now, there are a couple thoughts. What if you used it on Tavern 4 for like a Terracosa Promo Drake line? Now, you do have Draconoid Enforcer on 4, which is a pretty shitty 4-star to hit, for example, and that's not great. But a 50-50 at a Promo Drake, if you got a hold of early Terracosas, might be a better option than power leveling the 5. And Scalebane. At the 33%er. Let me rephrase. That's not great, but we do like Promo Drake more than almost any other dragon in the game other than Razorgore, as long as you have at least 1 Terracosa. So like, and Presters, my god, I forgot there were 4 dragons on 4. I'm just over here saying, like, you know, it's not guaranteed was my initial statement that there are other dragons. But yeah, don't use percentages till you find out how many dragons there are. There are a lot of dragons. Shooting for Promo Drake is bad. Shooting for a 50-50 on 5 for a Razorgore seems a lot better. Just joined. Is this going on YouTube? Probably not this full description. This will be like a 6-hour patch review. I will probably do a consolidated version for a YouTube video. Patch reviews are super long. Like, we're literally on the A's. This stream right now has been live for an hour, and we're still on A. All right. Yeah, this is, I think she's fine. Absolutely fine. This will be interesting to see what happens with her. Without armor, Alexstrasza is going to be a little harder to use. High variance, not necessarily bad. All right. Aranna, almost through the A's. Your buddy, now officially revealing Aranna's buddy, we have not seen it yet, is Sglib the Demon Hunter. After you play a minion, your next refresh costs 0. Bruh. No. Like, if you think about the old Aranna strats, the Party Rock, the Demon Sarlisk, hell yeah, right? Like, the ability to potentially get to play an extra minion per turn, that's actually ridiculous. Tier 3, yeah, you don't get it. You get it by about turn 6, especially with Aranna, where you play for good power in the early game. Like, I could see this being perfectly fine for just chilling on 2 and playing Party Rock stuff. Tripling in the 3, then tripling in the 4, take Arm of the Empire, play that line. Demon Sarlisk is probably a little bit better for like the 3-star Demon Sarlisk line. But like, you play a lot of minions. You see 7 on a board. Elemental itself is a double refresh. It's like a Recycling Wraith. Just casually free Recycling Wraith on a 5/4 body. It might as well be the same card without a tribe. Yeah, this is going to be cool. This is very good. Absolutely very, very good. This is a very, very nice minion. You get to potentially keep this on your board forever, because with Party Rock strats or with Demon Sarlisk, you generally speaking don't fill your full board. That the only real downside is you can't play like the extra party while you're looking for the triple, or the extra rock while you're looking for the triple, or the whatever. Demon Sarlisk never has board space issues, right? You get a couple Wrathweavers, you find yourself a Cathy, you take some Sarlisk, and then you just use one cycle spot. Like this guy, super, super good for those kind of builds. This could be interesting. Really, really like this. You think getting this buddy from Murzin is too strong? On Millhouse? I saw some people talking about Millhouse. It would be, yeah, Murzin, when you fight an Aranna, is going to give yourself like a 1-in-7 to steal a minion that is a better version of Recycling Wraith. But once again, the concept of this is really good if you win a 1-in-7 roll on exactly one minion when fighting exactly one person if they have it on the board is not something to balance around. It's just crazy bullshit that can happen and is a really, really good card for a Millhouse, right? Really cool high roll. Really cool interaction. Would love to have it on my Millhouse. Not something that we should work out around too much, right? If you had exactly Murzin, the turn that you after you fight Aranna, you could take a 1-in-7 to get a minion that doesn't immediately win you the game, but would be a great minion to be on your board. Non-tribal. Cool. Love it. Probably not that important, especially because it diverges from what Millhouse is going to want to do strat-wise too with his new buddy. We'll get there eventually. Because you want to buy and sell things instead of roll. That should be interesting. If you pull it off, it'll be a YouTube video. True. More YouTube content. The YouTube content farm will be better than ever. But yeah, that's a funny little interaction. I like it. This one seems really good. Plays into Aranna game plan. Is it 2 gold or rerolls of golden? Man, like, good question. Great question. Where is the golden version, Bob? Where is this card library in the golden version? We don't have anywhere else that this is posted to know what the card text is for the golden one. Can't say if I know. The golden one just gives you a refresh, give you back 2 coins. Oh, that's great. That sounds awesome. Yeah, well, use your imagination. Imagination. Yeah, we don't actually know what the golden version is yet because it is not posted anywhere. Not unless somebody else knows this answer because it was posted to some other location. We could probably... Let me check this real quick. Actually, I'm not even going to do it. I was going to say, wonder if it's in the source code for the website. Because you can do that. You can check to see if the golden version is kept anywhere as an image on the website and see if we can find it there. And you could just extract from that, but whatever. I'm not going to do that on stream. Hackermans. Dude, it's just in the file inspector. Let's go. The website code. All right. Rafam's hero power, as you all know, is make a friendly minion golden. If you didn't see that in the patch notes, Arch Villain Rafam has been buffed to Reno. He now has 2 hero powers. Reno's hero power and his own. I'm not sure what this is on the website, but you know, that's cool. Thanks, Rafam. Rafam has officially stolen someone else's hero power now, so that's great. It's also tilted. It's just what curse it over. All right, so, and then make it golden. Steal something and make it golden. Your new buddy, yeah, it's just a bug on the website. Not sure why Rafam has Reno's tooltips. You can choose which one. Yeah, you can just be Reno. It's going to be great. What a really good Reno hero power. After you kill a second minion each combat, get a plain copy of it. AKA, you get to steal 2 things. The first minion that dies, and then the second minion that dies. This does open the door to getting a bunch of garbage. Say things, for example, like Sky Pirate off of Scallywag. This was a debate when we were going over this before, but it'll be interesting to see if Blizzard has coded the reborn version of a minion to be the same as the regular version of the minion in terms of stealing it. Or we're going to have a new issue with like the tripled scout is a different unit than a regular scout for Shudderwalk. It'll be interesting to see if that works. But we hope that, if anything, it's just a bug that's up front and they'll fix it quickly, because being able to steal a different version of the same minion with the same card text, like Acolyte, yeah, that will cause all kinds of like, I don't understand what's happening in the game issues, because it's not intuitive, right? So that hopefully they've headed that off. But this will be an interesting one where getting a second unit is definitely not as good as getting 2 copies of the same unit. The golden version of this does give you 2 copies of the second unit that you kill. A lot of people have said like a second unit's better than the first unit, but I would argue against that. Like the idea that the first unit is oftentimes something that, you know, people try to throw into your shit, like, you know, throw a scout into you, sure. But oftentimes you're going first anyway and stealing Acolyte. They're going to give you the second unit anyway. Whether they go first or second, you're going to choose something and they're going to choose something, unless you cleave or whatever. Does open the door to like Hydra's pretty good against double Acolyte because you steal 2 Acolytes or whatever. There's something there. At the very least, while you keep this on your board, you generate an extra gold per turn. I'm going to make the assumption that you don't have to hero power in order for this thing to actually work. But once again, that's an assumption. Doesn't say anywhere like if you use your hero power, blah, 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 blah. But it is a pretty good tempo increase because it's a 6/6 on turn 6 or turn 7. And you are getting an extra economy every turn. Seems like a nice thing. It's a good thing. I don't think it's game defining, but Rafam was a top 10 hero this meta. Statistically top 10 hero. You don't need to give him something that's like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever, because he's already in a pretty good state. So you got something nice, and it's not overpowered. Moving on. Bru'kan, we just talked about in the new release, but now we have the Spirit Raptor for it as well. Remember, you get to use your hero power, embrace the elements, and then you get to generate or choose one of these 4 elements. You know, fire, lightning, earth, water. If you don't know what this one is, you probably should go look at patch notes to be able to see all the options. I realize my camera is a little in the way of it too. Not the end of the world. But long story short is you get to do an effect, and after you have your buddy, which is a 2-star buddy, so you're getting it really quickly, after you call upon a new element, this word new is very deceptive. You can stack the same element multiple times on the Spirit Raptor. Then it remembers it. And then upon dying, the Spirit Raptor dying, you call upon all of those things, and a flurry of all of the things that it remembers occur as a death rattle. If you pushed the lightning invocation 6 times with the Raptor on the board, when it dies, it's going to do 6 instances of 5 random damage. Well, 1 damage to 5 random minions. 6 instances over and over and over and over and over again. I was watching Crip and it didn't stack. I was watching multiple people and it did stack. Get out of here. If you're going to use this for YouTube, you probably move the camera to the other side, not cover anything, except that doesn't cover things. And I'm not using it for YouTube. Been over this multiple times. The only thing it's going to cover are the things that have like an extra hero power on the side, right? Like, how many of those are there? Why is conviction a multiple thing? Not going to worry about it. Not going to worry about it one bit. Making it big enough that these things are readable. Let's move you all the way to the top, though. That way you can read this part right here. That way M can be at the top of the screen. This is fine. What you want is me to be here. This is interesting. Let's say we move all this. We'll have you in the top corner, you in the bottom corner. I don't like it. It's very disconcerting. Feels so wrong. I know, like when you have an order, like a screen design, and you're used to doing it, like that's gonna throw more people than the loss of the vision of this on like one hero power. You know, you gotta flip your hero or your camera. Yeah, that's gonna work really well. Ready, chat? Here we go. So, flip horizontally. Yep, there you go. There you go. This will work just fine. I don't believe that this is what you were looking for. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep this in the way that it is, and that will be just fine. Yeah, there's only like 1 or 2 hero powers this really affects, so I could make myself a little smaller. That way I'm not doing this as much, but once again, there's like 2 hero powers where this is an important thing. And I'll just move myself for those conversations if I remember. All right. These buddies are going to take forever. This is an entire stream. Patch review streams are literally an entire stream. If you're looking for gameplay, you're in the wrong place today. But Bru'kan's buddy remembers all of the things being applied to it. Let's change the opacity. Let's make it less opaque, more opaque. Flip you upside down. Hang from the ceiling. We'll do flips and shit. All right. So go confirm it with the VODs if you want. We have seen multiple versions and people keep coming in with conflicting information. But we have seen video of Mukla triggering like 10 blasts at the same time. Whatever the way it ends up being, the fact that like chat's coming in with 2 different stories makes me laugh, but it is what it is. You're going to have to play it live and find out, but we have seen it procking a bunch of times. Hey, watching you more than a year and I learned a lot from you. Keep it up and thanks. First time in the stream. GG, bro. Yo, Pleppy. Appreciate the support, dude. If you've been watching for a year, you're one of those people that watched the 10 viewed videos on YouTube. That's a long time ago. Appreciate that support, dude. All right. So we've seen Cthulhu from yesterday, but we'll go over it again. See, the camera's not a problem now. Do you need to see what's right here on the screen? You see this? Trust me, the design on the side of that little banner there, not that interesting. All right, so Cthulhu's hero power, the worst hero power in the game right now, literally not worth playing. But what Cthulhu does allow you to do in the scope of this game right now is potentially now make use of its buddy. A 2-star buddy, Tentacle of Cthulhu. After a different friendly minion gains stats, gain 1/1 until your next turn. Question mark. Just big ass question mark. Giant ass question mark. Because, well, number one, that seems pretty good in any individual turn. You're like, okay, cool. I get a litter 10/10 stats on the board, 6 out of 7 units on the board or a different minion, so if it buffs one of those other minions, then it buffs the Tentacle. If it buffs the Tentacle, then you keep those stats permanently. That being said, you lose all those stats from the other things at the end of the turn. So you're going to have like a 3/3 on the board the next turn. And then a 4/4. And then a 6/6. That's going to get a couple things. Could be good with Ground Shaker? Yeah, no. Like, the whole idea that you can do things as Cthulhu in some manner to be able to play around a different strat and still push your button, they don't work together. Like, Cthulhu doesn't do some like cycle heavy line. That's not something that really exists for the hero. If you're doing so, you're leaving temporary minions on the board, and in the process of playing temporary minions on the board, you're losing permanent scaling. And the upside is that you make a slightly bigger tentacle because you're going to play Ground Shaker plus cycle 2 gems or whatever a turn. Like in those kind of situations, there's really not an upside to the tentacle itself. We can play a build that centers around the tentacle to make it a little better, but that is worse than not playing around the playing for the tentacle, right? Like, sure, you can do things to enable the tentacle. The tentacle isn't worth playing around, though, in those kind of situations. It's going to steal some buffs. If it does, then you keep them permanently, which is something. Seems like a temporary tempo unit. I mean, is it, though? Like, the whole concept of you get this turn 6. You pushed your button turn 6. Cool, it's on your board. You have 4 minions on the board. You get a 5th minion on the board. 4 out of 5 things go on something else. So therefore, you get your tentacle on the board, and you get a 6/6. Or a 7/7. Great. Pretty good with party. But why is it good with party? Like, this is what... If you aren't Cthulhu, then maybe there's some value to it, but you're losing those stats next turn. You know? You're losing the stats the next turn. So it's going to start back down as a 1/1 or like a 2/2 or 3/3, depending on what like the Cthulhu buffs have landed on it. So like, cool, you could cycle a couple elementals with party elemental, but that means you have a cycle spot on a Cthulhu board, which is actively bad. And then after that, the next turn, you've lost all stats that you gained from the previous turn, while everybody else in the lobby is getting stronger. It's a hard one to see any real value to this, personally. I think Cthulhu is unplayable this patch. Would it be OP if they were permanent? Be strong. If they're permanent, then this thing scales at like golden gold grubber value. Which, when you were talking about the weakest hero in the game, getting a minion that's as good as a golden gold grubber in the middle of the game, then it makes him better. Way better, right? But does one big stat line on the board that's a 2-star suddenly make this hero viable? Probably. Does it make it OP? No. Like, you're going to end up in the same loss conditions as Cthulhu that you usually do. The only thing I want to know is if you sell the first tentacle and get the 2 more later to play both, does it give you an infinite loop? Yeah, I mean, I want to know that too. So you sell your first tentacle, you get the 2 later, you push the button, one tentacle gets buffed, and then the other tentacle sees a different minion getting buffed. So therefore it gets buffed, which therefore buffs the other tentacle. Like, it seems like a very funny infinite loop that could be missed in the balance patch or whatever. But that'd be pretty funny. We'll see. We'll find out. They may have to disable it immediately. And the Cthulhu player crashed the game. The golden version? Well, you don't have to gold something. You can sell it, because once you fill your buddy meter, you get 2 copies of the minion. If you don't have a golden or the original version on the board, then you get 2 copies and it doesn't gold the original version, which then would create 2 tentacles on the board, which in turn could create that infinite loop. If it worked the way that it is like specifically stated. Like, it wouldn't take much for them to code it, instead of it saying like, you know, if a different unit gets a 1/1, if a unit that isn't named Tentacle of Cthulhu gets a 1/1, you know, like, you could bypass this bug pretty simply, but it's easy to overlook, right? You gonna try to see if there's a bug? No. I mean, it'll be posted to Reddit within 1 hour of the patch going live, if it exists. Like, if it exists, it will be posted in 2 seconds. No, but if golden is permanent, this might help make the buddy meter faster. Yeah, buddy's not, or the golden's not permanent. It's just 2/2. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something here. This is one of the good examples where I'm like, I don't see this as being even remotely viable. But maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm not seeing an interaction which makes this somewhat good. But anything that's like a cycle heavy comp, like Gem Splitter, Ground Shaker, like that is a decent build for a unit like this, that you could have Ground Shaker and Gem Splitter and a couple Gem or Divine Shields, etc., etc. Then you get a couple extra buffs on the board, which makes the tentacle a little bit better. Cool. But you can't have cycle spots. So like, it has to be like Gem Splitter and Ground Shaker to make it even remotely viable. And even that is like, if only one build really works for a unit or a hero, which needs to rely upon a unit, and a pair of other units, then it's going to be a really weak hero on average. What about you get your golden one? You assume a golden tentacle can carry you from that turn you level? Seems like good tempo. Doesn't seem like good tempo even. Like, this unit itself is XX depending on how many times you push the button on your board. You might as well be read as that, like an MTG card. This unit is XX, and that is equal to your turn timer. Or your tavern turn number. So on turn 7, this is a 7/7. That's it. Cool. That's not that great of a minion to be on your board on turn 7. Like, I'll take it. It's free. But it's not like game changing. Like, this makes it so I can power level or something. On turn 8, it's an 8 and 8/8. Or, you know, it can be a little higher, but the stat that would land on the tentacle then wouldn't land on something else, so you've lost that stat. It basically gives you an 8/8 additional stat line on turn 8. Or 9/9 additional stat line on turn 9. Yeah, 13/13 at the end of the game. Exactly. Like, it's just not good enough. All right, moving on. Eudora. I know people were asking about this one yesterday. Has our favorite hero gotten a buddy yet? Eudora now has a buddy. Dagwick Sticky Toe, because that's a name. Dagwick gives you a 3-star buddy, 5/5 stat line, so pretty decent. At the end of your turn, give a random friendly golden minion 5/5. Seems good. Seems like scaling. Seems like a lot of RNG. Now you don't sell your golden unit off the board very often. He's tribal, which is nice. A weaker hero in Eudora, like, you know, situationally useful weaker hero, getting a decent buddy. Cool. Absolutely cool. Fits the theme of Eudora. You better get a decent buddy because you're going to keep that thing around in the game for quite some time, right? You dig and you get yourself a golden alley cat and you can smile and then be really sad because you have to keep that alley cat forever. Because, believe it or not, Sticky Toe needs to buff something on the board, and you only have one golden minion early in the game. Hello Tony synergy? It only buffs one golden unit. At the end of the turn, give a random friendly golden unit 5/5. In the golden version is 10/10. Thank you for people that know the golden versions on things that aren't posted here. You are the true heroes of the stream right now. So you don't have to keep multiple golden things. Having more golden things doesn't increase the scaling. But imagine getting this in Golden Gold Grubber and go straight to the moon. But yeah, this is a really good stability. I love it. This is a very nice thematic addition to Eudora. Eudora isn't going to change in the way it plays. Your buddy for the meter for buddy will have a cap for refill. Yeah, it's in the patch notes. Which is good. At the end of the turn, give a friendly golden minion 5/5 is a good amount of scaling, permanent stats, good stat line on itself, and it is tribal. All of the above is great. Can it buff itself? A random friendly golden minion 5/5. It doesn't say other. So question mark. When things are ambiguous like that, should. Should. Not as good as Tentacle. See, that's the funny part. You compare Tentacle and this thing is better permanently one turn later. One turn after getting it. That's it. That is a huge difference on a bad hero already with Cthulhu, and then Eudora actually being a more viable hero. Yeah, exactly. Like it invalidates the kind of scaling line that Cthulhu wouldn't even be good with that Tentacle in current meta, let alone when everybody else has buddies. Can you dig another hero's buddy? Shouldn't be able to, but then again, crazier shit has snuck its way into a patch. The diggable units are always from the buyable hero or unit pool. So it says friendly, so I don't think it buffs itself. That's a big assumption. That like, what's Gold Grubber's exact text? For example, like Gold Grubber's exact text is, at the end of your turn, gain 2/2 for each friendly golden minion. It counts itself, right? Like, this is one of those scenarios where the reason I word things as should is because it should work this way if it fits the naming convention or the convention for the cards. But we do have things that don't obey those rules. We don't have 100% consistency in this game. My guess is that it would be able to buff itself. It would have the word other typically if it didn't. Say, for example, what's a counterexample to this? They had to add the word other to bird for leapfrogger meta. Yes, they added the word other there when it wouldn't proc itself. That's another good example. Friendly just means your side of the board, effectively, as a keyword. All right. Tentacle works well with things like Light Fang. Yeah. No. You don't triple as Cthulhu very often. You certainly aren't going for 5s very often. Light Fang itself would then be a good card on your board, but all it does is give a temporary 4/4 to the tentacle. And then that 4/4 drops off the board again the next turn, or 5/5 theoretically at the highest. So like, you'd be better off having another tribe on the board than the tentacle. Like, it's like all of those ideas, they're just not, they just don't work in terms of the scaling of this game. Like, cool, that is an additional way that could be slightly larger, but it is not permanent scaling, and temporary scaling on the board is not a viable option. It has to be extreme for it to be good. For tempo, it's still terrible tempo. Like, I just stopped trying to make it into something decent. You're so far behind the 8 ball as Cthulhu that anything that plays like that is just flushing rating out the window. Flushing out the window again. Down the toilet. Flushing down the toilet. Yeah, but Eudora's looks pretty decent. Absolutely love it. This looks like a good addition to the hero. Keeps the flavor of Eudora. Adds consistency. Cool stuff. Maybe you dig twice now. Alright, Hooktusk we saw before. Has what he appears to be one of the weakest outside of maybe Cthulhu. What is this site? This is the official Blizzard site. This is BattleNet, like US BattleNet or whatever they play Hearthstone. Whatever they've rebranded all of their websites to. Yeah, just it's literally the official Blizzard card library. Like if I, back out of this so that you guys can see the whole interface. Playhearthstone.com. It's a card library. All right. Raging Contender. Trash for Treasure, aka your hero power, now discovers 3 options instead of 2, or the old version of Hooktusk hero power. Great, cool, it's an upgrade, but do I keep a 5/3 neutral minion on the board to be able to enable my hero power to be a little more consistent in the middle of the game? Shrug. Seems like something that you're going to have for a couple turns, get rid of in the middle of the game, and then never look back. 3 gold off of the golden version. Yeah, golden version is 4 options. So cool, you get to discover things with more consistency. It does not warrant a board spot most of the time. Tier 4 Dragon and Agam can buff it really high, but that's it. You're saying like once again, are we going back to Cthulhu? Like these are really bad arguments. Like really, really weak arguments. For something that's like Cthulhu itself, the tentacle is worse on that board than any other thing that you could have on that board. The temporary buffs to it get outvalued after 1 turn. Alright, yeah, well, Hooktusk is not really worth talking about. This is just old Hooktusk. The best hero in the game may not be the best hero in the game anymore because the buddy is not that good. Good. Change up the game. We love it. Absolutely love it. Get rid of Hooktusk and Jandice are the best heroes in the game meta. Cool. We'll see change. That'll make the game feel different. It's not every game that you're like, oh great, there's a Hooktusk and a double token lobby. This is going to hurt. No, I still think Hooktusk is perfectly fine. Not everybody has to play around their buddies. But it's a weak buddy, right? A lot of Tentacle fans in chat? Nah. I just disagree. And all the arguments for it are like, this could be somewhat, maybe viable in some extreme sense. And it's like, meh. It was against the Cthulhu argument? Yeah, okay. Whatever it is, I don't center conversations on like people. Like, for example, I wouldn't have been able to tell you who made the comment. I just kind of run with the ideas that people are putting in the chat. Never worry about it me like, oh, I think you're an idiot or something like that. Like, I'm just working with the comments out of chat and the way I interpret them. 'Tis all good. And yeah, I think it's pretty far against I don't think Cthulhu has any viable place. So I think we're in agreement there. Maybe a lot of people will have one spot for their buddy to improve the other 6 slots. If a lot of players play like that, it opens up a door. Yeah, but people at a competitive level aren't going to play weak just because other people can play weak. Like, it's either better or worse for your board state, and it doesn't actually increase scaling in any meaningful way. Not to mention you need cycle spots on Hooktusk. So like the whole idea that you can maybe keep your buddy so that the other things get more value from the buddy is only good if you get into a situation where you can stay viable off of that. And that's not going to be the case for nearly any of these types of heroes, because you're then incentivized to play the game for more power or whatever benefits you the most, regardless of what they're doing. If it's like, oh, I can stay tempo relevant and then milk off of something, then that's a different story, right? Brann would love to keep egg for a long time and be able to milk off of it. But, milking off of egg is a very different situation than like getting a little bit of extra stats or getting one extra option on Hooktusk or whatever it might be. It has to be a very substantial benefit. That cost-benefit analysis. The cost is way too high. All right. Cariel, one of those heroes where I have to move my camera so you can see the hero power because, you know, you guys probably don't know what Cariel does at this point in the game. New buddy, Captain Fairmount. At the end of your turn, give 3 random friendly minions +1/1. It's a neutral. It gives garbage scaling. At least it was a nice stat line with a 7/5. Watch Cthulhu be a tier 1 hero? Could be. We've been wrong before. Can't see it being the case. She's cute. Some good card art. There you go. Cam on left. No, stop. There's literally like 2 heroes. This is a problem. And I did it on the left and everybody freaked out because you just look different. What the fuck's the point of this hero? Yeah, Cariel's pretty weak and this definitely doesn't change that. A 3/3 buff is like a shitty ass gold grubber. Gold grubber with 1.5 golden units. For random friendly minions to get a little bit of stats. Man, we really need something that is like super buff synergy. Like when things get buffed, this thing gets buffed. Or something like that. And then Cariel may have a place. But without new cards that enable that kind of stuff, Cariel is so slow. The hero power cost 1 for something that isn't usually useful. Yeah, she needs a tentacle. That's right. She needs a tentacle where other things get buffed to be able to buff. There you go. Master realities, yeah, like there's 1 or 2 cards in the game, but there's not enough synergy like that. So like the whole idea that you could somehow make a hero viable based upon a very, very, very niche instance of that kind of stuff occurring, meh. Not gonna work. She needs amalgams. Yeah, the curator amalgams, that'll work. That is an option too. Whoops, sorry. Interface for the stream moving. Not used to reading chat the entirety of the stream like this. It's a little bit different. All right, we're out of here. We'll go somewhere else. I'll come back into the frame. All right, Chenvaala, who by the way is disabled at the beginning of the patch because Chenvaala has the 3-orb hero power and apparently there's a bug associated with that. So Chenvaala has a new hero buddy called Snow Elemental, which is 2-star. Bob always offers an additional frozen elemental whenever the tavern is is refreshed. Chenvaala meta confirmed? It's frozen. You don't have to freeze it. All right. How do we get just a ridiculous amount of elementals early in power level? All right. Can we make this work somehow? Holy cow. That is so much economy. You can force Elise. Absurd with Nomi now, right? Why is she always bugged in a new patch? It's one of those hero powers that has a mechanic behind the scenes that's different than the other hero powers. Kael'Thas, Silas, and Chenvaala have been disabled multiple times because of that, like, 3-orb mechanism. It still crashes the game whenever you disconnect and reconnect, too. But, yeah, there's about 1 billion problems with that mechanic. Behind the scenes, the spaghetti got boiled for that one. Snow Elemental. That's nuts. It's 2-star even. Like, holy shit. Chenvaala meta confirmed. Like, I'm already a fan of Chenvaala in this meta. If I was tryharding, I still think Chenvaala is viable. But Bob always offers an extra frozen elemental whenever the tavern is refreshed. The fact that it's even frozen means that you can just roll at the end of the turn and keep something frozen without freezing a whole shop. It's a 4/3 on turn 5. It gives you the ability to consistently land elementals in the middle of the game. We can go to 2 and play for parties, and then go like normal curve with Chenvaala bonus. Or you can stay on 1 and play for like all the elementals. The problem with that is you don't get it till turn 5. So like, why are you staying on 1, right? Like you don't scale well enough to do something like that. Can't hold that many things in your hand to be able to power level. Seems like a little bit of a meme there. If it started the game with it, then that would be a different story. It is also an elemental, so you get to play it, and it gets to progress your hero power by 1 charge, because it is tribal as well. I was going to circle around it, but I have to keep my cursor here. So like, holy shit, this thing is amazing. This may be the single, I don't know, this might be the single strongest or biggest buff that we've seen out of anything in this game. It's an elemental. Yeah, it's an elemental too. Like, I honestly think of all heroes, Chenvaala just got the biggest change in her win rate. Chenvaala is nuts. I don't know if Chenvaala is the top hero by any means, but gone from tier 4 to like viable instantly. I would argue top 5 from what I've seen of new buddies. That is so much economy. Like Crag level economy, and Crag is probably top 5. That's crazy. Okay, so Snow Elemental. Love it. Cannot wait to try this one out. Too bad it's disabled day 1. Yeah, Nomi's going to be crazy on that hero too, isn't it? Oh my god, it's going to be... You're going to get light spawns with consistency because you refresh and you get a random elemental? Oh my god. Oh my god. I love it. Cookie. Cookie's gotten new buddy, the sous chef. The sous chef. You can use your hero power an extra time each turn. That one's also nuts. Why did Cookie need such a good hero power or good buddy? Cookie's already a top 10 hero. Top 10 hero gets one of the better buddies. Now, I mean, we'll see what happens here. Do you think the combat buff will be permanent for the tentacle? No. Why would it be? It says until next turn. No combat buffs will be permanent on tentacle. Cookie is an absolutely broken. So you get your hero power 2 times out of every 3 turns, which means you get extra minions. Tier 2, so you get it early. Yep, you get the early buddy. A 2/5 stat line on turn 5 is not a terrible minion, but not a great minion. Tess is stealing this minion ASAP and then stealing 2 of it the next time? Yeah, it's coming. Gonna get, like, first time you see Tess will steal this thing instantly. And then the next time you queue in the cookie, you take a triple because you get to steal the sous chef from your hero power, and by that point you'll have your hero power. Not to mention you could get an additional copy by refreshing your tavern. Oh man, that is so interesting. Buddy has potential to be poison. True. Murloc being the case, as long as Murlocs are in. Nearly every one of these... There was clarification for, actually, I got clarification because I was talking to Debs prior to the video. Asked about that with the, if a hero has a tribal minion, does that change with they're offered in every game and whatnot? And the answer is no. That if Murlocs are out, you'll still be able to play Cookie. He's going to be one of the few heroes in the game that has access to a Murloc, for example. Just like Tavish is in the game if beasts are out. So, you have Krabby, which can play even if beasts aren't there. Which is another little interesting caveat. You won't be able to Ceph in it, which makes it kind of worse if Murlocs are out, right? Eat everything but your buddies and get all Amalgadons. Yep, it is a viable option. Just one of those meme things more than anything. Is Slinger going away with patch by any chance? Nope. No minion changes in this patch. Yeah, we're thinking of all the Amalgadon plays. I know. I know, Chad. I see you out there. I see you. How would it have worked with Rafam? I mean, I assume you can just push the button twice, right? It would just flip the button back over an additional time? I assume. Like, we have a couple effects like that that have existed in Standard before, where you can use your hero power a second time, for example, and that's all it does. But yeah, it seems pretty decent. Pretty decent across the board. A lot of other people will really like this hero power if you could get it. Now, the funny part's thinking about things like Reno or whatever. Not really sure how that's going to be programmed. That's a lot of assumptions. If you stole it with Murozond on Reno, can you use your hero power every turn? Can you use your hero power once and it won't flip over, so therefore that you could use it again the next turn and it won't flip over for the first time each turn? Yeah, we don't know. It's just going to come down to the way they program that, because that's not going to be something that is like, that would be a hard programming type of instance. They'll have a interaction with it that they have directly coded. But we don't really know what that interaction is going to be till we test it out. My guess is that it, like, Reno's just doesn't interact with it at all, but who knows? It could be really funny. We're just golding something every turn. Probably something they already tested. See, the thing is, we think of something, right? Here in chat. And then we think of something else. And we think of something else. And we've forgotten about something. We didn't think of something else. Blah, 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 blah. The internal dev team isn't that big. They don't have, like, exhaustive testing. There's going to be something that slips through the cracks. You'll be like, oh, that should be so easy to test. It's the corner conditions, right? Like, in this instance where this unit is stolen from this guy through, like, a random effect, and then, you know, you got extra buffs from Yogg's Wheel of Yogg that then turned that minion and put it back in your hand, and then you sold it, did it get added back to the card pool? Like, some extreme corner condition here. That, like, that's the same way we ended up with, like, Curator Minion ended up back in the pool when stolen by Rafam at one point. So, like, people were being offered the Curator Minion in the shop. You're like, how could they miss that? Well, they just didn't think of, you know, that specific combination and check that before the patch went live. It was pretty easy to fix in hindsight. But that's pretty funny. Like, did you think of this one? Did you think of this corner condition? Mura and Tess and all that, they open up a lot of avenues for, like, really weird things occurring. I'm a Chen, Yogg, and Curator main now. Dude, Curator's probably my favorite. #1 favorite change. Yeah, we probably should move on, though, you know, considering we're on C and it's been 2 hours. We're almost through the first 3 letters of the alphabet. Let's go. But yeah, this is a pretty good buddy. Really like Cookie already as a hero. I generally think that power leveling on Cookie is still going to be fine. That we looked into it in terms of the amount of experience that you gain through the buddy system from the like the videos that have come out and the gameplay, the live testing today, talking to devs and whatnot, and it doesn't seem like there's a huge variance in when you get your unit online. That whether you level aggressively or play for full tempo, it's really plus or minus, like, +1 turn difference. Not even plus or minus. Like 5 or 6 is when you're getting it. And being able to play better minions on the board and stabilize and getting this on 6 is probably better than playing bad minions on the board and getting this on 5. We'll see. We will see. It may be a bad assumption. My initial take on it would be that 3-on-3 is still a very viable line. It's not like you sacrifice the game completely. You get to discover a 3-star-ish minion on turn 3, so you still get a good amount of experience, and then you play the game from 3 there. Like, one of the few heroes that I think is still going to really like 3-on-3. Yo, what's up, Kael'Thas? Always nice to tune into a Beaufort stream. Hey, y'all. Yeah, today is the rare exception stream, the non-gameplay stream, the Asher the Haberdasher stream, the patch review stream. Aside from the fact that Deryl got the best named minion, Asher the Haberdasher, the hat vendor, we are going to play a tempo meta. Deryl is a tempo king. And a minion that then offers an additional scaling line on the board, albeit a slow scaling line, is usually a pretty good thing. This minion is a 3/3 on turn 6 when you get it, and each turn will be approximately 4/4 to 5/5 increased stats. So that's like saying, on turn 6, if you were Deryl, would you like a gold grubber with 2 gold minions on the board? Yeah, I do. I would take that minion. So a much better tentacle? Yeah, it's permanent stat scaling. It outscales tentacle in 2 turns. This is the problem with tentacle. You need permanent stat scaling on a minion for it to be useful. When you sell a stolen unique minion like fish, do they still appear in the shop? They do not anymore, but at one point they did. That was actually how we ended up with a couple of the bugs early on. That like Rafam stealing a minion would put it back in the pool regardless of the minion. Like if you somehow ended up stealing like a Sky Pirate from Mukla, you know, triggering a Sky Pirate, and that was the first minion that died, then that would go back in the pool and end up in the shop. That doesn't happen anymore. There's some kind of check there that prevents it. But who knows? Whenever you introduce a new patch, something's going to slip through the cracks. We're going to get a funny instance somewhere in there. But yeah, we're basically adding another permanent scaling vector to Deryl. Deryl doesn't need the extra space on the board. Typically, Deryl builds a few big minions in the middle of the game and has a lot of cycle spots or a lot of open spots. So like, this doesn't cost you in terms of putting another viable minion on the board. It is neutral. It will never have Divine Shield, etc., etc. But when games are, 12, 13, 14 turns, and then you're in the top 2, top 3 scenario, and Deryl is one of the strongest heroes in the game for those turns, well, this seems pretty damn decent. Now, I know a lot of people sleep on this. They don't like this one because it's like, oh man, it's not scaling that high. It's just going to get like a 4/4 a turn. That's not a lot of stats, but a lot of stats on a hero that is all stats. Plays right into your game plan. Imagine stealing this on Galewing. Yeah, seems pretty good on Galewing. You get an additional like... And in the early game, you'd be about the same as Deryl, right? Like Deryl sells more minions on average than anything. But with Galewing, you obviously get to the later stages and then keep scaling your amount of gold pool effectively. Bofer's the dog feeling better? Yeah, Lee is feeling much better today. He slept almost through the night, only got up twice, as opposed to 7 times the night before. My God, I was tired yesterday. But 7 times the night before, we only got up twice last night. Good thing, because it was below 0 here. Below 0 Fahrenheit. It was cold. I live in the Midwest. I don't like cold. But he's all right. He seems to be doing better. Feels a lot better. So it's not fun when your dog is sick. We'll move past Deryl. I don't think he's one that you have to talk about forever. All right, we have Deathspeaker Blackthorn, one of the premier power leveling heroes from previous metas that has lost a lot of power recently because, well, selling minions and playing big minions on the board isn't nearly as good as playing more minions on the board in Avenge meta. So, generally speaking, Deathspeaker Blackthorn is pretty weak right now. But will that change with the new buddy, Death's Head Sage? 3-star, 3/6. Really nice stat line for early in the game. After you gain a blood gem, gain an additional one. So every time you level, you get 4 blood gems now. Every time you sell a Sunbacon, you get 4 blood gems instead of 2. This is interesting. Incredibly good with Ground Shaker. Incredibly good with Agam. Plays right into the category of like, what are the things that you like to do as Blackthorn? But it is harder to go to 5 now, with Tavern 5 being 2 gold more expensive to level 2, which makes the line for Agam significantly harder to get to. So is this going to be a very strong, like, mid-game tempo blood gem style of hero? And if so, this gives you redundancy, right? Like, this can act as your second copy of a gem splitter, effectively. When you gain a blood gem, gain an additional one. So your gem splitter generates a gem, this thing generates a gem. A battle cry generates a gem, this thing gets a gem. It's tribal, so it can stay on your board for a little bit with Quillboars. Makes it a little bit more reliant upon gaining battle cry effects or death rattle effects, and not as much about direct application to blood gems, like, say, for example, whatever the 1/4's name is, slipped my mind off the top of my head, that applies a blood gem to 2 adjacent minions. That's not going to do anything with this, right? So it's definitely an interesting unit that then reshapes the way that you're playing blood gems. Bannerbore, there you go. Thank you, chat. This is why I keep you around. Bannerbore. But, I mean, it's a good addition to your board. It definitely fits your style. It fits the board. It's an improvement to the board. Nobody's going to be arguing that. The question is it enough to make this kind of hero into a viable hero? And I think it's a little bit below that threshold, but at least interesting. I could be very wrong on this. Ground Shaker is a hell of a card in a tempo meta, and having the ability to just go off on blood gems for a Ground Shaker may be just enough to make him so consistent at playing the mid game that he's just a powerhouse at getting top 4s. Just one of those heroes that unless you triple into an Agam, there's not going to be a real way of using that hero power. Forgot a light. Or using the buddy with blood gems to really win a lobby. I like it. It seems cool. We'll move it on. Deathwing. Yeah, this one's not going to be a long discussion. Deathwing, a hero that's always good in tempo metas, with a 3-star buddy, Lady Sinestra, that gives your buddies or your minions an extra 3 attack aura, which is cool because now token builds are incredibly strong. The problem is you're playing a minion that's not a token, that's not tribal, on the board, and relying upon your tokens to get their hits in before it dies. And this thing isn't as robust as it might seem because a 3/8 isn't nearly as strong when you give your opponents 2 extra attack on all their minions. Like a 6 attack minion will one-shot this thing. Now that being said, the way Deathwing has typically been really good in the past is that you get a hold of a power spike, like say for example, a couple death rattles, a rat, micro machine, or whatever it's called, microbots, throw it on the board, and then power level straight to 5. That's kind of the idea. And this enables that kind of line, right? So now you just go straight to 5 if you can do that, and then play the game from there. Deathwing is incredibly good at mech builds. Deathwing's really good at Death Rattle Beast builds. It seems fine. I don't think this is a hugely impactful thing. It's going to make, when Deathwing's in your game, picking up Death Rattle units pretty important, but that's always been the case. This just brings it to an extreme level, right? Nothing crazy. Has invisible taunt? Yeah, it's also going to taunt every attack. Seems like an okay minion. Seems like it's really good for the hero, but the question is, can the hero function in a meta like this? Dino Tamer Brann. This is probably my vote for the most ridiculous of the heroes. Maiev, I know, gets a lot of nods as really, really busted, but Brann is already a good hero in the right lobbies. We didn't get rid of tokens. Brann's still going to be able to Chinese curve. And then you, on top of that, give him the ability to get a 2-star egg that in turn plays into his wing condition. Taunt, Death Rattle. Why does it even have Taunt? It's so good. This is like better than Genie. You just gave a 6-star unit to a hero that generates a free 5-star unit. Stop! Stop, man. The rest of the lobby's already dead. Like I have no words. Summon a random Battlecry minion and add the copy to your hand. Now, Battlecry minions don't have a ton of stats, right? So, like, the minion on the board isn't that great from the egg, blah, 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 blah. But you have a Brann. That means that Battlecry minion in your hand is going to be real nice for the next turn. You get to get concentrated good value off of it. When you're on low tavern tier, like when you're potentially going to get this, you only have a few Battlecries in the pool, and especially in double token lobbies, you may be generating triples off of this shit. It's kind of crazy. And Brann is just going to dump stats on the board. Does it mean you play Brann even when tokens are out? Don't know. The whole idea I think they were looking for is that this thing gives you a way to mitigate the bad roll of not hitting tokens. The problem is that what it's going to turn into is we play the game like normal. Right? We just play the game like normal. We get our Brann from the tokens on Tavern 1. And now we have a Brann plus free generation of stats every single turn. God forbid you get, like, I don't know, a Baron in the middle of the game, or you get yourself a decent set of Divine Shields and you're just milking stats every turn off of it and you just level. It's almost like inherently getting a Witchwing. Yeah, pretty close. And it can't be sniped. Yeah, it's like getting a Witchwing early on Brann, and Brann plus Witchwing is nuts. It's just kind of crazy. I'm not sure what the balance thought was here. This really needs to be at least a Tavern 3. minion, so you're not getting it on turn 5. The fact that you also are inherently very strong on the early turns, where you can just play your minions instead of holding them, other than the tokens, then get Brann and you spike and you're strong on those turns, is going to get you your egg consistently on turn 5 or 6, right? This is going to be nuts. I think Brann is probably the strongest hero in this meta, especially in the right lobbies. Drek'Thar, we talked about at the beginning of the stream. This is the one of the new heroes. Hero power is 0 cost. Choose a friendly minion. It copies the attack of your highest attack minion for next combat only. Once again, the next combat only stuff is very, very situational. Not to mention, all it is giving attack to something else. You're like, oh cool, I have a big attack thing. I have a Chroma Wing. I can put it on a cleave. Yes, good usage. But do remember, that's your hero power. In order to make that thing big, you now have to be using that hero power every turn in that manner. And that's it. You're not Yogg, you're not Brann, you're not Galewing. You don't have anything else for the rest of the game to play the remainder of the game. Your buddy, the Frost Wolf Lieutenant, Frostloose. Avenge 2, give your minions +1 attack permanently, is permanent scaling. That's cool. But once again, minions in the middle of the game don't stay on your board. So like, this could have some kind of cheese line very similar to the way that we play Saurfang, right? Still better than Cthulhu? It's still better than Cthulhu. I would agree with that. Still better than Cthulhu, but give your minions 1 attack permanently, get a hold of Divine Shields, put them on the board, taunt up some shit, push your button, swap stats into Deflecto. Like, there is a cheese line here, or like a niche line where this hero is viable. It's like a mech forcing type of hero. This could be a reasonable way of playing this hero. And it's one-dimensional, it's not super fun, it doesn't recover quickly, etc., etc. I don't love it. But at least when you compare Drek'Thar to Vanndar, Vanndar is the other new hero that has exactly the same set of hero power, except it just says health instead of attack. Health, generally speaking, is better in the early turns of the game, but it doesn't get you anywhere. You can still easily get 8th while being a reasonable mid-game tempo unit with getting extra health on the board. And if it doesn't give you anything really even remotely decent at the end game, well, we got a problem, right? Being average early game and bad late game is not a recipe for a good hero. Being bad early game but being decent in the mid game with like the ability to play mechs or whatever is probably a little bit better on average if used right. Now that being said, they're both garbage. Moving on. Edwin. Obviously, it's old hero power. Give him friendly minion +2/1 for each minion you bought this turn. Kind of key because the Battlegrounds buddy is after you buy a minion, gain 1/1. So now instead of getting 2/1 per minion that you're buying, you're effectively getting 3/2 per minion you're buying. Split up across the minion that you're buffing off your hero power, and this generic no tribe 3/3 minion that you get in the middle of the game. Does it seem good? Not necessarily. It's a little bit slow. It's effectively on the same tier as Deryl, but you generally speaking don't have open board spots on Edwin. Edwin is an incredibly good hero. Could be argued by quite a few top tier heroes or top tier players that it is a top 5 hero in this meta. I know Victor likes Edwin. I know Beater likes Edwin. I know Alucard likes Edwin. I like Edwin, for example. I think they're very, 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 very good hero in this specific meta, and this is a high roll meta, let alone a tempo meta. And now giving him the extra opportunity to put a decent scaling minion on the board, even if it's not permanent, is not a bad thing. They basically play the curve low for Edwin, play for tempo, put Divine Shields on the board, give some stuff to Divine Shields, eventually sub things out, but it is a minion that does allow you to have a little bit more stability in the middle of the game. And that's good. Stop with the APM Pirates, man. Edwin playing mechs, probably. I mean, APM Pirates is a hilarious thought, as always, with Edwin. But as always, that conversation circles back to when you get to full APM and Edwin hero power is really good, who cares if you have more stats? You're full APM. The really good part about APM Pirates, or whatever with Edwin, is that you're able to stabilize slightly quicker, right? Once you get to the first Hogger, then you get a nice stat buff from the 1 gold at the end of the turn, which then keeps you alive a little bit longer to get into full APM. The I bought 60 minions, cycled them, and then put a 120-60 buff on something is a fun dream. But it isn't really that impactful in the win rate. Very win more at that point. But yay, we can do that and have APM now with this thing too. It scales at the rate of 1 salty looter. Yay! Not even golden. And not tribal. But it is funny. Alright. Elise. Alright, this one, I was in gotta move my camera so you guys can see this, because, you know, for some reason, Elise Starseeker's hero power is give a friendly minion +4 health. So it has to occupy some spot on the board, you know? So that I have to move my fucking camera off the screen so that we can actually see the real hero power here. Elise got nerfed, and now she is Pyramid. No, Elise got a new buddy that really, really plays into the map mechanic. I don't know what this bug is on Blizzard's website. Too bad. So sad. Junior Navigator. Honestly, my vote for the second most interesting hero power released up to this date. Like, number one goes to Vol'Jin. I think Vol'Jin's is super interesting to theorize on. But this guy? The Junior Navigator? Guy's probably the wrong word. At the start of your turn, get a recruitment map and reduce the cost of your maps by 1. Did anybody play Elise in the playtest today? Did anybody see if the map is reduced by 1 the turn you get it or not? Because that will massively change how good this is. It is reduced. Saw it played earlier. Definitely more fun here to play. Nice. That is so good. All right. Love this hero design now. So now we have the ability to get a hold of the Junior Navigator in the middle of the game. You get the Navigator in the middle of the game, and now your maps only cost 2. If you use them. The turn afterwards, it would cost 1. And then down to 0. You're basically going to be filling your hand with an extra map each turn. And that map gives you access to minions that could be relevant to you. How you want to use that economy that is effectively growing in your hand. Each map that you're discounting is effectively giving you 1 gold. But the gold can only be spent on that tier of minion. So like, super, 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 super strong. Super strong. But you have to play the beginning of the game as a very weak hero. So Elise gets a lot of late game value, but Elise has to get to late game. So we're going to end up in a scenario where, like, this one in a vacuum, I see people saying this is busted. Like, in a vacuum, it seems incredibly strong. But incredibly strong and dead is not very strong, right? Like, it's one of those problems with, like, Tess. For example, when we analyze how good Tess is going to be this patch, there's a million things she wants to steal. But if you don't really have a hero power, nor have a buddy through the middle of the game, you may be dead before you can do anything fun. We'll see what happens here. Absolutely. Yo, Mr. Devil was good. But I love the design of this. This kind of adds a lot of complexity. It moos, is what he said. It adds a lot of complexity to how you're utilizing the maps in your hand, and when you should be using them, what you should float gold, when you should roll, when you should take an extra minion. Like, any map that you use for 1 is net even gold, right? Anything that's net 0 is like actually gaining gold. And you're getting to a point that, like, this hero power gives you economy, it gives you tempo, it gives you the ability to fish for specific minions. There's a lot of fun stuff to do with this. Honestly, I love this design. Whether it ends up being busted or weak, the design is super cool. And that's what, like, that's all you can ask for, right? Cool things to do. Glad to catch the stream. Yo, hopefully your day being over makes it a little bit better. Sorry to hear that was a tough one. Ugh. This is going to be busted for very good players who know how to maximize economy, but difficult for newer players. Yeah, I think it's going to be a polarizing hero. I agree. All right, I'm coming back into the stream. Why Pyramid was encroaching on Elise's territory in that last one, I don't know. But I'm back. All right, Omu. I saw a lot of people saying this one was really strong. I disagree, but we'll get to that really soon. Omu, at the end of your turn, add a random minion to your hand of the tavern tier that you're on. Seems very good. 4-star hero power. You effectively get what is a random minion from the standpoint of, like, some random thing on from Tavern 5 if you're on Tavern 5. But remember, it's a 4-star hero power, which means you're not getting this till like turn 7. You are Omu, so you're relatively weak in the early turns. You're going to be losing rounds if you're power leveling in the early turns too. You're not going to have your buddy till after everybody else is pushing their buddy through. and you get no value from your buddy the first turn you play it. So while these are all really, really negative things, the positive is that the effect on the unit is incredibly strong. A free unit every turn that's of your tavern tier, if you're on 5 or 6, is a crazy amount of value. If you survive, then you get to a state where you oftentimes win the lobby. That being said, you have a very, very slow activation on what is effectively a slow hero. And that doesn't mean that, like, oh my god, this is terrible. That's that it's going to be hard to gauge how quickly you die as Omu. And if you're dying relatively quickly, which I think you are, generally speaking, then this may not be as impactful as you want it to be because it's really slow. Now, that being said, we can all see the go to 6, generate an extra Kael'Thas type of line, you know, like, oh my god, Peepo clap, free Nadinas and Kael'Thas and Amalgadon and everything on 6 every turn. That's really good. Then again, if you're a dragon board with Kael'Thas, you have to keep a neutral 7/6 on the board to have a chance to get another good minion on the following turn. Like, there aren't a lot of boards that late in the game that you want a neutral bad minion on the board for the value of next turn I get a card. Like, think about the later turns of the game and how often you try to keep Witchwing around after like turn 10. Witchwing is a card you sell by like turn 9 or turn 8. You use it to power level, then you get rid of it, right? You don't power level and take damage, then get it. Like, that's what this is, right? This is like getting a Witchwing on turn 8 or turn 9 while you're already low. Yeah, the problem is it's a 4-star. It's really the timing to get online that I think is problem. The effect is cool and interesting. It is just really slow. We'll see what happens. Omu didn't need a really good buddy because she's, you know, statistically, I cannot say that word, statistically, been one of the better heroes over the course of Hearthstone, even if she is a little weaker in this current meta. Would it be broken if it's Tavern 3? Don't know. Timing is going to be everything on a lot of these buddies. It is tough to gauge what ones are going to be good or bad in a vacuum until we play the game. I feel like everyone was agreeing the buddy meter is too slow. The triples didn't really make a difference that late in the game. Yes. Now, that being said, the buddy system is an additional system put on top of the game. Like, the idea that you have to play continuously around your buddy is only one facet of the game. The fact that, like, the buddies are not overwhelmingly too strong because you're getting them a little bit too late is probably pretty healthy for the game as a whole. When we're fixating on these things being a definition of the hero right now, then it seems like, oh, it's a little bit too slow. But for the overall health of the game, you don't want the entirety of the game to be based upon how quickly I get my buddy. Has patch demo been shown? Yes. Yes. It is. Is it over, chat? Should be ending right about now. But you can watch any of the people that were involved in it. If you check like Twitter or whatever to see all of the people that were involved and just check their VODs, I'm sure they're all storing it. So I do like the idea that it's not like overwhelmingly this thing defines Omu, right? You got to play the game like normal and potentially benefit off of it. Omus might encourage you to stay at 4 or 5. Sure, absolutely. Might encourage you to stay a little lower so you get a little quicker, etc., etc. And we'll see. We'll have to adjust with it. But remember, it is a 4-star buddy. It's always going to be a turn later than the 3 stars, which are already too strong, or super strong, which is a turn later than the 2 stars. So you're going to be playing multiple rounds without a real power spike, where other people are like, I got crabby this turn. Good luck beating me. You know? Turn 7 combat against the Tavish, who's going to do 7 damage to one of your minions instantly, and put a 14/14 buff on the board. Good luck winning that round, right? When you don't even have a buddy online yet, as Omu. And that's the kind of snowball problem for these 4-star buddies, that you're probably not going to be in a situation you can really capitalize on it. And when your hero power inherently wants to take damage early to recover, and you can't get that good a value off your hero power unless you do some form of leveling, you're kind of setting yourself up into a position that gets themselves killed very often. And then your buddy itself is not a recovery mechanism, right? That's my problem with it. Like, if this unit gave you a way to recover well by being higher tier, then you have a high risk, high reward, right? Instead, it gives you economy at a later turn, which means you have high risk and low reward unless you survive multiple turns. So it's like super, 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 super slow. Worst golden looter? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like looter. But think about how bad looter is overall in terms of win rate if you triple into it as late as turn 8. Like, looter's worse than taking anything other than Little Rag, statistically, on 6 stars. Does the game show when people get their buddies? No. Right? You can cursor over the sidebar, it will show their buddy, but it doesn't give an update on when they get their buddies. I don't believe. There's an interface change for it, I just don't know what it is exactly. I don't think it dynamically updates. I'm going to leave that as a question mark. I think the answer is no, that it doesn't show. It does show the combat bar. It showed on the stream today. I know there's an interface. Does it dynamically update to show if they get it? There is a meter in combat, at least. Yes, we see that. But if you cursor over somebody on the left side, and it's like, you know, the Omu portrait, can you see if the Omu that you're fighting has a buddy? Shows at the start of buy phase. I mean, we're not talking about yourself. You see the badge. I know what the badge is. Does it show that they have the buddy and or the progress for that buddy? That is the question. Does that dynamically update? I know there's a thing there that indicates what the buddy is. Okay, looks like it shows progress, and that's good. Now that we know that answer. It's always hard to get across the question because there are a lot of different questions that people are interpreting. For, like, what exactly are you answering here? It looks like the answer is yes, then. That being said, I didn't notice that from the opening stream today. Yep. Progress you can see in combat over the bar? Yes. But is there anything on, like, the side panels that would let you know? That's the problem. You can see when your opponent gets it. You can see when you're fighting people. The question is, like, the scouting mechanic of it. We'll have to see when we go. Like, getting both answers from people. It's hard to... Like, there's really only one question that's important. If I'm going to fight Omu next turn, do I have information from the interface that says Omu has her buddy? And if there is some way of knowing that information, then that's good. If not, that's fine too. But that is the question. Is there a way to scout ahead of time that you can know if the person you're fighting has their buddy or not? To my knowledge, it doesn't dynamically update. But yeah, I didn't see anything on the stream that countered that knowledge. And from what I talked to devs on when I was doing my own video stuff, I don't believe that existed. But once again, that's like one random thing to bring up in a sea of new things that changed. Yeah, we're gonna have to see live. I don't think it's a thing, but I don't know for certain. The fuck? Alright. Let's keep going. Flurgl. Flurgl is a super, 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 super high roll type of line here. We have talked this one a bunch yesterday, which was pretty cool. Sparkfin, Soothsayer. 4-star, so once again, super slow. Battlecry, transform minions in Bob's Tavern into Murlocs of the same tavern tier. AKA, build a board full of Murlocs. And you're like, oh, that's cool. That's something that's pretty decent. I can get a bunch of Murlocs on Flurgl. And then people started to talk about the theory of where this could be busted. All 6 stars. All 6 stars are Amalgadons. Okay, now we're starting to get somewhere. So you're telling me that I could build a board of Amalgadons off of getting a couple 6 stars on a 6-star tavern. Well, you gotta survive to get there, right? And Flurgl doesn't naturally go to 6 ever. And it gives a reason to go to 6. And the golden version of this you can keep around because it's a Murloc on your board, right? So you can get a hold of the golden version. The golden version upgrades the tavern tier value of each of them, right? So now 5s and 6s turn into Amalgadons? Get a hold of a Brann in the middle of the game, force Murlocs, then do an Amalgadon transition? You might have an end-game condition here for Flurgl. That being said, Flurgl's good in tempo metas. Flurgl's bad in high roll metas. Because you do get online relatively easy in the middle of the game. You build stats very effectively. Getting access to Sephin a little bit more consistently with Soothsayer, if you can go to 5, pretty good. Like, there's only one 5-star Murloc, or two 5-star Murlocs, right? Begurgle and Sephin, and both of them are huge hits. Turn all 4s in the Primal Fins, yep. If you can hit a Brann, like, this thing is actually really nutty. This is really, 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 really good. You have Begurgle, you have Sephin, and you have Primal Fin. If you can get the 5, especially if you have Brann and you just generate a shitload of stuff. Now, that being said, Flurgl didn't really need a huge buff, especially at lower MMRs. Flurgl is a very consistent hero. It's good that it's not like a game-changing type of buddy, but it does give a late game condition on the golden one to potentially do Amalgadon pivots, and it does on like turn 8 give you a very consistent way of getting a hold of Sephin and or Primal Fins and or Begurgles to stabilize the game. Seems like a good one. This is a good one. Very one-dimensional. Flurgl didn't get more interesting. Still going to be tripling in the 5s. Now you have a decision whether you want to level to 5, though. Increases the skill cap of Flurgl, which isn't a bad thing? Sure. More decisions equals good. Love it. Yeah, Flurgl's super one-dimensional. We'll see what happens. Moving on. With Brann and, with Brann, you can turn 4 stars into Amalgadons, yeah. With the golden version of Soothsayer, since it says upgrade, like, turn all minions into a Murloc of 1 higher Tavern tier. If you have Brann, anything on the board after you play that golden Murloc is going to turn any 4-star, 5-star, or 6-star into Amalgadons. AKA, that's a hell of a transition turn. Especially if you could save up, say, for example, 1 seafood from tripling into a 6. Play that minion, and then you just have, like, 3 Amalgadons, one of them turned into golden, and you just do a Amalgadon pivot with Brann on the board. Like, you can see a way for this to turn into like a real board instead of just those mid-range Murloc boards from getting a hold of the golden Soothsayer as your win condition, which is pretty cool. Getting to max XP bar for the tier 4 buddies took ages, yes, but it's a win condition at that point we're talking about. Not like this should be something that's happening on turn 9, 10, 11, like turn 13, turn 14. That you stabilize the game, you need to survive until turn 14 so that you can play Brann plus, like, save up 1 or 2 little things like an alley cat or something, maybe a gambler or whatever, take a couple 6 to 8 adapt Amalgadons and then a golden Amalgadon, and then be like, okay, cool, this is a hell of a board, right? Now you have 3 Poison Divine Shield Amalgadons with your Murloc core, and you have a way to win the lobby. We'll see. It's just like, it's an interesting theory crafting type of experiment. That this thing, when golden, could actually be a win condition for a game. We'll see. Galakrond. I haven't seen this one yet. Discover a Tavern tier minion of a higher... Hero power initially. Choose a minion from Bob's Tavern. Discover a higher tier minion to replace it. Now with the buddy, Apostle of Galakrond. Replace minions in Bob's Tavern with ones of a higher Tavern tier. AKA accelerate your board. Interesting. It's a 3-star one, so you're getting this about turn 6 to turn 7. You're going to get your first hero power. Whether you take like a 4 or a 5, I think it's going to be way more common to take things like 4, for example. You get like a 4-star. You take it in the middle of the game. It gives you tempo. You can level straight to 3, if not to 4, very quickly. You get a hold of your Apostle. You upgrade a 4-star board into a 5 in hero power and take a 6-star or whatever. Like, that kind of curve will be very common. Like, you get yourself a gold grubber, or you get, not gold grubber, what's a good tempo thing? Like a bonker, or like a Savannah Highmane, or something like that in the middle of the game. You're going to be like, all right, I'll just take the 4, I'll level on Reform curve, maybe double sell to buy something, go to 3, get a hold of this thing, then just shoot for a 6-star. Or shoot for a 5-star quickly, depending on just adapting whatever it's going to be in the game. Now, that being said, you can pretty much play this the moment you get it too, because it's going to advance the entire Tavern tiers level by 1, which includes the minion that you might have been progressing on the board with your hero power. So if you take a 4-star and you're only up to 4 stars again, by playing the Apostle on that turn where you get it, you can dump a 5/7 on the board, which will save you a lot of health because it's a great stat line, and very quickly get to a state where you're taking a 5 and a 6 as well. Now, if you hero power for a 6-star on the first one and you stay low, then by the time you get the Apostle, you're only going to be on like Tavern 2, maybe Tavern 3. So it's going to be very difficult to get that second thing to fish into something that impacts the game before you just start dying. So I don't know. We'll see what happens. Isn't this just a minion version of a Darkmoon Fair card? Yeah. I mean, it's the same effect as Evolving Tavern. Sure. Works really well with Galakrond, though. This isn't bad. I mean, it's another stepping stone piece for a good hero, right? Like, it's a good one that fits his theme. It progresses the tavern, and it's a good tempo unit to be able to stabilize the game. So, like, all of these things are good. Like, they all fit together well. It's a lot better than some of the bad ones that we've seen. Don't think it's something that revolutionizes the way you play Galakrond. It's going to make your curves more adaptable, depending on what you do, which is going to make a little bit more nuance to playing the hero, which is good because Galakrond's very straightforward, right? A little more nuance on when you should be leveling to take advantage of getting a little bit more buddy experience early or a little bit less, for example. This will be cool to see. The timing on it's going to be everything. Brann plus Apostle should be busted. I mean, it's just going to make a tavern that's a little bit higher, but if you're taking a Brann early, for example, then you're going to lose a lot of rounds because you don't typically take a Brann off your first, like a 5-star for Galakrond. Then you're going to get this thing on about turn 7 because you're going to be slow because your hero power is not going to be online as quickly. And then you can make a nice tavern with 5 stars and 6 stars in it. But you might be dead by about that point because you took a Brann from your first hero power with nothing on the board. Yeah, it's kind of hard to get Brann before you're the first one. Maybe the second one, but how often are you getting to the second one? We'll see. It seems like this is more like you'd sell this off the board before you get the second one, and then if you have Brann and you get 2 copies of this Apostle, by that point you're on 5 or on 4 at the very least, and you get to build 2 6-star boards. And then you can play like a bunch of Amalgadons and shit. That could be pretty good. Overall, interesting unit. Good to fit the theme of Galakrond. Strong unit on a strong hero. I don't think there's anything crazy here, but it's definitely like a good fit. Many of these, if you have brand suggestions, I mean, it is because it's a Battlecry minion. Like, it's natural that people will be like, oh, this would be really good if you have Brann, because it's a Battlecry minion, which benefits from having Brann, right? Brand's a good unit. You don't even need Brann for this to be a good unit toward the end of the game, though. Which is better with Brann. All right, Galewing. Whoop. Sliding off the screen for a second. Galewing, choose a flight path, complete it to get a bonus. The Flight Trainer, 2-star. At the end of your turn, progress your flight path by 1 turn. God, that'd be so good for Westfall. So, what does this mean? That means that you can get Ironforge down here, the 3-turn hero power to proc in 2 turns, or Plague Lands to proc in 3 turns instead of 5. Is that good? Sure. Definitely a buff, right? It's a 2-star hero power, or a buddy, so you get it very quickly. But is it enough? I know a lot of people really, really like this as a buddy. I think it's good. I think Galewing overall is just a really good hero. And it's something that benefits Galewing, which is nice, right? A 4/3 on like turn 5 isn't a bad minion to pick up. But overall, it doesn't really change the game to Galewing much. Like, all you're really doing is discovering every 2 turns instead of discovering every 3. You're probably still not pushing EPL, and you're never pushing Westfall. So, like, it's just a worse version of the buff that they just gave you, or gave to Cookie. It is non-tribal. Like, Cookies, you get 2 minions out of every 3 turns. You get 1 minion every 2 turns for Flight Trainer, right? It's fine. It's a good hero that already exists as a good hero. So you don't need to give it like all of the toys. But I don't think this really changes Galewing much. The real saving grace here is that Galewing is one of the better heroes in the game, and will probably remain being one of the better heroes in the game, because the game is going to pivot in a way that benefits or incentivizes doing what Galewing already does. And that is playing the game for mid-game tempo and then finding triples later in the game, not like immediately finding triples. Very often it doesn't do anything. If you have a 1-turn flight left, it does nothing. Yeah, like the first turn, it's oftentimes not going to do anything because you'll get it on 5, right? So then it's a question of like, if you're getting your Westfalls on turns 6 or 3, 6, 9, right? And that's what like the old pattern was for Galewing. The new pattern is you're going to get it on 3, 6, 8, and 10. So you're really only getting, the only value you're getting off of this unit is that you get the turn 9 discovery on turn 8 and the turn 10 discovery instead of turn 12. That's really late in the game to get a very small benefit. And that being compared now to every other hero in the game that has buddies that do a lot more than that. Like I said, the main saving grace here is that Galewing should fit this meta very well. And Galewing is a good hero. Does this make the 3-1-3 Galewing pattern more common? Why would you want 3-1-3? Instead of getting 3-6, you get it on 3-6. So you get an extra 2 attack potentially if you think you're going to get that thing. Sure, you might be able to take the 2 attack. Will it be more common? Sure. Because it's never done right now. Would be more common than never. And if you know you're going to get it at the right turn, then cool. Yo, Happa! Coming in hot with the 2 months. Yo, Happa. Thank you so much for the sub. Appreciate the support. Right at the Galewing time. We'll see. I think Galewing's just good as a hero, and this doesn't change anything. This patch will work pretty well. 3-5-5, I don't think you'll ever push the 5 still. Alright, one of the new ones, George. As always, hero power 2 cost, give a minion Divine Shield. Now has Carl. Aw, George and Carl reunited. After you lose, or use, your hero power, give a Divine Shield minions 2 attack. Now let's circle back. There is a patch note for George that they functionally changed the way his hero power works. Instead of his hero power reading, give a friendly minion Divine Shield, now it reads, give a minion Divine Shield. We thought about it at first and theory crafted outside of synergizing with Carl. The only real thought process of like where that's a buff is you could potentially buff an Amalgadon in the shop, then buy it, and then one of the adapts will be something other than Divine Shield. I guess that's a small benefit. But there is also the upside that now if you fill your board with Divine Shields, you can use your hero power on a shop minion, even if you don't buy it. And for 2 gold, you give your entire board of Divine Shields to attack. Now your hero power stops being useless. Once you have the board full of Divine Shields, George is always good. Pretty much always in this game. Can't see that changing. Coral? Dude, Coral. Come on, man. That kills people. Coral. But yeah, Carl, the additional 2 attack to things on the board makes Carl an innate scaling line. You get this thing about turn 6. You get to put it on the board. You get a Divine Shield something every turn, and all of those Divine Shields on the board are getting extra attack. Kind of like playing an extra Blood Gem every turn on a Ground Shaker. And it scales itself, and it's permanent. Yep. Scales itself and permanent. So you're going to build a board that is naturally kind of the same thing every game. And that is the average mid-roll George is going to look a lot like what the Arm of the Empire George looked like 2 patches ago in Taunt Comp meta. Which was, you shield your whole board, you put Arm on the board, you attack scale everything. Everything is like 50 attack and 3 health with Divine Shields. Gets murdered by Death Rattle Beast boards and then murders stat boards. That's very similar to what you're going to see here. It's a tauntless taunt comp. It's not going to scale as high, but it's very consistent. It gets online, and you get to play the middle of the game for tempo. And you get to still take the shots at, like, you can triple into Agam, play those lines, you can play for Ground Shakers and Gem Splitters and all of the good things that exist in the game. But you just naturally get yourself a spike in the middle of the game by getting Carl. That way you don't have to rely so heavily on getting Gem Splitter or whatever. It's really good for a hero that was already good. Agreed. This is kind of an overkill buff to me. That this one is very, very, very strong. Doesn't this play into his change to his ability? Yeah. Yeah, we just said that. It's always weird when people tune in and out of streams. Yep, it does play into its ability. We just circled back on that. But I don't expect people to constantly be listening, so you just gotta nod and be like, yep, correct. Moving on. But yeah, this is going to be very strong. George is always going to be very good in the middle of the game. If tempo-oriented metas, George tends to underperform a little bit if the game gets too quick, because a Divine Shield for 2 gold is not necessarily a good usage in the middle of the game until you get to permanent minions. And George is innately going to be weaker than everybody else in the lobby during those turns. Sorry, I was unmuted. Yeah, I know. I'm using it as a joke. Those kind of issues where like people aren't listening 100% of the time. I walk my dog outside and come back in. Then you ask a question, which is a very good question. Like, holy shit, that's why they changed the hero power. You can either be like, yep, that's true, or ignore you, or just kind of make it into a joke. And that's what I was using as a joke. Yes, you're absolutely correct. 30 seconds ago, we just covered that. Nothing wrong with the question. All right, moving on. Greybough. Passive, give your 1/2 buffs to any taunt that you summon during combat, aka taunt comp token Greybough, always good. And does the ability work with Cariel on the board, or is it permanent even if you sell them? It should always be. It should be permanent. Just give 2 attack to things. It's not an aura like if you sell off the Deathwing buddy that says like your minions have 3 extra attack, for example. It's not an aura or anything. So this is just a permanent buff that's being applied to things. All right. Greybough now has Wandering Treant as a Battlegrounds buddy. Whenever you summon a taunt minion, give it 2/2. All right. Now we're going to circle back real quick here. The definitions of summon and play and everything else. Now it's like a rectangle and a square question, right? When you play a minion, does that summon a minion? When you summon a minion, is that a played minion? A square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square. So whenever you summon a taunt minion, theoretically the word should mean, I think the way they're intending it here, is that whenever a minion is summoned in combat. This is always the problem, right? If I play an Acolyte from hand, is that a summoned minion? Probably not. But that's a probably. These things have not been consistent over the course of the time period where Battlegrounds has even been a thing, let alone the entirety of the time in Hearthstone. So now we have something that gives additional taunt or additional value for taunt. Summoned in combat. Every death rattle, super, super strong. God forbid if Harbinger is still in the game. Hero power now gives 3/4. Yeah, that's another way to word it, and it's kind of weird. Playing as summoning is 2, right? See, that's why I'm confused on this, because that theoretically should be, right? But it doesn't seem like the direction that they're trying to push this minion. Then again, if it was only for death rattle summoned in combat, or taunt summoned in combat, then why didn't they just change it to your hero power grants an additional 2/2? Then you could remove all ambiguity from this. Worded like Mama, she says summon. Yeah, summon should be played. So theoretically, summon should be played. Played are not naturally summoned, right? So if I play an Acolyte from hand, that's a summoned minion. But why is that the way that they're wording it? SI Scout 3/3 tier 3 says every play gains 1/1. Oh, you answering that question. If you play a card you aren't summoning, you're taking it from the shop and playing it on board. See, now you're taking the opposite approach on this one. Khadgar also says summoned. That's a good point. Khadgar says summoned, and the 6/6 demon says summoned, which means the things that were played from hand are considered summoned minions. Once again, there is consistency problems in this, but there are plenty of examples that say correct, you would get the extra 2/2 if you played an Acolyte from hand. I would expect that to be the case. But the way that it's like, the way they built this, the way they worded it, it leaves me with these questions. What about module? What are you saying? Place it on like the magnetic? Does that count as a summon? How do you expect me to know these things if the base word isn't inherently clear? It's worded summon because it applies to both played and summoned. Played from hand, summoned from all other places, I think is a death rattle. Played is defined as like it's always from hand. Played, period. Summoned means placed on the board through any manner. I generally believe that one holds. Does it really matter though? I mean, it matters a lot. Matters a lot. If this hero power gives your taunts naturally 2/2 if you play them, that changes the middle of the game quite a bit. Wandering Treant doesn't say during combat, so it could be hand, though, too, I guess. I don't think that during combat is really an important message here. Summoned during... okay, I guess you're right here. Because this thing naturally means that it can't be anything from hand, because hand is not during combat. Okay. Yeah. I'm really just worried about the word played versus summoned. Because played means anything that comes from hand. Summoned means anything added to the board through any manner. And if we try to use that as the definition, then it should give a taunt that's played from hand. A summoned unit is a played unit, but a played unit is not necessarily a summoned unit. Would be another way to word that. Rectangle square problem. Doesn't Mama Bear say summon beast get 5/5? Yeah, we already went over that. It works with every other minion you play unless you spawn a minion from the board, which resets the counter in the hand plays. Not sure what that means. They can't say played because then the hero power doesn't give additional buff. No. This is in combat. So like that wouldn't matter. That's why I'm just like, summoned, I guess, is an elegant way to try to cover all bases there. Okay, we'll work with it. We're going to say yes. For all facets of ways to add the minion to the board in any way is going to get an additional 2 if it is a taunt. Any and all minions that you put on the board through any method, that is, if it has the word taunt on it, it gets a 2/2. I think we're in agreement on this. It's just such a complicated wording, like a convoluted way of wording this. Keywords, whatever, I think. Yeah, that's dealing with Twitch chat. You get both sides of the argument fairly equally, which is funny. Next, I don't believe you get to dictate that, but this being means that we effectively get to build taunts in the middle of the game that are a little bit bigger. That's not really as big of a deal as the fact that your death rattles themselves are a little bigger. Now, that being said, Greybough's already a really good tempo hero. What about Argus? Argus does not play as a taunt minion. Houndmaster? Nope, that doesn't do anything. Nope, the minion you play. Whenever you summon a minion, a taunt minion, the minion has to have taunt. A buff that applies taunt does not summon a minion with taunt. If you have a rat pack that adds taunt to a summoned minion, yeah, the minions that death rattle are summoned, for sure. Summoned minions are anything added to the board. I assume module counts. Have we seen that example before at any point, guys? That a magnetic minion counts as a summon? Yes, because old Cobalt worked that way, right? But that wasn't the word summoned. Or was it? Old Cobalt, like prior to Deflectobot, used to say whenever you summon a mech, and if you played microbots on something, then it still got its attack. So it should work that way for a magnetic minion too. Golden version of module, you still get the discovery. Yeah, but that's not the word summon, so it's irrelevant. The word summon is what we're fixating on here. We know that you get a golden minion if you play it. Golden magnetic still counts as a summon. It's not a summon. The word summon is important here, guys. Nothing to do with discovering a triple has to do with the word summon. Like, what we're asking about is whether or not mechanics that trigger on summon work with magnetic cards. Yeah, the argument about board space doesn't add any merit here. Same problem. You have to have an example here of something triggering from the word summon to truly add value to this conversation. Everything else is just tangential. Tangential. When you kill a rat pack, all rats should have 1/2, but not from 2/2 wandering. No, you should get them from the 2/2 from the wandering too. Any minion that dies in game and is summoned in a combat will still get the buff from the treant. Yes, anything that's summoned, not just played from. That's why we're differentiating. Played means from hand. Summoned means added to the board in any manner. How about Sarlisk and Micro Machine or Microbots? There's a good example, Jetty, and that's perfect. Absolutely perfect. The same example I was using with the old Cobalt. But yes, you trigger Sarlisk. But that's played, isn't it? That's not summoned, is it? Shit. That's played. Whatever. We're going to move on. Pretty confident it will trigger the module. That's enough of that one. We've played the summon far too long. Oh, definitions. All right, Guff with the adorable baby Kodo, buddy. Adorable yet worthless. Not worthless, but like not enough to bring Guff back in line, right? But it shouldn't. Minions that are summoned from Rat Packs are just plain 1/1s that apply a taunt to them when they get the hero power and they aren't taunt minions. You're arguing that something isn't sequential in this game. I would fully expect that your Death Rattle minions, the minions that Death Rattle like a Rat Pack, will get the 2/2 from the minion. Because it is applied taunt minion. But it might not work that way. We'll see. My guess is that it will. Alright, Baby Kodo. Battlecry, refresh Bob's Tavern with a minion of each tavern tier. Now note that is each tavern tier. I have not seen anybody play Guff. Did anybody play Guff at all this trial day? Can we confirm that it gives you a minion all the way up to Tavern 6 regardless of what tavern you're on? I don't think anybody played Guff. At least they didn't up until the point I stopped watching. So my assumption is that it's going to give you a minion from each tavern tier. As soon as you play it, that means you'll get a 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, 4-star, and a 5-star, and a 6-star all in the shop, regardless of if you're still on Tavern 1. Yeah, I don't think anybody picked Guff, so we didn't get to see any live play of this. That being said, you're going to get this about turn 7, and it gives you 1 random 6-star, which is a nice thing. That's something. But that's it. It's tribal. It's adorable. You still have Guff hero power, which is close to worthless. So, yeah. They could probably make this thing Tavern 3 and it be a little bit more playable. That you get a 6-star relatively early, and that's a big part of your hero power. Then you can then try to do things with, like, Menagerie. But, like, this hero power is so slow and so weak that this alone doesn't make him suddenly a viable hero. All right. We don't need to spend forever on Guff. Illidan. I'm no spoilers here because I haven't shown it yet, but you remember that whole joke about Illidan may be the best hero? All right, passive. Start a combat. Your left and rightmost minions have 2 attack and attack immediately. Illidan's buddy, Eclipsean Illidari. Wingman also gives immune while attacking for 1 attack only. So in other words, your first and last minion get an extra immune effect on them. And the golden version gives 2 stacks of immune. 1 attack only. Golden Tempest doesn't really, like, just 1 attack. Not like it every time it attacks if it's Wind Fury or whatever. Does Divine Shield get popped if immune? No. Should not. Immune means you do not take any damage in any way. Should not remove a Divine Shield. So it's basically Divine Shield. It's an Ultra Divine Shield. Like, if you have a shield minion, it gets a second shield, effectively. Dog and Show showed how busted this was with poison. Yep. I knew this one was coming. That Illidan jokingly may be the best hero in the game wasn't really a joke. That this is such a big overhaul patch. I was using it as an example of, like, you know, a hero that's not viable with a big tweak could also be like the best hero. Illidan might be the best hero. It's a 2-star, so you get it early. It's almost impossible to lose combats on those opening turns once you have 2 immune minions that get to attack first. So you get 2 extra minions in the middle of the game. Then you get to progress and play the late game as Illidan, who has almost unequivocally the best late game hero power. Like, there are so few heroes that have a hero power that is as good as Illidan at the later points in the game. There are a lot of builds that are just absurdly broken if you can go first and go second. Yeah, suddenly Illidan went from being, I'm really weak early game, but if I live, I'm terrifying, to I'm really strong early game, and if I live, I'm terrifying. Huh. Wait, what? Does Terracosa keep the immune? Yeah, does Terracosa keep the immune? We don't know 100% on the Terracosa interaction, but you sure as hell better hope it doesn't keep it. A board full of Terracosas with immune on first attack. I'm imagining it's very much like the Illidan hero power, where it doesn't get the attack first text to it. It only can get effects that can be applied to it. But that would be really funny if you could just build a board full of immune on first attack. And my board is invincible. More I learn about the patch, the more I think the devs didn't really think through. I think they did just fine. I think people give a hard time on massive overhaul patches that is going to always be the most broken thing and there's always going to be the weakest thing, and that everything doesn't need to be balanced in this game. That there are a lot of people that view the game in the way they want it to be played. They want the game to conform to what they think would be fun. The people that view the game as the game and then adapt accordingly will have a much better time adjusting to metas like this. The game is whatever it's going to be. Are there busted things? Absolutely. But they just overhauled 75 things at once. There are going to be broken things. We just need balance patches for it. Yeah, I don't think that, like, my favorite hero didn't get the best thing, so therefore I'm sad, is not a very good attitude toward this, right? Like, you just got to adapt to whatever the game's going to be. There's going to be busted things. It's going to change the game, the speed of the game. Not devs, the designers. I mean, they're still developers, right? Like, everybody's a developer to an extent on that. Not we're talking about software here or whatever we're going. We're just going to use devs for, like, all people that work on the projects. Between the high number of heroes and only 8 in the game and the bans, it keeps stuff pretty balanced so you don't face OP comp every single time? Yeah, sometimes. You get 32 things offered, right, out of 75, which means if one thing's busted, then you're going to see it in about 40% of your games. Quick maths. That's not that rare. 40% of games, somebody's offered the best thing. Does that mean the right minion only attacks once? Does it have immune until it attacks again? The minion that's on the right side for the initial one will attack the first time and it will lose its immune. The golden version of this gives you 2 instances of stacking immune while attacking, which means the rightmost minion, if it doesn't have Wind Fury, is going to have that immune while attacking text on it, but if it gets sniped before it attacks, then it's not going to have immune when it takes damage. At least that's my interpretation of it. I have not seen that in action with the golden version yet. It's going to be similar to, like, Bestial Wrath or whatever from Standard. Which was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Love it. That was how Workman Dog played it today. I couldn't watch every single point of view from everything today. And plus I had to start up the stream, so I don't have as much insight as other people on the later games especially. You ever hear who would go first between Tavish and Illidan? Don't know. I didn't see that one done either. That being said, I would imagine it's Tavish. That start of combat effects tend to go before, like, the text of the combat itself. Alright, let's move on. Illidan's going to be very scary, guys. Illidan's strong. When Dog played it, only one of the 2 got immune. I don't even know what that means. Infinite Toki. Refresh Bob's Tavern. Include a minion from a higher tavern tier. Obviously, it's the old hero power. And with a new additional minion being added to it, or discover a minion of a higher tavern tier. AKA, get the effect of tripling something. Only one of the 2 wingmen got immune from the first buddy? That's a really weird way to word this if that's the case. Wingman also grants immune while attacking. They both got it? Yeah, I didn't see it happen, so I can't say for certain, but there's no way that's how I would have interpreted that. They both got it? You see the VOD, everyone? I'm gonna get some sleep. Yeah, take care, Eddie. Interesting. They definitely was not what it was. It's just they didn't get it unless they're attacking, which should be correct. Okay. I mean, that would make more sense. Like, it's not like you see the immune effect on something if it's not attacking, right? They both did? Yeah, I'm going to interpret it as they both did. For the golden version, you may have seen like the last minion, since it had immune while attacking the second stack. It wasn't displayed on it or something. So like if it gets attacked, it's not immune, right? So I don't know. Can't say for that one for certain. Moving on. All right, Toki's buddy. I got to remember that word. Buddy. I keep saying minion. Toki's buddy. It's a minion. It's a mech. Tribal. Discover a minion of a higher tavern tier. That's great. You can keep it on your board, but dear God, people are going to want to steal this from you. It's a little baby mech. So, I mean, it is a mech. That's cool. And you have the ability to potentially take an early triple. And an early triple discovered in the middle of this game is a pretty good power spike, right? It's like taking a 5-star on turn 7. That's pretty good. That's super good. So you basically have the ability to play the game for Toki curve, take early minions, and then take a guaranteed triple. One of the things that Toki is not very good at is getting a hold of enough minions on the board to reliably land a triple. And now you have the ability to innately trigger that triple as soon as you get your first buddy. Now, is that thing enough to justify playing Toki? I doubt it. But it is, you know, a thing. I don't see Toki as being very good here. It's a nice one. I don't mind this buddy. But you're playing Toki, remember. And Toki's not great. Does it mean +1 level or any higher? I mean, it's worded the exact same as Toki. Like, include a minion of a higher tavern tier. Word is the same as a minion from a higher tavern tier. We gotta assume it has the same behavior as Toki. Like, if it's worded the same on the same hero, it's probably the same behavior. That being said, it is an ambiguous wording. A higher tavern tier doesn't necessarily mean it had to be the next tavern tier when worded that way. But that's just syntax of wording, right? Like, we know that this thing always behaves as a higher tavern tier, as one higher. A being one, not A being any of the higher tavern tiers. But I get what you're saying. It is ambiguous. All right, moving on. Not a big fan of Toki. Jandice. Swap a friendly non-gold minion with a random one in Bob's Tavern. Normal hero power. With the additional buddy now of after you swap minions, give them stats equal to your tavern tier. So if you're swapping something on Tavern 4, you get a 4/4 buff. If you're swapping something on Tavern 5, you get a 5/5 buff. Swapping something on Tavern 2, you get a 2/2 buff. But you're not going to get this thing until about turn 7. Honestly, it's not very good now, is it? There's a few niche scenarios where maybe you want to keep it for like a swap or two. Nice with the 3/1 demon. You got to keep a 4/4 generic minion on the board turn 7 and later to be able to take like a 4/4 buff. That's hard to use, especially when you're trying to play tokens and whatnot with Jandice and you don't have board space. It's okay with like a Hydra swap with Mama Bear, or like like Demon swap, or like, you know, Battle Master or something to give a little attack. There's a little bit of value here, but really it's not worth the board spot. It's just kind of bad. Just kind of not useful. And you play the game like this is like Hooktusk. Jandice and Hooktusk are two of the strongest heroes in this game, and they got shitty things. Good. That brings balance back to the Force. It restores order. We get to a state where we can actually allow for the game to heal a little bit instead of being under the tyranny that is Jandice and Hooktusk in token lobbies. Yeah, we don't need busted heroes on these guys, or busted minions. Busted buddies. The word buddy it doesn't come to me anymore. We don't need them. Good. I'm glad she got a weak one. Next one. Kael'Thas. Remember, Kael'Thas is disabled on the patch release. Any of the 3 heroes that have like the 3 orb hero powers, Kael'Thas, Silas, and Chenvaala, are disabled because there's a bug associated with them. Passive, every 3rd minion you buy gains +2/2. And that is a 4-star 7/5. After your hero power triggles, Triggers. Give your hand and board +1/1. Buddy doesn't seem like a real word anymore. Yeah, it's hard, man. Like, I'm so used to saying specific things that is new to my vocabulary, and it's just difficult to do. It's a 7/5 on the board that approximately once per turn will give a 1/1 buff to your hand and board. Seems like a reasonable minion to keep on the board through the middle of the game, and it doesn't go anywhere long term, which is okay. The other option is that we end up in a scenario where Vol'Jin, Kael'Thas, Kurtrus, and Edwin are effectively the same hero, with a different avenue of doing the same thing. All three of them naturally like to play the game for good tempo, and they steer into things like Deflectobot or whatever very consistently. And if that's the case, then giving yourself an inherent scaling option, even if it's not a very high one, is significantly better than the other things you can put on the board. So things like, it's like naturally finding yourself a slightly better version of Greasebot for those kind of boards, because it can buff everything and not just mechs with Divine Shield. And it's like, it's a completely reasonable thing here. Kael'Thas and APM don't mix. Yeah, I mean, considering you can't even reset the game without the game crashing from the Kael'Thas orbs, really bad for APM. So you get a decent amount of mid-game stats for tempo-oriented strategies. Kind of makes Kael'Thas a little closer to Edwin in terms of the amount of stat scaling you can make for Deflecto builds. And Edwin, we know, is a top 5 hero at competitive MMRs by competitive players. So, like, if the right meta situation comes up, the hero is very good at getting his buddy, because Kael'Thas is a very good tempo hero in the middle of the game, and it gives you a way to steer into mechs or whatever. Maybe it's something decent. But overall, I think it's pretty weak. There's a little bit of a line there that you can play for those, like, low curve, high cycling type of things. Happens like once a turn, yeah. Like, happens 3/4 of the time per turn or so. Because if you're playing those concentrated strats that use 1 or 2 tribes, you're not picking up a lot of buffs or anything. You might be able to cycle for like blood gem builds or whatever, and that would be reasonably decent for it. But even over 5 turns, getting a 5/5 buff to the board just isn't a lot of value, especially if it has to occupy a board slot. Interesting. Don't think it's great. This one with APM restarted last 3 turns, no issue? Yeah. Okay. Not sure exactly what your setup was for it, but it has crashed the game consistently for like a year. As recently as last week when we showed it on stream. So, like, don't know what exactly was the setup that was different for it, but there were a lot of bugs associated with the orb mechanic. It was on Silas, to be fair, instead of Kael'Thas. But the orb mechanic itself has caused those crashes before quite a few times. Yeah, it's hard to say what exactly you're doing, but there are known bugs around it. We'll leave it at that. Makes it more playable, at least. That's about it. It should be a 3-star. I don't even know if it makes it more playable, because the average value of this compared to everybody else's buddies, I don't think this is an above average buddy, which makes Kael'Thas a net downgrade for the patch. Yeah, I don't think he's really playable, to be honest, but maybe I'm missing something there. Call buddies Binions. Minions. Yo, Mukla with the crazy monkey. 1 gold will give you a 50-50 shot at a banana and a big banana. 2 bananas added to hand. Then, after you feed a minion a banana, give the crazy monkey an additional 1/1. So now, instead of you net gaining 3/3 stats on the rest of the lobby for 1 gold by pushing your button, you're net gaining 5/5 stats on the board each turn before pushing your button. The big benefit here is that this is a 2-star minion with the Beast tribe that is able to then basically full Reform curve without losing rounds. Mukla is really good at tempo-oriented strategies, but has trouble converting that into an endgame. And if you have Crazy Monkey giving you a 5/5 net average stat line increase each turn off of 1 gold, Reform curve gets you a monkey really quickly, and then you can just level. Should be pretty decent. After you feed a minion a banana, give it +1/1. Yeah, the minion itself. Right? Like the monkey itself isn't gaining stats, the minion is gaining stats. But did I say it backwards or something? What was intended to be the minion you feed a banana to gets an additional 1/1. You can feed the monkey, yeah, there you go. And then the monkey gets it, then everybody's right. Yeah, I must have just misstated the original sentence or something. Oh, okay. Yeah, the monkey gives the stats would be another way that I probably should have worded that. That the monkey itself gives an additional 1/1 on each banana, which means that you get about 3/3 stats on average off of your bananas each turn, and now you get 5/5. Yeah, I must have just misspoken. You're the minion you're giving the stats to gets big. It's the monkey from Futurama. He needs the hat. Oh, true. He caused the whole problem. It's just a really, really, really good scaling mid-game option. And when you get into a position where you can power level and get this thing online quickly and even get the golden version, like Mukla is a decent hero right now in a greed meta. If the game gets really tempo oriented, a minion that effectively, a hero power that's effectively 5/5 buff for 1 gold each turn is good, right? Like it's very good. You gain net, you give 1 banana to somebody else, you get a big banana and a regular banana, you get 2 additional 1/1s, so you get 5/5 to your board, everybody else gets 1/1 to their board, so I guess I should be saying net 4/4 bonus. You're building around your bananas, so you get a little bit better than 4/4. That's a lot of tempo. It's a lot better than Kael'Thas. That's like double Kael'Thas value every turn from the procs for 1 gold. Yeah, it's like 4.2, 4.2 or whatever net when you're building a board that makes better use of bananas than other people. Yeah, I already corrected that. Lots of people like to be right. Yeah, it was a misspeak on the net 5/5. I should be saying like 4.2, 4.3, whatever it ends up being. Hydra might scale to the moon with bananas. Yep. You ever hoard the bananas for the buddy value? Maybe. There might be a turn where you could keep it back for a turn or something. As long as you know you're going to get your buddy, it's possible. Take the additional 2/2. But it's not going to be like a lot of turns like that. Ba-doop. Slide off the board again. Considering Kurtrus hero power here. Kurtrus hero power, passive 3 minion, or buy 3 minions in 1 turn, give them +2/2. Then you get the 4 in 1 turn, 5 in 1 turn. Now you have the buddy. Living Nightmare. Cool card art. I like the art. After you buy a minion, minions in Bob's Tavern have +1/1 this turn. It is a 2-star, so like it gets online really quickly, which is good. The minion that you're buying, typically speaking, is going to get 1 or 2/2 buff, maybe 3/3 buff. APM Pirates. I guess it's something. It's really slow, right? Like, it's like saying I get to keep a 5/3 on my board to maybe get 3/3 value when I choose to replace things on the board. Yeah, just meh. Just very meh. Like, this is a little bit of value. It's something. Felbat synergy? Yeah, like you don't keep it is the problem. And you don't cycle that many minions. Even for something like Felbat, you could cycle 3 minions or 3.5 minions and get an additional 3/3 on a couple things in the shop. But like, you're not keeping a 5/3 on your board to be able to increase the shop value by like 15. That's pretty tough to justify. I can't imagine how long this animation is for APM Pirates. For all the people that are out there like, APM Pirates, woo, let's go cycle a bunch of boards. And then this thing is like the slowest animation of all time, so you can't play APM. Like, if it's anything like the Kurtrus effects, it's going to be net negative to play APM Pirates with this thing on your board. Because it's going to be like, I've got to wait half a second per roll, or per minion I sell. Instead of playing 45 to 50 minions, you get to play 30, 25 to 30. Yeah, like the animations are so long in this game that those kind of things don't make you better. It's kind of like blood gems make sense, like getting Flat Tusk makes sense for APM pirates, right? I buy a ton of things, I get a bunch of blood gems. But the speed at which the blood gems are generated is so slow that you get net negative value from having a Flat Tusk on your board. Hogger plus Peggy, yeah, same kind of idea. It gets super laggy. Now we're going to have so many animations that's going to increase the number of animations on the board, which then makes lag spike quicker. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not worried about this one for APM. More like what the middle turns look like. I think it's okay. I think it's fine. Kurtrus is already a decent hero, especially in tempo-oriented metas. And it's not like something I would build around. It's just a resounding meh. I'd rather have it than not have it. I'd probably sell it off the board. All right, next one. Coming back into the screen. Lich Baz. Take 2 damage, add a gold coin in your hand. Remember, armor has been temporarily removed. So Lich Baz, who was a top 10 hero this patch, no longer a top 10 hero. 10 armor gone. So let's figure out what we can do with Lich Baz with the gold coin. Why is gold coin here? Battlegrounds Buddy, Unearthed Underling. A 3-star buddy, 4/4. Whenever this hero would take damage, this minion gains 2/2 instead. Ooh. So every time you hero power, this thing gains a 2/2 and you don't take damage. You don't need Kathy anymore. Every time you damage yourself with Wrathweaver, this thing gains a 2/2 and you don't damage yourself anymore. Every time you... What else does damage to you? Is there anything else in the game? So about turn 7, you convert your hero power into... That's it. That might be the only 2 interactions. There's nothing else left in this game that does damage. Demons and Wrathweaver, yeah, makes some sense. Makes a lot of sense, even. Wrathweaver's a really good one. Whenever you would die, this game's 2/2. There you go. Yeah, like, as long as you don't lose combat. Like, if you can lose a combat and keep this on the board, then your hero would be immune, and this gains a 2/2 instead. There you go. Permanent ice block, as long as it's on the board. Yeah. So, immediate synergy with Wrathweaver, which then makes another Wrathweaver scaling per Wrathweaver on your board. Golden Wrathweaver is weaker than normal Wrathweaver now, like 2 Wrathweavers being on the board. That being said, you probably want a gold for hand space, but then you can pick up more Wrathweavers. Demon Sorrowlisk is a reasonable way to play this, because this kind of just acts as the Sorrowlisk itself. It's almost like you could play a 1-star strat and just Wrathweaver for days. Pretty hard to play on 1 because of the low number of units in the board, but until your health is gone, I mean, that's what this is. Whenever your hero would take damage, this minion gains 2/2 instead. So life tapping and Wrathweavers literally don't damage your hero anymore. It just gives this thing a 2/2 instead. So that fixes that problem. Until your health is gone, I mean, until you die, that's true. But you're not taking damage from Wrathweaver anymore. You're not taking damage from your life tap anymore. Yes. Floating Watcher returns. It's floating Mal'Ganis. That's it. Yeah, it's a floating Ganis, not demon. All right, well, immediately think demons. Is there any other line here? Just like playing the game like normal, you get to gain 2 health each turn, effectively. It's just like, it feels like one-dimensional. Like, this is... Wrathweaver's the best card in the game that you can possibly find with this card. That's it. Everything else is just... I wouldn't really value playing Lich where you get this thing turn 7 when you don't have any extra armor to start with or whatever. If demons are in, you can hard force Wrathweaver on 1, play until you get your buddy, and then figure it out from there. Okay. Good demon build. Seems pretty decent. Reading is hard. That's why we do it together. There's a million things that I don't get right on the initial take. Summon versus play was a long discussion. Lord Barov. All right, how far are we into the stream? It is 6 o'clock. We've been, a little over 3 hours. We're almost halfway through the alphabet. Lord Barov gets Barov's Apprentice. After you play a gold coin, gain 1 gold this turn only. Double value coins. So better get those gambles right. Okay. It's a 2-star, 4/3, means you can get it by like turn 6-ish. Getting an extra 3 gold potentially for 3 or 4 turns seems terrible. Seems absolutely terrible. All right, so here's your upside. You get net 2 gold extra per turn on average from turn 6 through like turn 9. Like, why the fuck would I play this instead of Crag? Like, you don't get it turn 1. The turns that are important for Barov are turn 1. This seems very strong. Hard disagree. Save your coins? Yeah, it's a couple gold, dude. You save your coins for that one Galewing's turn. Yeah, you kind of... I'm not sure why, like, Lord of Terror is down here in the bottom. I am covering part of the screen, but this is a Diablo hero power that for some reason is on the Play Hearthstone site. I feel like I can cover that. Bootlegger carries? Yeah, okay, Bootlegger gives you 2 gold instead of 1 now. Remember, this is your buddy. This is your thing. Your hero gets this, and everybody else gets their buddies. I love Barov. Barov is our 2nd highest win rate hero this patch. And Barov will still be Barov next patch because gold efficiency is very good in this game. Holding gems or holding coins until, you know, turn 6 when you can use them to double level or whatever, that should be fairly decent. But overall, this is not like this carries Barov. This is just reasonable. Saw XQM playing him early at like 20 gold to play around with on tier 6? Sure, that's Barov. That's not the buddy being absurdly good. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. It's one of the top 5 heroes in the game got a playable buddy. But overall, the buddy doesn't make the hero. The hero makes the buddy. The hero, because Barov is a top 5 hero, makes this good. But the idea that like this apprentice is for some reason going to carry you, you get net 2 coins per turn. We're going to call it 2 coins on average. So you get 2/3 of your gambles right. You get approximately 2 coins per turn for 6 turns, and then you get to do an additional 6 gold or 10 gold potentially on that turn. Like, that's cool. Which just puts it on par with Crag, right? And it has to stay on your board. You're never going to keep it through the middle turns. Once you get to a stable position, you're never taking the golden version. Whereas Crag is like, the golden version is just, you get 2 more copies of 10 extra gold. Like, the whole idea, if you're comparing this to, I know Crag's a really good hero in this meta, but you compare those two, day and night difference in value of their buddy, right? Yes, Barov's fine. Yes, this is going to be completely playable together. Yes, it's a good power leveler. It's good. We like it. But like, at least they didn't get the Jandice treatment. This thing is fine. It helps. You get a level a little more aggressively. I'm going to love playing Barov. He's still one of my favorite heroes. I think he's going to be a top 10 hero still. But it's not because, you know, the buddy is going to carry him too heavily. It's because Barov is super strong. Turns out, when you have good information in a lobby, and the meta is predictable, then you get a lot of extra gold, and having extra gold is good. Now you get extra gold. Does Crag's buddy reset the counter? Nope. So it's just like 10 all the time after that point. Barov's good if you're good at the game. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. All right. Yeah, I think Barov is still a top 10 hero. That may have sounded really pessimistic, but I don't see this as like, oh my god, that apprentice is like carrying him. You're going to use that for a nice leveling turn, you're going to sell this shit off the board. We like the extra 10 gold or whatever we can hoard. That's about it. This minion is not worth playing around. It is worth it for the spike the turn you get it. Kind of decent for a turn. Agreed completely. It's as good as like the Battlecry ones that were given to some of the mid to top tier heroes. It's a nice thing. It is not a build around thing. So maybe saying terrible was like overreaction. It's just not something you build around. So you use it as a tool and then you get rid of it. So Crag is like 8 gold, 8 gain, 8 gold. Barov is like 6 gain, 2 gold per turn, except you don't keep it the whole time, right? Like you pull resources, you level, and then you just can get rid of it. If you try to keep it on the board, then you're occupying a board slot, whereas Crag can just wait till he gets the second set of 2 more buddies and redeem them both for 10 extra gold. Whereas something like Barov, you can take the 10 gold up front or so, which is on par with Crag. But you, in order to get any more value than what Crag effectively is, you need to keep a 4-3 on your board in turns that you're going to hemorrhage health. Which is okay. But like, okay. I see it as way more likely that I use this to power to 5, sell it off the board the next turn, and then play the game like normal. Maybe we have a couple extra coins saved up when you get the second one completed. Is there a command for the link to the patch notes? Yeah, exclamation point patch. Lord Jaraxxus, give your demons +1/+1. Battleground's buddy, Killwreck. Yeah, like, one last circling on this comment. Barov is a top 10 hero next meta. I am not shitting on Barov. I'm shitting on the idea of building around Barov's apprentice. Barov's apprentice is not worth building around. The hero is really good, especially at high MMR. It's going to be another top 10 meta for Barov. I just won't keep this thing all the time on my board. It's like, hey, it's a big power spike. All right, out of here. Let's go play the game like normal. All right. Jaraxxus gets the buddy Killwreck. Killwreck is a demon. Yay, at least it's a demon. That would have been so sad if you didn't get a demon tribe. Taunt, Death Rattle, add a random demon to your hand. I mean, it's like a Doomsayer, guaranteed on the hero. Not a build around Doomsayer, we can get multiple procs, but, you know, kind of like a bad Doomsayer board. It's not bound by tier. I'm sure it's your tier or lower. That's how all the Death Rattle add to your hand things are. It's a shittier Genie. Well, I mean, Genie's not a Tavern 3 minion that you get on turn 6 or 7. Very meh. I mean, Jaraxxus has been good in past metas when in tempo metas. That you can just build around demons, go wide, take Soul Juggler, play for tempo. This gives you economy. Yeah, I just don't see it though. Like, this is such small scaling. Your build, generally speaking, is weak against most meta builds. Might be good with Macaw to get like a second one, I guess. I mean, this is the exact same problem as like the Barov analysis. Barov is good, so the decent buddy makes Barov still good. Jaraxxus is shit, and a good buddy doesn't change Jaraxxus being shit. So they're not moving that far from the location where they were. The buddy doesn't fix the problem with the hero or change the prevalence of the hero, I should say. One of them was good, one of them was bad. I shouldn't use the word fix. Jaraxxus here. Sorry, I was crackling from my headset. I must have static. Jaraxxus here is never, ever, ever playable, right? Just Jaraxxus is not playable. Does having a demon Death Rattle minion on turn 7-ish on fix the problem with Jaraxxus? No. Pass. Next one. Not worth going over any longer. There is no way that makes Jaraxxus into a good hero. All right. Maiev, we've already seen this one of the more busted ones. Shadow Warden, Battle Cry, your next hero power makes the target golden and awaken 1 turn quicker. Okay. So you play the game vanilla as Maiev, you get a 2-star hero power that you're going to get on approximately turn 6, target something in the shop on turn 6, and then it pops in your hand on turn 8, and you get to discover something. Whatever that golden minion is, we can pick what it is, but, you know, most of the time, we're going to choose something that's like Tavern 3 or below. It's not going to be very good. Maybe it's a selfless hero. Maybe you get something good. It's like Reno on steroids. It's a little slower than Reno on the high roll Reno, but it's consistency. It's like consistent Reno is what it is. You get to make a golden version of a 2 or 3 star that you get to put on your board on turn 8-ish. If you can get this thing on turn 8, this hero is incredibly strong. If you get this thing on turn 9, and this is a very, very strong tempo meta, this may be too slow. That's why I hesitate to say, like when we first did the analysis on my Ev, that this is busted. I think it's gonna be busted. But I could see a way that this hero power looks good on paper, but in practicality, like you put it in the game and you're like, I die before I get to recover with this hero power. This is not quite enough to recover from. Now that being said, I expect it to be pretty consistent to get this thing on turn 8. You get to potentially play for triples off of your hero power, and then you also get the buddy to generate more triples. Seems really good. Wasn't the golden one awakened 2 turns faster? Maybe, I don't know. I don't remember the golden one, to be honest. I wish it was on this screen. Play Hearthstone site doesn't have the golden copies. What does Golden Shadow Warden do? Next 2 hero powers. Okay, it's 2 hero powers, 2 turns faster. Okay. Yeah, I remember it now. That's absolutely right. The hero power being 3 turn really hurts. It makes it so much the weaker early on. Yeah, and you have to win fights, remember. And you're weaker than almost everybody in the early game in order to get this thing quickly. And that's where my hesitancy comes from. If you are weaker than nearly every person that you're fighting, and you're relying upon getting this thing on turn 6, if it could be too late as a minion that rolls in your hand on turn 9, then maybe it's a little bit too low. A little bit too slow. But like, my analysis is basically saying, if it works at a level that I think is the speed you're going to get it, it's absurdly busted. If it is a turn slower, then it might not be great. Like, the upside is awesome. The downside is okay. So it's going to be really good regardless. It's just a question of degree of good. It's going to be very good. Imagine if Yogg gets a hold of this minion. Oh, just go for all the things. All right, Mayab's going to be super strong. Speaking of super strong, Malygos. You remember the original hero power? Replace a minion with a random one of the same tavern tier twice per turn. Now, once you get your buddy, Nexus Lord, your hero power replaces a minion with 1 higher tavern tier. So, a 3-star 6/6, good tempo on the turn. You get the hero power 4 stars and turn them into 5s, 3 stars and turn them into 4s, etc., etc., etc. Basically, you can start fishing for things that are win conditions before most people are capable of getting them outside of triples. If you power level and are capable of going to 5, then you can shoot for 6 stars each turn. Just be like an equivalently good Galakrond, but also all of the upsides of the early game for being able to play tokens into 2 full minions, etc., etc. Malygos is a really strong hero already. He's literally our top hero this meta. Number 1. And you just gave a tool to fish for win conditions. Okay. Don't think he really needed this big of this good of a buddy. Galakrond twice per turn? Yeah, but you don't discover. So, like, it's kind of like Galakrond. It's free. That's a huge portion of it. But it's not discover. You only get to see 2 random things instead of 3 discover. There is a difference there. And especially when it's such an impactful thing that 1 gold to see an extra thing could be valuable. It's how you always get the taunt buffer. There you go. That's the one. It's a better Toki. Yeah, but you need your fucking buff first. You need your buddy to be equivalent for that. But yes, it is better than Toki, so long as you have a minion of your tavern tier on the shop. You can replace a 3 into a 5 by hitting it twice. Yes, sir. So if you're on 4, you can do a 4 into a 5 into a 6. And then if it's not something you want, you freeze it and get a 6 into a 6 into a 6. And then you turn into the devil and die. Don't hero power 6 twice. Biggie Smalls is coming for you. But yeah, this is going to be absurdly strong. Absolutely. Huge. Not sure why Malygos, the top hero in the meta, or top 5 hero in the meta, is in need of such a good battle cry. Or good buddy. See, the word just doesn't exist to me. You can buy it even and hero power it on your own board. True. As long as you don't want battle cry things. Like, you know, Seafood and Hamul are 2 of the better 6 stars. You can't exactly put them on your board. You can, just not very good. Alright, we've already seen this one, right? Pocky released it. It's Pocky. Pocky's the buddy. Master Win. Passive at the start of your turn. Choose from 2 new hero powers. And your buddy, Lay. Flamepaw. Power of the Storm offers 3 options instead of 2. People clap. This is good. Why is this good? Because it's not OP. Because Master Wind did not need help. Master Wind did not need help. Yeah, Brimstone, you don't get the buddy to start the game. Turn 1 is not replaced 2 or 3. You get the buddy on turn like 7. You can't exactly play Malagos with the buddy on turn 1. That'd be a little busted. But yeah, this isn't absurdly busted. This is reasonably good. It's kind of the equivalent to what Hooktusk was given, right? Hooktusk was given the 3 options. This one at least is like, the hero power is a little more impactful than the little minion that you get. It is a nice minion. You get it about turn 5 or turn 6. For a couple turns, it's going to give you more opportunity to get like an ice block or get a Reno hero power or something like that. And it's not busted, and you're going to sell it off the board. Good. Master Wind is already a strong hero. He did not need a buddy that game defined him, right? This is a good hero already. It doesn't need to be more powerful. Just like Hooktusk is a good hero already and didn't need to be more powerful. And Jandice, etc., etc., etc. Keeping a neutral 3/6 on the board. Pretty weak. It's a card text, so it's always an aura. So if you sell it, it's going to go away. Does gold give you 4? Haven't seen it, but I assume so. Alright, cool. Nothing to work around. We're still going to pick this hero because this hero is good. Then again, remember, you're getting hero powers of other people and not the benefit of the synergy with their buddies. So, like, definitely going to be a little bit weaker this patch. Alright, Millhouse with one of the, if not the single most busted of buddies. The question is, are you going to live long enough to be able to do what you want to do with this? All right. Millhouse, as we all know, passive minions cost 2 gold, refresh costs 2 gold. In other words, you don't want to roll, but you want to buy shit. Because buying things is super cheap. You buy it and you sell it. You take a buff for 1 gold. Well, Battlegrounds Buddy, after you buy a minion, add one of the same tavern tier to Bob's Tavern. Turns out you don't have to roll as much if the shops roll in with you when you buy shit. Now, if you talk about extremes, what happens when you level to 6 and you buy a 6-star? There's about let's say dragons are in the lobby. There's about a 33% chance that that thing's gonna be real useful to you. Because there's only like 12 approximately, plus or minus 2, 6-stars in the shop on Tavern 6, right? There only exist 12 of them. So if you buy a 6-star and you get a random 6-star and you're trying to do Millhouse Kael'Thas, which is like, you know, super good because Millhouse with Kael'Thas, you now have the ability to hit Kael'Thas, Nadina, Amalgadon, or Hamul as like massively good hits. If Murlocs are in, seafood is disgusting. And now you're sitting there with like a 40% chance of hitting a good thing for net 1 gold and potentially rolling every battle cry. Like, it's gonna be nuts. Same thing with Millhouse with Elementals. Little Rag, Genie, Amalgadon, on 6, Hamul as well. Like, holy shit. Like, if you can get to 6 and you can stabilize the game as Millhouse, you are going to dump stats on the board. Tons of Kael'Thas, Nadinas, Amalgadons, the Little Rag lines with all of the bullshit. Millhouse's new APM, you're not going to generate a lot of gold, so it's only going to be something like buy and sell 10 things. So as long as you aren't like playing left-handed, upside down in a vacuum, like, you're going to be able to do the 10 things. The reason it got, you know, fucky with the APM elementals is because the rolls. Animation takes forever. Then again, who knows? Maybe this animation takes 45 years. There's some like giant poof of smoke and it creates a new minion. Imagine this game having taxing animations. Yeah, this is going to be very scary if you can go to 6. On 5, still pretty decent. Like, in those scenarios where you can't afford to go to 6, but you can cycle on 5, there are 3 really good beasts, for example. Mama Bear Pale Scale Reborn being 5 stars. Brann plus buffs Agam Brann lines with blood gems and such, buying and selling any battle cries and just playing extra battle cries on menagerie boards, there's a lot of really good things. Like the extreme is that you go to 6 and you blow out the lobby because you're on 6 and you're generating so much more value than anybody else. Also just disgusting. Why? So good. Staying on 4 seems legit. More chance of hitting milk. Yep. You can hit milk on 4. You can hit APM elemental stuff with a pretty good level of consistency because you buy up every elemental and you generate an extra minion. You buy recycling wraiths and you also buy domos. So like APM Ellies is a reasonable line on 4 with this kind of stuff. You're just going to have to take a risk assessment in the middle of the game. You're going to get this early because it's a 2-star, which is also busted. Why is this a 2-star? And then go, all right, do I have the time to continue to level to make a better version of an extreme comp? Or do I need to play for a more tempo-oriented line? Like the 4-star line with elementals in is going to be very strong. The 5-star line is going to be even better with Brann plus Menagerie plus whatever. Or Nomi or whatever. And then the 6-star line is the extreme. But if you're going to get yourself killed doing that leveling process, then obviously you can't do it. So it's like, do I want this good line on 4, this great line on 5, or this just extreme version of 6? Like, these are good places to be in the middle of the game, right? Like, Celementals generate gold and value, and you get a chance to hit more Celementals. Like, it's a crazy amount of value. Just a crazy amount of value. With a dead 4/4 body on board, yeah. You have to have one thing on the board. It's a little annoying. Board spots pricey? It depends on which one we're going for. Like the 6-star line, it's not really that pricey. Elementals nor dragons really carry too much there. Like it's the same kind of idea that Whelp Smuggler is really good for dragon boards because it increases your rate of scaling. Brann is really good on Millhouse on a full dragon board because it increases your rate of scaling. If you play elementals, then this thing's just going to be a big minion on your board, right? It's just going to dump stats on it. Little rag, whatever. This might be too slow. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. That is the risk of it. That's like why the entire conversation started with. If you are capable of getting to an end game state, this thing is absurdly broken. Hence the reason we backtracked and said, all right, well, 5-star line is reasonably good, and the 4-star line is also reasonably good, as long as elementals are in. So you're going to have to do risk assessment in the middle of the game. Can I get to a state where I stabilize on a higher tavern tier? If I can, then I want to do it because it's a better version than staying down. But if I can stay on 4 forever because I need to stabilize, like you can win games off APM Ellies on Millhouse, right? And you don't need every board slot for APM Ellies. And you get to a state in the middle of that game. Also remember that tavern tiers cost 1 more, so it's going to cost you 12 to level to 5. 12 gold to level to 5. So you can't even level to 5 quickly on Millhouse anymore. This is the one hero that's probably the most hurt by the fact that leveling up to 5 costs 2 more. You can't power level on Millhouse anymore. It is physically not possible till it drops to 10 cost. The turn where you level to 4 is going to have 13 gold. 12 gold to level to 5. The following turn 11. Then the following turn you can potentially level to 5. Yeah, it's going to slow you down. What's the golden do? Does anybody remember what the text of the golden was? I think it adds 2 minions to the board, right? Which then in turn isn't great because you end up locking yourself on board space. So like the golden version isn't necessarily that much better. You also have the other thought process of Magnus itself can be used for a turn when you're buying, and you could replace it when you level. And you want to basically have a really good power spike turn on 4, replace Magnus, level to 5, then level to 6, and then by that time you're going to get the golden version because, you know, it's a 2-star hero power. And then you can be on 6 and use one of the copies of the full filled meter to be able to do the same job. And you didn't have to level with that thing on your board. You could take a better minion for that time period. You cost yourself a triple, sure. There's a few downsides to it. My real name is Magnus, so this is the best card. I mean, can't argue with that one. Magnus Mana Storm. In the flesh. Yeah, this is really, 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 really gross. Really gross. But yeah, the 5-star tavern cost change is going to be very inhibitive to Millhouse. Maleficent. All right. I cheated. I knew this one was coming. And I wanted to talk about this one for so long because this is going to be too fun. Passive. Mechs in Bob's Tavern have +1/1. The bomb squirrel. I want this to be a reality so bad. Death Rattle, deal 4 damage to an enemy minion. Repeat for each mech that died this combat. Dude, squirrel meme builds are gonna be a thing. Enemy minion. That was too hard to say. Alright, well, here's what we're doing. We're taunting up some divine shields. We're getting a hold of golden elementium squirrel bomb with Baron and Kangors. And here we go. I think it's going to be more of a meme than anything. Because the idea, like, it's really good for tempo in the middle of the game, right? Because you just put a couple mechs on the board, they die, then the squirrel dies, it blows up a couple things, you save a lot of health, etc. But it is like, if you try to build around this, you can't play into Macaw because it doesn't do shit until things die. So you're going to need Kangor's Baron, which then means that it's left in a position that you're very capable of being countered by just basic shit, right? But it is a very funny idea to make it work. Gotta stealth the squirrel till the end? No, you pretty much want the squirrel to be the first thing to die. If you're going to do the Kangor's build, you're going to burn this thing, just like put in position 1, you're going to want it to die, and then you're going to want Kangors to resummon multiple copies of Squirrel Bomb. That way the first one only really goes off once, but then the Kangors pops and pops multiple bombs back out that have snapshotted. We assume, does it work like that? How many mechs died this game? Or does it only do 4 damage because it doesn't see that like fish? If it doesn't work that way, then you have to hide the bomb and you can't do Kangor's things. We have to see how this one actually works. There could be really funny things with it dying first and then Kangor's keeps the snapshotted version of it, and it... Or it's going to be one of those things where you hide it behind the lines with the Baron, you don't play Kangors or anything, and you just like big squirrel bomb at the end. Either way, it's going to be a fun minion to play. Tavish, snipe low. Yep, there's a lot of ways to counterplay. But this is a very funny card. I saw this one coming, I was like, oh my god, I want to talk about this one on stream too much. This is a funny one. All right. Mr. Bigglesworth gets the little KT. Oh, little Kael'Thas. At the start of your turn, get a plain minion from your lowest health opponent's warband. The big redeeming factor for this bomb, I'm now on bomb. Bomb's on the mind. On this buddy, which is another B word, is that it is a 2-star minion, which means that you're getting like pseudo genie value or pseudo witchwing value, I should say is a better example, consistently by about turn 7. Getting a random minion from somebody is not the end of the world. It is not super valuable. 1 extra gold, cool, doesn't affect the strength on the board. I don't think this fixes Cat, but it's a cool thing. It's nice to have it. It gives you a little economy. But do remember, this is all you get out of your buddy, and everybody else is playing with other buddies. So this one is a good economy piece, but bad for tempo. And Cat has the problem that it falls behind on tempo and dies. Plain minion will not keep buffs. It'll just be a plain minion. Cat gets screwed by DCs, it won't affect that. Like, there's no way that, like, people that are dead will count as the lowest health warband. Like, that would make no sense at all, right? Because the first person to die would be the only thing that you steal for the rest of the game, over and over and over and over and over again. It's got to be the lowest health person alive that you're stealing from. Otherwise, the card text is very misleading. You can get the Millhouse buddy. Yep, you can steal buddies from it. You can get all kinds of random bullshit. Why will it have such shitty stats? This will be unplayable. What is golden? You got to go look it up, dude. I don't have it. Like, this is Play Hearthstone site. Would be great to have it. But you get 2 copies for the golden. For what it's worth. Only because we know that one from before. The shitty stats I don't think are the biggest problem with it. The fact that it doesn't give any tempo. Like, the unit itself would need to, like, death rattle a random minion from a warband so it affects, like, the combat or something. and maybe you'd be a little bit better. But low tempo hero relying upon surviving and not having any tempo out of your hero power or your buddy is pretty bad. The only redeeming factor is what we talked about before. It is 2-star, so you get it early, which helps you fill out the board, maybe level 1 turn more aggressively. It says opponent's warband. Can't be your own warband. It says opponent. Reading comprehension class. That's where we are. Your lowest health opponent's warband. It is a weird way to word it though, because it just means like any enemy warband, the person that's at the lowest health. Could probably have tried to reword that. It's not broken, it's just okay. Yeah, but in the grand scheme of a new patch where everything is degrees of broken, okay is bad. Okay is bad if other things have broken. Not to mention your starting point. It's kind of like Jiraxxus. Jiraxxus and Cat feel very similar. You get Cats earlier, Jiraxxus is a little bit better. But both of them start from a really bad position, and their buddy doesn't make them good enough to be viable. Good heroes with meh buddies are still going to be way better than bad heroes with good buddies. Unless the buddy is like broken levels good. Mutinous. Alright. Imagine stealing Brann with buddy. There's high rolls can exist, but the average is still going to be pretty low. Remove a friendly minion, spit its stats on another, get 1 gold, and now has Nightmare Ectoplasm. Whenever you devour this, split its stats into 2 extra minions. So you get to eat this once per game, and it doubles the stat line that was applied to it. Okay. Cool flavor. Very cool flavor. So in other words, you're going to throw this at the board. Triple for 3. Yeah, well, triple should be worse for the golden one than consuming each of them independently if you had enough time. To 2 extra minions. Oh, got you. Onto 2 extra minions. So it triples the stat line. I thought you were talking about the triple then does triple. Okay, yeah, you're right. It spits it onto 2 extra minions, so it triples it. Good job, chat. Reading comprehension 101 right back at me. Right back at me. Yeah, I misread it. Onto 2 extra minions. Extra. When you devour this, spit its stats on the 2 extra minions. So in other words, you triple a stat line if you can get the stat line onto the ectoplasm. The ectoplasm itself, at the very least to you, you just eat it. You just eat it. And then you get to turn a 5-4 into a 15-12. And then just level. That could be really good. More likely than not, you're going to be at a decent tempo position because you are mutinous. And you can then try to get a decent stat spit on it, and if you get 1 decent spit on it, then it's a giant spike, right? If you get an extra like 8-8 dumped on this thing, then you just kind of casually dump 40 stats on your board and push the level up button. Even if you like, even the immediate thought of just take ectoplasm the turn you get it and eat it immediately is a 15-12. Like compare that stat line on your board compared to what other people are getting off of their first buddy. And then you just kind of wait out the golden version. And the golden version obviously won't triple if you've eaten it on your board, but you're never going to want the golden version of this thing anyway. You just want to use multiple ectoplasms, because something being a 4 times or a 5 times multiplier isn't as good as something being a 3 times multiplier, then a 3 times multiplier, then a 3 times multiplier, right? Like the idea that you golden this thing and then consume it is a minion that multiplies times 5. If you get all of your stats, like in the extreme manner, all of your stats on the ectoplasm, and then dump them on something else, and then get the stats back on the new ectoplasm, then dump them on something else, then the stats back on the new ectoplasm, then dump them on something else. That is a 3 times 3 times 3 multiplier, which is a 27 times multiplier instead of a 5. Now, obviously, you don't get all of your stats, but in the vast majority of places, the extra gold associated with eating it 3 times and the flexibility to be able to use it early is going to be way better than ever tripling this thing. Mutinous just loves stats. You get some divine shields eventually, you throw this shit on the board, eat some stuff to get to like a mid-game tempo position. Ground Shaker, yep, Ground Shaker's great. A lot of reasons why Mutinous is a good hero already. This is a very useful buddy for a good hero. So it's one of those other things, like we just said before. Cat isn't great because Cat is bad. The buddy may be decent, but that doesn't move Cat enough, you know, to be decent. Mutinous is already starting as, you know, good, like above decent. And this is a great buddy. So like night and day different in terms of how good they'll be in a meta. What happens if you split one ectoplasm onto another when you have two on board? I mean, it's just going to add the stats to the other ectoplasm. That's all. And it plays in the Mutinous. Yep. Your leveling curve will be very important in this kind of game because leveling to 5 got more expensive. So Mutinous can do it a lot easier than a lot of heroes can. Overall, like the level to 4 Mutinous kind of line is just going to be very, very strong. This hero is always good in tempo-oriented metas. Like it. Looks good with APM pirates. Isn't everything good once you've already won the game? Alright, we've seen N'Zoth before, but, you know, N'Zoth, we have the fish to start. And baby N'Zoth is a 4-star buddy, 8/4 stat line, battlecry, make a friendly death rattle minion golden. There's gotta be something here that is a good way to play this. There's gotta be something here. Fish isn't a death rattle minion. Oh, is fish? No, you can't target fish as a death rattle minion, right? Because it isn't naturally a death rattle on its vanilla form. Like it doesn't have the death rattle icon on it, so I doubt you can target it. Bombs? Yeah, a turn 9 golden bomb just does not seem good enough. Not to mention you don't get a discover from it. So you're turning something on your board golden. Yes, there are some ones. Yeah, the go to 6 line is the obvious answer. That N'Zoth is a decent tempo hero. If you can go to 6, you can play into a win condition. That Goldrin or Buster were really our two things that we talked about before. That are like, those are the very obvious first gut reactions to this hero power. There are 2 build around death rattles in the game. If you get a hold of one of them, you get a golden version, then great. But once again, this relies upon getting to a state where you get a 4-star buddy online. Hold it until you get a 6-star. If we're not tripling into that 6, I don't see myself leveling to 6 and hoping that the opening boards have it. XQN tried to triple into Goldrin or Buster and failed miserably. Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be the normal line. Is that N'Zoth is very good at playing the mid game. You get access to a early triple or mid-game triple, and you triple into a 6 and go for the shoot the moon. High variance, but very good average. Slow, I'd argue it's fast. It's kind of the opposite of slow. You get it a little later, which is not a big deal, but it doesn't take long to get its value. In fact, it's instant to get its value. This really seems bad. I think it's pretty decent. I think N'Zoth's going to be one of those heroes that looks a lot like Ysera in this meta. That Ysera's curve is like 25% first, 25% eighth. That you're relying upon finding a triple, but if you find that triple, and especially in a lobby where you should be playing it with like mechs and beasts both in, you have like a 35% or a 40% to kind of win the game on the spot, as long as you survive one turn after you triple into a 6. And then if you're on 5 and you miss and you have beasts in, you can find Pale Scale, you can find yourself Kangors with the right kind of initial setup or whatever, and then maybe you can do something. Yo, Dansky with the gift sub, dude. Appreciate the sub for it. Thank you so much, dude. Baron? I mean, Baron's not a death rattle minion. The minion has to have death rattle for you to turn it golden. Or at least that's my assumption. No economy, not much tempo? Yeah, except your hero is a tempo hero. Like, the whole idea that it's too slow has to rely upon the full picture of the hero. And the hero is inherently a high tempo hero. So something being an instant spike that is a little bit later to get it, when you are going to win a lot of early combats, you're going to get it about the same rate as a lot of people get their 3 stars. And not only that, but you get full value out of it the moment you play it. Instead of it being like, oh, it gets online and then next turn I get an effect like Omu's or whatever. Like, it's a lot faster than those types of things. Thinking a better buddy would be give N'Zoth another fish? No, that seems really boring. It's better than Brann's. Yeah, I'm gonna hard disagree on that one. Brann's is probably the second best in the game. Oh, you love it. Need to test to see if it'll work with any mech with replicating menace. It should. It should. Because you gold the base minion. Now I say should, and that's like should. N'Zoth can make 3 golden death rattles, golden selfless golden Goldrin, golden fish. Seems good. Can't gold fish, first of all, because it's not a death rattle minion. Second thing is you only get one of them about turn 8 or turn 9, and you get the second and third one about turn 13. So unless you get something good on the first one, you don't have a turn 13. That's where the big problem is. You can't gold fish, period, because fish isn't a death rattle minion. So the rest of the discussion becomes like, what do you gold initially? You don't get to discover off of it because it's a friendly minion. You're not targeting the tavern like Seafood does. There aren't that many good targets, agreed. So it's tripling in the 6s. And that's why we talk about this as high variance. High variance doesn't mean something is bad. It just means that your placements are going to vary pretty heavily. The average can still be very high. So yeah, you just end up in those kind of situations where in the right lobby, it can be reasonable. Seems okay. I know a lot of people have their opinions. You keep your opinions. I'm not trying to convince you. Just saying my own opinions out loud. Seems very, very, very reasonable. Just high variance. People just have a very hard time reconciling variance. It's kind of like the whole idea of like Reno tripling in the 4s this meta. Better statistically than tripling in the 5s, but if you miss, you're playing the game for like 5th place. Now that you get a 35% chance to win the lobby 90% of the time. High variance, better average, means better. Low variance, better average, means better. Moderate variance, doesn't matter. Variance isn't the important part. Average. Yeah, frog? Yeah, frog is an option. We can do frog. Fish can gain this death rattle too. What death rattle? This thing doesn't have a death rattle. Gotta go for 6s. I feel like it's a go for 6 or die type of thing. That you shoot for the 6-star, and if you miss, Pale Scale is also a really good hit. Like Golden Pale Scale is a top 4, right? So we'll see. We'll come back. We'll visit this when we actually play it. It's a hard one to gauge. All right, Nozdormu's hero power is Chromie, or Buddy is Chromie. Why isn't Chromie a dragon? This is bullshit. Why isn't Chromie a dragon? Minions in Bob's Tavern have +1/1 for the rest, or for each time it was refreshed this turn. This is great. Just reroll 10 times. Then freeze. But for real, it is a reasonable way to get something, I suppose. All right, chat. You have 5 seconds. Go ahead. Type out the word APM Pirates and push enter real quick. Let's just get it out of the way. Let's get it out of the way. You're good. You got it. Like, this is fine. I got you guys. Like, every one of these buddies is kind of busted if you get the APM Pirates, all right? Everybody knows APM Pirates is good. When you've won the game, you've won the game. There you go. Thanks, guys. We got it out of the way. APM Pirates, yes, has a very real case for APM Pirates. APM Elise as well. I saw that was typed a few times. In fact, APM Elise is probably a little bit more realistic with it. We talked about this before. Because APM Pirates getting to this state of the game has pretty much already stabilized the game. APM Elementals has a problem that it does not get online quickly and you need very specific pieces. And if you get to a place where you get the Chromie and you also get recycling wraiths, then you can stabilize a game before you get to the point where you can get like, Master Realities and Domo and all that kind of stuff. Do you think it'll be good with APM Pirates? I do. I think pretty much any one of these buddies on an APM Pirate board would be perfectly fine. What if everybody's dead in the lobby? Is this thing good? APM Mechs. It's really like this thing in combination with Recycling Wraith is pretty good. This thing in combination with Hogger is pretty good, right? Honestly, it sounds mediocre on APM Pirates. Yeah, just win the game a little less. It's actually for Demon Nomi build. There you go. APM components like Recycling Wraith on a Nomi Felbat board. Genius. Yeah, like all of those kind of scenarios are like, if we get to extreme states, we're building in-game boards. This is an interesting thing to have. That's not really where any of the value of the minions comes from, right? The buddies. You need to be able to get through the middle of the game to get to the in-game position. And Chromie, being a 6/6, is pretty good. It's a 3-star, so you get it at a reasonable time. Freeze doesn't work. That was the sarcasm. Roll 11 times, then freeze. See what happens. Oh, but we get past that point. And if you can get online with APM elementals, you build a tremendous amount of stats and you get to roll the board like 20, 30 times, which means you can just pick up 30 versions of like Domo or whatever and replace it on your board, even if you want to just do it that way. You stabilize the game and then you get to a late game state. It's going to be pretty good. At least when you -10, you can still get a +10. Yeah, then it's equal to 0. Nobody can type -10 on this hero. Beautiful. Felbat -10 might actually be good, yeah. Legitimately. If you have a Felbat board, you can just roll repeatedly and eat a board +10. Yep. First board gets the initial buff. Does it? I didn't read it that way. I didn't see this one played during the playtest. So your first board always has a 1/1 buff? Interesting. Minions in Bob's Tavern have 1/1 for each time it was refreshed this turn. I still wouldn't read it that way, but if that's the case, that's interesting. You know what Domo's good with? A Cthulhu tentacle. That's the whole problem with Cthulhu. You don't open board spaces, so you never do cycle strats, which is why none of those builds actually mean anything. It'd be great on Cthulhu. Cthulhu Tentacle would be great on Millhouse with APM Elementals. Agreed. Be great. It's like how Ysera's Tavern refreshes with the board starts. I mean, that's one of the patch notes that says it doesn't do that now, though. So, was it intended as a bug, or was it intended to be changed? Like, one of the patch notes actually is Ysera's Tavern, the initial tavern doesn't give you a dragon, unless it refreshes a slot. I like it. This seems okay. Nice turn 1 start. I mean, you don't have this thing on turn 1. Yeah, people keep losing sight of that with comments. Like, this is really good in early game. There's no early game. You don't get this till like turn 7. There's no early game. This isn't on your board. It's not a hero power. Yeah, but it's pretty easy to lose sight of this kind of stuff. Yeah, duh. Yeah. Go to my corner. Yeah, timed out real quick. It's easy to lose sight of that kind of stuff in a big patch. Like, oh my god, I see where this could be useful. Oh wait, never mind. Do you think Blizzard even used a balanced team for these buddies? Seems like we're going back to turn 10 endgame meta. I don't think it's that bad, to be honest. I think the game's going to be a little longer than it is right now. And I think leveling is a little bit slower, which means that damage is lower. So I don't think it's actually that imbalanced. I think that there needs to be quite a few balance patches to bring all the buddies back in range of each other. But that's naturally what's going to happen when you add 75 patch notes at once. There's going to be outliers. Some of them, I think, up front, you could have easily evaluated them and been like, oh, this is too strong. Why isn't this a 3-star versus a 2-star or something like that? But that's just my opinion. Like, I don't see why my Ebs isn't a 3-star instead of a 2-star. Like, it seems way too strong to be a 2-star. But we'll see. I'm sure they did internal testing. They did a couple things internally that they made some changes. Like, the justification for why Tavern 5 is 2 gold more expensive now is because internal playtesting pretty much had everybody leveling straight to 5 because it was way better to level because people don't take as much damage in the early game anymore. With like the whole buddies thing, everybody's kind of equal power. You don't have as much power leveling, etc., etc. So everybody was just leveling together after they got their buddies, especially the tempo heroes that got their buddies quickly, just leveled every time they got it. Which then made the game pretty one-dimensional because you're just leveling straight to the moon. So it was definitely tested. And that was something that they did to head off that kind of behavior, that you would just take a tempo buddy and level straight to 6. Why not increase 6 too? Because it slows down the game enough. If there's a barrier entry to go to 5, you can't go to 6 before you go to 5. But I don't know. Why not do it? Don't know. But it seems to achieve the same goal. You can't go to 5, so you can't go to 6. Alright, Saurfang. Saurfang, obviously we know this hero power from before. Gets Dranosh Saurfang with, you know, the typical WoW shoulder pads. For the Horde, also grants health. Oh shit. So your hero power that's upgrading every turn, that gives attack every turn, now gives you attack and health every turn. Now it is a 4-star hero power. Can we say this is good with APM Pirates? It's great with APM Pirates. Everything's good with APM Pirates. So good. Why is it good with APM Pirates? It's because you're APM Pirates, not because this hero power works well with it. You're going to get this thing about turn 8, which means it's a little bit slow. But you do a lot of damage as this hero. So do you gain a lot more buddy experience in the opening turns? And if so, you might be able to get this thing about turn 7 instead of turn 8. And if you get it turn 7, this thing's busted. And I mean busted. The fact that you can just make like a plus 13 microbots and dump it on a Deflecto. Like, Saurfang in tempo metas has been a top 10 hero according to a lot of high MMR players. I tend to be one of them that advocates for Saurfang. All Dragon's another one that really likes Saurfang in tempo-oriented metas. That you play the game on 3 pretty much the entire game. And it's very much like Beater with his Edwin plays. That you get to the game to a stable position, and then you just play Deflectobot comps. And Deflectobot comps are very, very, very strong in tempo-oriented metas. And if you can get your hero power a little bit quicker, because remember, buddy experience is generated through damage done as one of the primary components. And your hero gives your minions a lot of attack, which means you do more damage. And if that is the case and you get this a little bit quicker, this could be reasonable. Do I expect it to be great? No. Do I expect it to be playable? Yes. I think people are sleeping on this if they say it's really bad. Could be fun with Hydra. I mean, it's just big health Hydra. Why is that any different than big attack Hydra? Big health Deflectobot is a big difference from just an only attack Deflectobot. Typically speaking. Like now, same thing with like Mechrel, where it can't be killed by a little Wind Fury. That is a huge difference. Huge difference. Like big Deflectors win lobbies. Anoia module and microbots are then attachable to things with all that health bonus. So good. Now that being said, you got to get there. And this hero is not great at getting there. So we'll see. Reno's buddy seems weird. Is the effect permanent? Shouldn't be. But we didn't see that. I didn't see that one in action either. But who the fuck knows? I don't think it's good either way. If it's permanent, it's obviously better. We haven't gotten the Reno though. We're almost there. Maybe somebody saw it in a game today where I didn't see it. But I didn't see it actually play tested. I saw a Reno, and a Reno didn't have a bunch of gold minions on the board, so I assume it's not. I just didn't watch that point of view to see it happen. It wasn't permanent? Yeah, it shouldn't be. Shouldn't be. Even if it was, it wouldn't be busted. But it'd be better. Way better. APM Pirates? Alright, chat. Patches. Buddy is Tuskar Raider, Battle Cry. Give a minion 1/1 for each pirate you played this game. Played, not summoned. Played. Means from hand. So your scallywags aren't getting absurd value. So, yeah. Patches gets a nice Battle Cry buff in the middle of the game. Is this good for APM Pirates? Not really. People want to say APM Pirates because you see Patches and Pirates. But by the time you're online with APM Pirates, you've already passed this point in the game. Right? Like, you're going to get this first one about turn 7, the other one about turn 11. Like, it's good for tempo, and tempo is what you need to play APM Pirates. Absolutely agreed. You're not going to get to, like, full APM and then use the Tuskar Raider, because you're using the Tuskar Raider before you get to full APM. Most of the time. So, Sid Meier's Pirates? Dude, what was like the Pirates of the Caribbean version of that game that was on the Xbox? I remember playing that. Like Sid Meier's Pirates is what they turned it into. The franchise got bought. The little one, you sailed around, you picked up stuff and traded and shot other ships. Oh, it was great. Port Royals? I don't think that's what the one I'm thinking of, a Port Royal. Sea of Thieves, that's it. The original Xbox Sea of Thieves. Thanks. Appreciate it. OG Xbox. 2002 Sea of Thieves. Assassin's Creed 4, that's it. Thanks. Very, very helpful, guys. 2002. All right. Patches seems fine. Patches is already a good hero. Patches is a great hero at lower MMRs. And you gave yourself a tempo increase, which will allow you to level a little more aggressively. The big downside for Patches, though, is that Sea of Thieves. Is that Patches can't level to 5 instantly anymore. Because leveling to 5 costs 2 extra gold. Which means you can't go get Tony Hogger super quick when you're high rolling. Because you physically can't level to 5 as quickly as you could before. Costs 11 the first turn, right? So if the card that you need is gated from you for an additional turn, that's going to slow Patches down a little bit. We'll see. I think it'll be okay. Sea of Thieves is a good game. Thanks, chat. Good to know. That 11 really messing things up, it just slows the game down. Just slows it down. And slowing the game down has an intended effect that you have to play the game on those lower tiers a little longer. When will the patch be live EU time? No idea. EU is not one time zone. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard is usually, or 1 p.m. Eastern Standard to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard is approximately when it goes live, each patch. Go ahead and convert that for yourself. So like 11D30. Forcing mid-tiers really makes tempo heroes like Patches better? True. That might help Patches more than it hurts, for that matter, Jedion. I agree. It just kind of ruins the way that Patches is played right now. That doesn't mean Patches will be worse in a meta that is dominated more by playing the middle of the game. Because if it's playing a little bit later into the game before people get through late game conditions, then Patches stabilizes better than most people. And being able to pick up pairs and then triple later is really good for Patches. So like, I'd be more inclined to believe it's a better meta than a worse meta for Patches, even with the 5-star leveling curve changing. That I really like being able to stabilize. Why can't you go to 5 as quickly? One of the patch notes is that the cost to level up to 5 has been increased by 2 gold. Like that's a patch for everybody in this game. No, it's only for you, Brevok. Just you. It's more expensive for you to level up to 5. Like instead of it being 9 gold base cost to level to 5, it's 11 gold base cost to level to 5 now. So in other words, like you physically can't level to 5 the first turn you push the button. And then it costs 10 the next turn. Will tripling the 5s be more impactful? Tripling in the 5s was the norm in a tempo meta that we had before. Remember that. Before Avenge. But I still think tripling in the 4s will be more important. Not 4s and 6s though. 4s and 5s probably. And 5s has already gotten pretty good at the end of this meta to triple into, especially in certain lobbies. So we'll see. Can't unless you have Gambler. You can't bring that number up to 11, dude. Unless you're, I guess you could do it with Galewix. You can't deposit 10 gold in the level up bank, then get gold back and then deposit it again. If you can't bring your number above 10, it ain't happening. All right, moving on. Patchwork with his Weebomination. Pretty straightforward one here. Weebomination, Battlecry, give a minion +1 health for each health your hero is missing. There you go. That's it. Make everything Battle Masters. Is it good? Yeah. Is it good enough to make Patchwork good? Probably not. Like, nobody's going to complain with having that nice minion there. But, yeah. That is by itself all you get off of your buddy. It'll stabilize you for a turn or two. That's about it. Isn't this shit with armor introduced? There's no armor in the game. You gotta read the patch notes, dude. Armor is not in the game. And it also reads health that you're missing. Yeah, there's no... Armor is gone. Like, armor is not in this patch. Literally no armor. Nobody has armor, period. There you go. Now we're moving on. Not great in APM Pirates? There you go. This is good in APM Pirates. Can make a big hogger. Pyramid. Give a random friendly minion +4 health. Now, I understand most people haven't read the patch notes. You're just kind of tuning in and listening. I'm just giving you shit for fun. But yeah, the armor system is completely scrapped for this patch. It might be back next patch. Sounds like what they're trying to do is evaluate which heroes need buffed and nerfed without armor first, and then they'll bring back armor later. Pyramid gets another Pyramid thing. Titanic Guardian. Whenever a different friendly minion gains health, this gains health too. Okay, well, that's a lot of tempo. Wait, I thought someone already had this hero power? Yeah, somebody else on this page for some reason had this hero power too. Alright, that's a lot of tempo. It's going to be the only thing getting buffed by your hero power. You know it's coming. So, Pyramid is not a bad tempo hero in a tempo meta. He's not great, but he's not bad. It's a 3-star, so you get it about turn 7. If you play anything that's menagerie oriented, this minion is going to get a lot of health. Like a lot of health. Fun with Trickster. It won't gain permanent combat stats, so we can't do anything like really memey like that. But like playing this on any board that's doing any AoE buffing, like a Jug on a 3-tribe board is going to give this thing 6 health as well. Now, that being said, you can't give this thing any attack. Right, like, there's no way for this thing to be able to be usable against anything that's poison or whatever. So it's gonna be hard to make this into something that stays on the board forever. Bacon, yeah, you can use blood gems and other kind of stuff like that. Like, there is a few ways of making that 6 into a 10, you know, like, really not a good way to scale it. Attack stack from Lady Pig. Yes, there are some things that do a couple stats bonus, but not something that is like a really good way of doing it. Taunt, Little Rag, yes, very small little things there. Argus will work, or Strong Shell, or Little Rag, but you're going to end the game with this thing being 8 to 15 attack the vast majority of games. There are ways to get it. There is not a reliable way to make this into a carry. It is an okay minion to have for a while. It will almost always stabilize in the range of like sub 20 damage. You could have 150 health on this and it's still going to be like a 150, which is good against anything but poison because it can triple trade things, and that's pretty decent, right? Decent mid game, absolutely decent mid game. This thing is going to stop you from taking damage for quite some time as soon as you find any decent way of getting a couple stats on the board, because like one Jug, instead of it being a 6/6 bonus, is now a 6/12 bonus. A couple of those kind of things happening, and suddenly this thing is a 6/25 on your board, and then you're not going to lose a round, right? So it's not much different than Battlemaster. I mean, Battlemaster's tribal. You can scale Battlemaster. You can consume Battlemaster. There's a lot of good things where Battlemaster's great. Goes back to variance, right? With the right setup. Like Charlie or something could be insane, but if you flop, it really flops. Yeah, it doesn't really have anything to do with variance for that discussion. I guess you could say that like in the extreme versions, it's insane, and that's what you're trying to relate to variance, but like the version with Charlie is like, it's bad. So like your good example is bad and your bad examples are bad. So like all of it is bad. So there's not like a big span here of difference between where this thing goes. Charlie, great. You get an extra 1/1 or 2/2 on it a turn. Cool. The problem is it needs to be like 50 or 60 attack to really be able to be anything on a board. Otherwise it just dies to spores and shit. Kind of decent mid game. So basically you're bad. That's what I'm saying to me. Basically I'm just bad. No. Overall, this kind of the line, it's just a really useful mid game minion. And it doesn't give you an end game condition, which means that this hero is always going to be played as a tempo hero. Very much like how you play Deryl in typical metas, where it's really strong in the middle of the game, and then it dies off to the point that it doesn't even challenge people, like 0%ers for first place. And that's not bad to exist as a unit. Like, it's probably a reasonably good hero to play. In a tempo-oriented meta, it's going to very consistently top 4, which isn't bad. What about Agam? I mean, it's not tribal, so, like, doesn't get buffed by Agam either. Wouldn't this let other people get buddies faster since they hit it repeatedly for more damage? Nope. Because you don't get it early game, they already have their first buddy, and by the middle of the game, the max amount of buddy experience you can get per round, nearly everybody gets to the full amount. So, like, you're not feeding. There's no feeding in this game for buddy experience. That's not really a thing. In fact, like, the buddy cap per turn is so strict that, like, 3 or 4 attacks into turn 10, your buddy meter's filled and you're done. That's all you can really get for the round. Oh, it's not a bad question by any means. I'm just kind of, shooting it down because it doesn't really have a big impact there. The fact that it's so late in the game that you're getting it online, it doesn't feed at that point because the buddy meter is so easy to charge. That's all. Good with Tyrion. Very good with Tyrion. Good point. Good job, Neg. Good with Tyrion. Seems pretty good with Vol'Jin's buddy as well. Yeah, like, yeah, it just seems like a good tempo mid-game thing. Okay, we're okay with that. Pyramid is tempo hero. Shocking. Wag Toggle gets... I feel like there's something here, and I'm just not grasping it. Like, there's got to be something here that just makes this not complete and utter garbage. Because it's like, it has potential as a card. It's an interesting card. They even made it 4-star because they viewed it as strong. What am I missing about this card? Whenever you play a minion of a type you don't control, trigger your hero power. Your hero power is each minion type gets 1/1. So in other words, you could have a 5-minion board with like an Agamagan or something in a no-beast lobby or whatever, and you could cycle Murlocs to act as like a pseudo Agam board. But that's all I can think of. Like, it's so weak. APM Menagerie. Can't have Hogger, because then you can't play Pirates. It's like a worse Agam? Yeah, it's like a really bad Agam, but at least you consistently get it. You have this on your board, you have 4 tribes, potentially 5 if you can cheese an extra minion, like, an Agamagan on a no-beast lobby. Then you just buy the other tribe, but 2 gold for a 1/1 buff to 4 things, or 5 things, 4 or 5, is just not valuable enough. Yeah, it's a 4-star 4/3 as well that has to occupy a board spot. Elemental? I mean, if you don't have an elemental on the board, then you can get a 1 minion out there gives you 2 buffs instead of 1. Like, it's so incredibly slow. Leave off elementals? Like, it's the thing. You got to play down a tribe, and if you're going to keep another tech spot, then you have to only have 4 tribes at the best, like with Brann or whatever. Maybe it switched to all tribes? I don't know. I think it'd be fun to try. I mean, dying isn't really that fun to try. Like, no value, bad. Getting it turn 8 as your first little bit of value on a bad hero to get a bad form of scaling, I think I'll pass. Domo? What about Domo? Try to play Domo and then cycle elementals and not keep Domo on the board, or elementals on the board? Maybe? Yeah, I don't see that being good enough. But I mean, I like the thinking outside the box. Playing Amalgadon without the playing Menagerie without Amalgadon seems really sad. Yeah, I mean, once you get Amalgadon, you just stop scaling off Tagawag, right? You either level to 6, go for another Amalgadon, find yourself Brann or an Agam or something like that, and play that way instead. To me, it sounds like Calico single one's weak and golden one sounds strong. I would argue that the regular one's weak and the golden one is still weak. That it's not even close. That turn 13 getting this thing, when we're down the top 3, potentially getting a golden one where you had to keep a 4/3 on your board for the turns going up to it, doesn't justify a bad scaling option. Oh, Spike turn to stall for win. It's just not even like good. Like, your upside is that you can spend 10 gold to get a 4/4 buff to 4 tribes. Like, 10 gold isn't worth a 16/16 on turn 9 or turn 10. Like, it's not even good. Even if you get everything to set it up right, it's bad. Yeah, I don't know. I'm missing something here. Or it's just terrible. Could just be it's terrible. I swear, I'm getting static feedback on my headset, so very annoying. All right. Yeah, I think it's terrible. Yo, Wireless Griffin, appreciate the Prime sub, dude. Thanks for the support. M's very attentive as I took my headset off. What are you doing? She's like, oh wait, we done? Is it time? Ear reveal? Got him. All right, Ragnaros. Hero power. Oh, we gotta move my camera again because, you know, you guys got to be able to read Sulfuris here. Passive. After you kill 25 minions, get Sulfuris. Left. No, it's actually right. And his buddy Lucifron. Your end of turn effects trigger twice. Not an additional time. Feels bad, man. So you can't like sell it off the board, then get 2 copies, and then you get additional time. Then again, it's not really worth the board slot, like blah, 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 blah. There's no real like cheesing this to be multiplicative scaling or something like that. Double the end of turn effect if it said something like that instead of end of turn triggers twice. Then if you kept 2 of them, it'd be 4 times. You know, like that's not part of it. But you get it instead of a 3/3, you effectively get a 6/6 to 2 minions, which is cool. Gold Grubber synergize with it. Yep. Charlie synergizes with it. Sure. Your hero power is the obvious one, right? Domo, double Domo effects. So like APM Elemental or something like that is pretty cool. Dragons. What dragon are we thinking of with end of turn effect? Lightfang's back. We brought Lightfang back. Mithrax. Oh, Razorgore. Yeah, Razorgore is an end of turn effect. Yep. See if we remembered Razorgore as a card this patch. Yeah, I mean, that's cool. At the very least, it synergizes with your hero power. The other effects, like we've had this conversation before when people theorycraft, like, why don't we put Drakari Enchanter or whatever it was, the card in the game? Would it be pretty good? Oh, Promo's that one. Yeah. And Scalebane. There are quite a few dragons that are end of turn effects. Yeah. Why don't we put that card in the game? And it's like, well, you need a bunch of build around conditions for like end of turn type of thing. Promo's not end of turn. Promo is start of combat. Yeah, correct. Promo is start of combat, so it's not end of turn. All right, Scalebane is another one. So there are 2 dragons. Still technically correct, whoever said dragons. You still win. But there aren't enough build around effects in this meta to justify that being a card that like dilutes the pool. And that was always my argument. Like, you don't want to put Drakari Enchanter on Tavern 5, and then everyone triples into that 5, and they're like, that's worthless. Well, Rag's one of those heroes that actually does like end of turn effects, so this seems like a reasonable way of putting the effect in the game. And that minion itself affects your hero power at the end of the turn. And then potentially you can play in the Lightfang, or Domo, or Charlie, or something like that, and get a pretty good amount of value. Not good for Bat. Yeah, Bat's okay as long as you are only playing like 2 demons or 3 demons. Then you don't need a second Bat or whatever. But you could play like double Bat, or you could play like Golden Bat, Battle Master or whatever, and just occupy 2 board slots, or something like that. 3 of them potentially, and then get good value off of it. There is a little bit of value there. Nothing crazy. Watched it on stream, it wasn't too bad. Yeah, I don't think it's bad or good, really. I think it's just fine. Like, it's an okay scaling line on a hero that is not great in a tempo-oriented meta. That overall, it's one of those things that, like, the printing the card for, like, the card that would do double or end of turn triggers twice, that doesn't seem like it was ever merited with the cards we have in this game. But Rag is one hero that really does like that kind of stuff. And if Rag can get it with the hero power, then that's fine. And then there's a couple ways of capitalizing a little more. It seems kind of build around. It seems like what you want to do on Rag now is look for Lightfang or look for Charlie or Felbat or something like that, or Domo. And then you just kind of steer into that hard. Micro mummy value. Yeah. Scalebane value. You get a little bit extra value there. Your hero power is the big carry, right? Getting 6/6 a turn on 2 minions that are most likely Divine Shield or Cleave or whatever is a lot of value. But remember, you have to count this on the board, this Lucifron on the board, and whatever that tech piece that you're trying to put on the board is. That Charlie or that Lightfang. So now you're talking about having really a 5-unit Andy board where you can't bump very effectively without buffing the bumper. Like, there's a lot of mechanical problems with trying to make stuff like that work. And in a meta dominated by poison, which I don't see really changing that much, playing 5-unit Andy, even if the big minions, is a really bad strat. You'll be outpaced by everybody else? Yeah, probably. I just don't think it's great. I think it's okay. Unremarkable. Fine. Not going to make me want to pick Reg. Rakanishu. Arguably, what, the second, third worst hero in the game? I'm sure his buddy is going to save him. This buddy is going to make Rakanishu playable, alright? Give a friendly minion stats equal to your tavern tier. Turns out 2 gold to give like a 4/4 buff is not very good. Lantern Tender. 3-star. At the end of your turn, give a random friendly minion stats equal to your tavern tier. God damn it. Yay! Worse than Rag scaling, and worse than the Eudora minion, and worse than all of them. Come on, man. I genuinely didn't know what this was going to be, because I haven't looked this one up. But yeah, it's one of the worst heroes in the game with a meh buddy. Yeah, well, that's unfortunate. I had hope for a moment there, Rakanishu. See you later, dude. This one's not playable. Reno. We saw this one yesterday. Reno's hero power, obviously. Target a minion, make it golden. And the buddy, Death Rattle, make the rightmost minion golden. Your rightmost minion golden. Remember, this is a combat effect because it's a Death Rattle, so it's not permanent. But you could use it to die quickly in a fight to make a golden Baron or something like that. Cool. It's something. It's a minion you get in the middle of the game and might not immediately sell. But it's one of the top tier heroes from previous patch. Getting a meh minion. Golden Terracosa. Terracosa is a good option because it keeps the permanent buff. There you go. There's one. Yeah, there's a couple little tiny niche scenarios where that would make it pretty good. You find a Terracosa in the middle of the game as a Reno, you're going to take that Terracosa. But then again, Terracosa is a pretty shitty minion in this game, unless you get a promo Drake. So now you're going to make the argument that I'm going to pick up this Terracosa because I'm eventually getting this Tomb Diver, because I'm going to find that promo Drake at some point on a hero that very heavily relies upon tripling and not playing the game for tempo. So like, that's kind of a hard argument to make. How many turns do you spend on 3 as a Reno? You're going to pick up that Terracosa because you get to make it golden. Cool. It's still just an 8/8. It's a better Tony. I mean, it's not permanent, so like, I'm going to go with no. Considering that the Death Rattle takes place in combat, so whatever stat changes are done in combat don't leave combat. The only one that is possible is Terracosa. So like, no. Good for scam pirates with like Eliza, for example? Sure. There are some like niche scenarios. Matron, yeah. There's some niche scenarios in the middle of the game where you're like, if I have this minion on my board, I could make it golden. But like, if you're getting that early Matron, are you not golding it off your hero power? Really? Like, even if you have this thing, I'm still golding the fucking Matron. Right? Like, I'm not leaving it open for the idea that he has an Acolyte and I don't get the value for my milk. Because a golden Matron is a win condition. We're just going to win the game by using our hero power on it. We're not going to leave it all up to risk that this thing that you get 2 turns later can then sometimes, most of the time, make that thing golden. Just gold this thing. That's the play. You can gold this thing. And the golden version makes the 2 rightmost minions golden. Now, as long as you taunted this up or whatever, whatever, it could be okay. There's some line there. Won't this just golden your entire board? It's not permanent. That's like, this is the thing that everybody has to, like, we have to walk back through every time anyone looks at it. It's a combat effect. So you can make a thing golden. Woo! And then it's not golden at the end of combat. Golden Baron, yeah. I mean, Golden Baron's like there's some niche scenarios that make something decent. But your Reno, remember, if this was a thing that was on like Rakanishu, you'd be like, okay, cool, I get to steer into a condition that we can't usually make golden. But you can make it golden. This is your win condition. This is the hero. So the second best thing you find in the game, you can make golden. Alright, cool. Yeah, you're going to be selling this off the board a lot. Alright, Scabs time, let's go. Does Reno really need more power? Reno's a middle tier 2 hero, so you could argue that he's fine. Like, he's not a very good hero. He's a good hero, not like very good. But the fact that he's not getting a huge game-breaking change isn't necessarily bad for the game. I can agree with that. But like, Reno's like the 25th best hero on average. He's not that strong. He's one of them that's easier to play for new players, so he does better at lower MMRs and such, but he's not that strong. Alright. Discover a plain minion of a minion, or plain copy of a minion in your next opponent's warband is Scab's hero power, and the new hero with new buddy is Warden Fellwater. Dude, these guys are buddies and they look mean as fuck. He's an eye patch. That's scary. At the start of your next turn, add the opponent's buddy to your hand. Great. Just great. We needed Scabs to have more tools. It is very slow. 100% agree. There are a couple of buddies that are pretty game breaking, right? So basically it's Tess. Yeah, very similar. But he's fast and she's slow. Exactly. That's the difference. Scabs is a really good early economy unit hero. And you get this thing later in the game and you could hold it in your hand until the person that you're fighting is actually like a reasonable thing to steal something from. You don't even have to occupy a board slot with it. And then you just use it as a tech piece to be like, I'm going to steal, you know, Brann's buddy. Or whoever it might be. That's somebody that's useful to you. Toki's buddy. Or whatever. One of them that's really nice. At the start of your turn, add your next opponent's buddy to... Oh, you're right. You're right. So you got to be planning a turn ahead. So you can't actually do that. That sucks. Yeah, this is the first time I've looked at this. At the start of your turn, add the next buddy's opponent to your hand. Or your next opponent's buddy. I cannot read. So you gotta know for some reason or somehow what is going to be your next opponent. So late in the game, sometimes you do know that. Or just hope the next one's a lucky buddy to get value from. It's not a very game-defining type of buddy, but Scabs doesn't need help. Scabs is a top 5 hero. Free gold? Yeah, except it's not free gold, right? Like the idea that you put a 4/6 neutral on the board on turn 9 or 10 just so you can get 1 gold next turn, like I'm not putting that minion on the board. That's not happening. Does it happen only once? No, you can keep it on the board forever, but you have a 4/6 neutral minion on the board on a late turn. Dying is pretty bad. Does Kael'Thas have a buddy? No idea how that works. I assume it steals from the base hero if they die. The opponent doesn't need to have a buddy, right? No, not on their board or anything, from what I can tell. Scab stealing Wagtoggle buddy is infinite gold. How? Wagtoggle's buddy is when you play a minion of a different tavern type, give 1/1 to minions. I don't see how that does anything. How about Finley? I mean, Finley generates another copy of this, right? No, it activates... Oh, yeah, activates your hero power. Gotcha, good call. How is that infinite gold, though? It activates the hero power. Okay, now I'm with you on that. But how is that infinite gold? Triggers your hero power. So you get to steal a minion from your opponent. Yeah, but you only get offered 3 things. It's not infinite gold. It's nowhere close to it. You get to steal 1 thing from their board, or maybe get super lucky and get 3 copies of their buddy if it's on their board. Yeah, it's definitely not infinite. That's not how Discover works. You don't get a pick from all 7 units on the board. It's good economy. It's potentially upwards of 2 extra gold. Peepo clap, I guess. for 2 gold. Like, it doesn't do shit, right? Kind of the point of the whole comment train. It's good that we got there together, though. Like, okay, maybe your opponent only has 3 minions on their board, and then you could get a bunch of copies of the minion. Cool. I don't think that's going to be happening. Then you could fill your hand with golden copies of the minion. There you go. There's a loop there. If your opponent has exactly 3 minions on the board, then you could just continuously take that specific unit, play it through. The problem is you have to play the minion from your hand, which then in turn doesn't make it golden. You could sell multiple minions and then take one back as golden multiple times. And somebody has to be playing Wag Toggle, right? Like, it's not infinite gold, nor is it really that good, and only good if they had only 3 minions on the board, which nobody does. Alright, we're going to move past. But good for APM Pirates. It seems fine. Seems like Scabs didn't need help, and Scabs really didn't get help. Alright, cool. Next one. Shudderwalk. Add a... what's Muckslinger here? After you play a minion, add a random Battlecry minion to Bob's Tavern. I mean, it's very different than the way that we play Shudderwalk in current year. Now, Shudderwalk took a huge nerf here, right? You can't 6-star Shudderwalk anymore. With Tavern 5 being increased in cost, like, 6-star Shudderwalk is dead. As of Tuesday, no such thing as 6-star Shudderwalk. You can do 6-star Shudderwalk a turn later. You can do 6-star Shudderwalk with selling off part of your board and getting 5 double 6 if you get like a perfect opening roll. But 6-star Shudderwalk Dream is pretty much, effectively dead. 3 6-stars on turn 6, that's not happening anymore. 2 gold is inhibitive. Now, what do we do with this hero power? After you play a minion, add a random Battlecry minion to Bob's Tavern. It's a 2-star, so you get it early. It's really nice if you get like a Brann or something, I guess. Are you supposed to play Murlocs? I don't think you're supposed to play Murlocs. Menagerie is more likely useful. Like, random Battlecries are usually better for Menagerie than Murlocs. Like, if you get early tokens, triple into 3/5s, like normal, then you get this thing online and you hit a Brann, that's probably a reasonable way to play this hero. Is that you triple into 3/5s, you steer into whatever. But if you get a hold of Brann, then Muckslinger is a pretty good card. Now, every time you play a minion, you add a random Battlecry minion to the shop, and you can make use of a lot of that kind of stuff. Tribeless is kind of meh. I mean, if you get ahead, you're ahead. That's kind of the nature of Shudderwalk, right? Like, if you take 3 5-stars on turn 5, you can afford to keep this shit on your board. You put 3 good tribes on the board, you cycle a billion Battlecries, and you're okay. Kali help? Yeah, it's just not useful for that. The whole idea that something is useful for a 6-star as a neutral minion on the board like this, it is good. Don't get me wrong. If I could have this minion on the board with Kali, cool. But you're not going to have a line where Shudderwalk's taking a bunch of 6s anymore. So, like, while that could be the case, it works kind of like Smuggler does back in the day. We talk about, like, Smuggler was a good tech piece that you could keep on the board to scale 4 things. Then once you scale 4 things, you sell the Smuggler off the board, you replace with Nadina or whatever. Like, Brand's a good tech piece. That's fine. Like, it's good. Makes Calico scale at like 5/5 a turn instead of 4/4 a turn, which is cool. So I think you play Shudderwalk the exact same way. You play for tokens, you triple in the 5s. If you get Brann, then this card's useful too. If you don't, you're probably selling this pretty quickly. Actually, you get an extra Swabby, make going the 5 to 6 easier, sure. But you can't do the turn 6 line. Turn 6 line, you'd have to take 1 5-star in the best of case to be able to sell it off, and then take 2 6s, I believe, with the way the gold is now positioned. But like, we really don't need Shudderwalk just blowing out lobbies. So we're now redefining what Shudderwalk does. Shudderwalk's really good at getting opening triples in the right lobbies. So tripling in the 5s and then trying to play in the Muckslinger should be the high roll line. That seems pretty decent. If you miss, though, I don't see Muckslingers being that useful to you, and it probably gets sold off the board pretty quickly. Some cheese at low level, like Demon, that only gets 3 gold one or not. About 10 battle cries, Tavern 3 or below in the average lobby to be able to take like a few Devourers or whatever. Yeah, I mean, Devourer seems decent, but it seems like it's just not enough reason not to level. Yeah, we'll see. I don't see it as being that useful to general Shudderwalk synergies. Shudderwalk's going to be a hero just like before. That's kind of pointless unless you can play for tokens. And if you can play for tokens, then you play into whatever you triple into. If you get Brann, then this thing's good. If you don't get Brann, I'm not sure it's even worth a board slot. I was going to go to sleep like an hour ago, but I decided to check if anyone interesting was streaming, and you ended up here? Didn't you read every Reddit comment about our release video? I think everybody just uses this stream to sleep. Oh, I chuckled at that thread so much. It's not an insult, chat. If a place is relaxing and you can fall asleep to it, that's not a bad thing. That's not a terrible thing for a stream. Not everyone has to be a reaction streamer. Oh man, that's some funny shit. Wait, did Reddit bash you? Oh, there's just always people that are toxic. It's just the way the world works. Like, are you telling me that you can't fathom how other people might not like the same content you like on YouTube or on Twitch? Really? You're telling me that a calm place, a place that is just like, you know, discussing or whatever, might not appeal to a different set of people than you? Well, my worldview is just very small. If it's not people screeching at the top of their lungs, then that's not Twitch content. Sleeping viewers are still viewers. Sleeping viewers are loyal viewers even. I mean, the comments about the YouTube video being compared to RDUs being short and concise, yeah, it's fine. Like, RDUs didn't do any of the details. I like RDU. RDU's an amazing streamer, and he did exactly what his audience wanted out of a video. But I also made the comment when Sun Glitters did her release that Sun Glitters had more information about the buddy system than any of the rest of us did. And the assumption I had when I was making my video was that RDU was going to make a longer video that was about the buddy system. So I didn't include a bunch of that information. And I think RDU had the same impression that everyone was just going to talk about their own stuff. So we all just kind of got in a situation where we didn't talk about a lot of the core mechanism stuff. And just because it was more concise doesn't make it a better way of presenting the information. Like the fact that the buddy system has an experience system that goes along with it, what the approximate timetable to get buddies online, like all that kind of stuff, that was all provided to us to talk about. But the question was, how long do you want your video to be? I didn't want a 10-minute long video. I kept mine at 5. RDU's was 3, for example. Zorgo's was 10. Like, there's a lot of difference in ways in how we all presented the information. And yet we were all given very similar information. No, it was awesome. It was good chuckles. Like, at a certain point, people like whatever they like, and anything that challenges that, they're like, this is terrible. This sucks. I can't fathom how anybody would watch something that doesn't appeal to me. I also don't watch cricket, but I know there's a lot of people that watch cricket. I like Bofer's content because he's relaxing and detailed analysis. I can read the notes myself, or just want to know what's in the patch. There you go. My target audience. Keep making the same joke, but I'm going for that corner TV in the retirement home audience. The one that usually puts Mari up, or like, you know, the evening episode of Jeopardy. The future's Twitch. The future's video games. Retirement homes are just LAN parties. I know my audience. All right, let's keep moving forward. Silas. Remember, Silas is disabled on the 25th. They have a bug associated with Silas, Chenvaala, and Kael'Thas. That doesn't mean it won't be in shortly afterwards. Silas gets Birth. It's a hell of a name. Birth. After you buy a minion with a Dark Moon ticket, gain 1 gold this turn only. Huh. Thanks. My gut reaction is I hate it. Like, I get it. You can just discover a lot of things, but now your game plan is going to be buy and sell things for 1 gold to get a ticket so that like every 3.5 to 5 gold, you get to discover a minion of your current tavern tier. So now it's going to be like Silas is really good at fishing for specific cards, but really bad at playing things for like economy, for tempo. Silas gives birth. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my initial take is like, I don't like the design, nor do I want to do that. Interesting. Good for APM Pirates. There you go. This one actually good for APM Pirates. Silas is also the hero that crashes APM Pirates consistently. Why this turn only? Yeah, I'm not sure why that's on the card text. Gain 1 gold? Did you think we were gonna permanently gain 1 gold? Was there confusion? I thought that gold was lasting till next turn. Huh. Doesn't this push Lizard Mech Reaver strat? Oh, son of a bit. Yeah, I like that. Omega Chris. Demon Sarlisk. This is way better for Demon Sarlisk. Alright, so Aranna and Silas have just become Demon Sarlisk lines, if demons and beasts are in. Because now we have the ability to discover extra 2-stars almost every other board. So you hit Sarlisks, or you hit Selfless Heroes, or at the very least a Death Rattle or a Demon. And you just constantly be cycling things for stats. Yeah, you 100% right. Absolutely should think of it like that. Just your opinion. People rate things negative because they don't like content and style. I 100% choose to watch or not watch based on someone knowing the voices, but never type in comment about that. Yeah, I find that a little bit weird about the internet too, dude. Like the whole idea that if I don't like something, I usually keep it to myself. The fact that there's quite a few people out there that are like, I don't like the way you posture, so therefore I'm going to write personal critique about you on your video. It's like, I mean, I get it. There are some people out there that are offering constructive criticism, but there are a lot of people out there that take unnecessary pot shots at people, and it's the same kind of people that are out there kicking their waiter, you know, leaving a $0 tip and saying, I think you should be nicer. Like, it's the same problem, right? Like, just being decent people to other people. And then you also have that weird mechanism, or the weird part of YouTube, which is that you disconnect the person from the content a lot. And people will make comments about content, not realizing, like, you know, that person is reading that as a personal attack. Like, I don't like your voice. Cool. Watch a different video. Like, damn. It's not a big deal. Go somewhere else. Can't take you seriously, you're wearing a beanie. True. I like my hat and pink lighting. I'm just chuckling about it because it's really funny when you get a larger audience, because you get a bunch of those kind of people. And there are people that just take unnecessary attacks and like people I wouldn't talk to in real life, you know? Or there's a lot of people that are offering constructive criticism, and that kind of stuff is always appreciated. So definitely not saying like you can't say something negative. Just, you know, think about the way you say things. And it's like, damn, that was mean. Come on, man. Would you say that to your mother? No. All right. Some people hate their mothers, so like, bad example. Yo, best burst with the 8 months. Appreciate it, dude. But yeah, I'm not sure why this is this. I don't love that Silas just quickly became a ticket bot, but it's going to be damn good for Demon Sarlisk. I watch your stream because it's different. There you go. We don't all have to be the same. I'm perfectly happy with that. I enjoy streaming. And honestly, like, this community around my own stream, like this content, like, you guys are super good on average. Except for you, one person in chat. Except for you. But overall, like, really good. You guys make this a lot of fun to do. I'm trying not trying to be negative. But that one dude, oh my god, you right there? Yeah, you. I took that personally. You're terrible. That one person. Yeah, now everybody's like, who are you talking about, me? All right, so Demon Silas is going to be nuts. All S's. It's beautiful. Any other way that we can view this as being really good? It's good for fishing for minions in the late game. But are you sure it's a Demon Sarlisk? It's a tier 3 card? It's not a tier 3 card. I mean, it's your buddy. Your buddy is generated through experience. You don't have to be on Tavern 3 to take it. So, like, yeah, they have losing track of that for a second. Like, it's just your buddy. Your buddy can be generated and stay on Tavern 1. So, like, It's a very, very good Demon Sarlisk pickup. The fact that it's generated a little bit later because it is, you know, a 3-star as opposed to a 2-star versus a 4-star. Turn 7 getting this online is perfectly acceptable, right, for Demon Sarlisk. Yeah, that's reasonable. They tried to fix the card bug within the card the card description. Where is that, Lightmaster? Somewhere in there. This turn only? I'm just trying to figure out why they care about this turn only. That's funny. Might work well with refreshing Elise, purely because you can see more tickets. Yeah, you could play like APM Elementals, might be decent with it. Like, honestly, anything that fishes for specific minions, this is good for, right? You basically just buy up every ticket you see because it only costs you 1 gold. And then for 3 gold plus the roll cost associated with it, assuming you don't get Elementals or you don't get Gamblers or whatever, you're going to be able to discover a minion of your current tribe or your current tavern tier. APM Elementals, for example, loves 4 stars because you get Recycling Wraith, you get good Elementals, and you also get Domo on 4. Trying to think, Demon Sarlisk is the only one that I see as being really, really good. Like, in fact, I think I'd pick Silas in a Demon Beast lobby over nearly any hero. Like, I think that's that busted. That this, like Aranna, are going to be that good in this meta, because in tempo-oriented metas, when you have Demon Sarlisk in play, it is one of the strongest boards that you can build for the first, like, 13 turns. And you're just going to cleanly take a top 3. Like, just super clean top 3. Every single game. Not every game, but, like, very, very, very often. I don't know. We'll see. Sindragosa. Freeze a minion in Bob's Tavern. Frozen minions get +2/+1. Interesting. Thawed Champion. At the end of your turn, add a random frozen minion from Bob's Tavern to your hand. Yo, that's dope. I'm not sure why I said it like that, but... So, your hero power, you can just target something. You can buy a minion for 0 gold at the end of the turn? Do they get the stats? I hope so. Now, you get this about turn 7. Means you can buy a minion for next turn for 0 gold. You get economy off of it. It's a 5/7 stat line, so it's like a decent minion to keep around in the middle of the game. Like, good, right? Yo, that's dope. Bofer trying to attract a new demographic. I realized after I said that, I was like, that is an odd thing to say. Yo, dog. That shit's dope. No, I don't think it's like busted levels good. I think it's good. I think this is a reasonably good thing. You get extra minions. It's a 5/7, so it's a reasonable minion when you get it in the middle of the game about turn 7. It's not like a 5/3 or a 3/4/3, 3/4, 2/5, like those minions that you have to keep on the board. Keeping a 5/7 is a reasonable thing until about, like, you know, turn 10-ish, when you're going to want to get rid of it. And you get to buy a couple extra minions. Is it good enough to make Sindragosa good? No, not really. Is it good for APM Pirates? Not really. But you're APM Pirates. Do I think it's good? I think it's fine. I think you're going to play into it. I don't think it makes Sindragosa good, though. Busted, you can freeze any minion you want and see a single minion freeze? Yeah, but it's just buying a minion for 0. Yeah, you get it turn 7. That minion is you get this thing turn 7, right? Approximately, being a 3-star minion. So you get to buy a minion like for free on turn 7, 8, and 9. Wait till next turn to take it. It's almost like your buddy is like, you get a 0-cost Maiev quick hero power for 3 turns. And it's like, that's cool. That's cool. But does it make Sindragosa suddenly a good hero? Meh. Probably not viable enough. If this was a unit that was on, like, you know, Rafam or something, you'd be like, damn, Rafam's good already, and this is a usable thing. The problem is, I'm Sindragosa. This isn't great as a hero, and this is a usable thing. Didn't suddenly make Sindragosa a viable hero. Alright, I'm just going to call it what I think it is. The minion is good, the hero sucks. Combined, that's still bad, so you don't play it. Alright, my god. What is this? What is this, Bob? Blizzard, when you made your website, why was it that you linked every other card to Finley, or only like 15 of them? Alright, I guess I'm moving off the screen again. And I'm over here, chat. Yeah, Diablo's even in that group. Why is Diablo here? Any old ones? Nope, doesn't look like it. It looks like all the OG heroes, right? Like all of the kind of OG heroes. Why is King of Demons here? King of Murlocs, also the Tale of Kings? I don't know. What's going on with this website? All right, Finley, passive, mechs in the Bob's Tavern have 1-1. Wait, what? All right, this is the Play Hearthstone website, by the way. Clearly, there are no bugs here. Okay. It is what it is. But we get this buddy. Battlecry, add the buddy of your hero power to your hero. All right. So we're going to state the upfront things up front. Number one, there are some heroes, notably like Brann, for example, that can get a hold of Brann before you would get a hold of this buddy. So therefore, the battle cry of the buddy could generate 2 buddies. That makes it kind of interesting. The second major caveat to why this is better than just like the generic buddy on any generic hero is that 4-star buddies, you will get a turn quicker than you typically would, right? Because you generate this buddy at the rate of a 3-star buddy, because it's a 3-star. And 2-star buddies are going to be weaker than the 2-star equivalents of themselves, because they get it a turn later. But also, it's also 1 free gold. It is 1 free gold. But like, this was one of them Crip announced, and he's like, this is going to create the madness of like, you know, continue with the madness of Finley. I'm at a loss to finding this madness. Like, I feel like I'm missing something here. That people are saying this is going to be like, oh, there's all kinds of things you can do with it. What here is that much different than just any hero with their own buddy? Good with Jandice and Shudderwalk? Yep, Jandice is good. Shudderwalk is good. There are a couple ones that have little bits of differences. Wagtoggle. Wagtoggle, you get Wagtoggle's hero power. That doesn't do anything, right? Just get an early Brann to get double buddy. Yep, we talked about that one first. That's why I use that as the lead-in. Brann is an obvious synergy. And Brann as a hero is an obvious synergy because you get Brann, right? Infinite with Shudderwalk. It's not infinite because you get the buddy of your hero power, which means you get a Shudderwalk hero buddy. And the Shudderwalk buddy is just the thing that gives you battle cries. Seems good on AP and Pirates. Agreed. Gold probably compensates for the downside of getting a 2-star on 3. I mean, it helps a little bit, yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else here. Free triple with Shudderwalk, though. Yeah, okay, with the Shudderlings. Yeah, the Shudderlings themselves. Yeah, okay. So you get yourself a triple on the Shudderwalk thing. Isn't it infinite on Shudder? Your hero power turns into Shudderwalk's hero power, which then means you generate the buddy from Shudderwalk, not the buddy from Finley. So you don't get another Mighty Steed to your hand. You get Shudderwalk's buddy to your hand. And Shudderwalk's buddy is the thing that when you buy or play a minion, add a random battle cry to the shop. But when you play the 2 Shudderwalk, then 2 Shudderwalk Shudderlings, then you get to generate 2 other copies of that minion. So you get the golden version of it immediately, which is kind of cool. extra golden buddy. Yeah, if you keep like Brann and that, like all the copies of your thing around until turn 12, then sure, you could have a second golden buddy. Seems a little bit too far. Seems good for the Murloc hero. Yeah, agreed. Because now you get the that thing early. It seems pretty good. Yeah. Interesting. I'm trying to think if there's anything special here that I'm not really considering. Like, Brann seems like an obvious one. Shudderwalk seems pretty good too, because you get an early triple off of it, right? And you get the golden version of the buddy, and the buddy can play into Brann or whatever. Like, the Finley into a token lobby with Shudderwalk into tripling into 5s could be a very strong sequence. Each Shudderling generates a buddy, which generates a steed. It doesn't generate a steed, because you aren't Finley. Your hero power is Shudderwalk. Each Shudderling generates a Shudderwalk hero power, which then creates a second and third one, which is a triple. It doesn't go infinite, though. It doesn't generate more Finley things, because your hero power is not Finley at the time that you play it. Extra value for Deryl? There you go. You get an extra minion on the board for Deryl. Extra 3/3. Good tempo for N'Zoth. Yeah. The 4-star ones you get at an accelerated rate, which is really nice. That's about the biggest benefit. That and the fact that Brann can potentially double it. Millhouse? I mean, it's just anything that's a 4-star, right? Millhouse is a 2-star. Millhouse synergy would be that you have an extra minion on the board, which is something. It's a turn late for Millhouse, which is a little annoying, but not the end of the world, because you tend to level on those turns anyway. So it'd be like an average for Millhouse. When's the update coming? On Tuesday. Tuesday is the patch. I don't know. There's got to be a couple other things here that I'm not really seeing, but overall, decent. There's a couple niche places where Finley version of your hero power plus buddy is going to be better than the default version of a hero power and buddy. There's also going to be ones that are weaker, so we'll see. All right, Crag we've mentioned before. Crag is scary. Crag is honestly, it might be my vote for the strongest hero going into next patch. Sky Captain Crag. We know this hero power. Gain gold this turn, increases each turn. So if you wait until turn 7 to push a button, you get 7 extra gold. Your buddy is Sharkbait, a 4-star Battlecry refresh your hero power. Now that being said, it is a 4-star, so it's late, and if the game's too quick, then Crag is not going to be absurdly broken. But yeah, hero power doesn't reset back to 0, so that means you play this thing on like turn 8, you get an extra 8 gold. So you can do like a turn 8, 15 extra gold turn, level straight to 6, or whatever it might be. Finley seems OP with him? Yeah, seems pretty good. So, and not only that, but you're just going to sell Sharkbait off the board, right? And then when you get the golden version, you fill your buddy meter completely, you're going to get 2 separate copies of Sharkbait, which gives you an extra 20 gold when you get your buddy meter completely filled. Yeah, 11 gold because of the buddy value itself. 22 extra gold on that turn. So, like, yeah, that's really good. The question is, can you get to that stage of the game? And if you can consistently get to that stage of the game, which is, you know, the real challenge, having an extra 2 to 3 turns worth of gold doesn't cap at 10. Yeah, that's why we said 20. Like, you're going to sell the first copy of Sharkbait off the board, right? You're never keeping it around. And then when you fill the buddy meter, it gives you 2 separate additional copies, and it turns it golden if you have the original one on your board. But if you don't have the original one on your board, you're going to have 2 separate copies of Sharkbait, that unit. So that means you can play them independently. Use the 10 gold, then play the other one. Did a Hamul Almagedon turn in the preview? Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that you can do if you have that much gold. The Sharkbait going to 6 with Beastband lets you Hamul? Yep, absolutely. All Almagedons, because it's the only beast on the board. You keep around a Brann or whatever, and you can play into an entire board full of Almagedons if you keep a Hamul. Why is Sharkbait so massive? It's a toy boat. Dude, force perspective, okay? 30 gold equals good, yeah. like approximately 30 extra gold off this hero power. Seems pretty good. The average buddy doesn't give you 30 gold worth of value. That is a gigantic parrot, though. Very, very scary. It's a toy boat. It's a toy boat. Love it. All right, well, I think we've talked this one to death when it came out. Like, I can't see this not being strong. The fact that you can just use your first hero power to spike when appropriate, and then wait out the second one. It eats sharks. It's shark bait, brouhaha. He's a mount in World of Warcraft? Dear Lord. What can this thing not do? It's sitting on a sail casually. Well, to be fair, birds are really light for their volume, right? It's light as a feather. It can fly. It's gigantic, but it can fly. Could stealing this make some kind of infinite loop somewhere? Yeah, we saw that in a preview. I forget exactly how it's set up. Not preview game, but like people talking about it. Like the tests with refresh plus this or whatever, you can end up in a position that can do it. But tests can make quite a few really broken interactions. It just takes a very, very hard method of getting a hold of everything. Or Mura setups. But we can talk about that more later. Seems super good. Sneed, give a friendly minion death rattle, summon a random minion of the same tavern tier. That seems really bad. Sneed, one of the worst heroes in the game, right? There's a 2 cost associated with it anymore. We can't really do that. So what about with his new buddy? Piloted Whirlotron. Battlecry copies a friendly minion's death rattles. Bruh. Related card that doesn't exist. Yeah, it's like not even here. There it is. Not even below. All right. So the argument for this has to be that like you're going to use Sneed's hero power a lot early on one minion and then use this hero battle cry to copy it, so you get a bunch of 3 stars. I mean, it's a tempo unit. It's nice to have. Like, we like it. It's a mech. It's tribal. It's another win more card. Yeah, but you gotta get to win before win more. Like, this isn't a win more card because there's no win associated with it. It's like it's a card that's not usable. I can agree with that. Copy Buster? So I don't know many boards that are going to have Buster on by like turn 7. Not only that, but like, sure, that's fine. But do I really want a piloted Whirlotron on my board on a Buster board? Because it's not like you can reborn it with Kangors or anything. Right? It's just going to come back as a generic version of itself. So it's like worse than having Buster itself. Save it for a triple Buster, then hope it doesn't get sniped. Like, it's just not even good in those board states. You'd rather have a Divine Shield than another copied version of a Golden Buster that isn't a Golden Buster. Because you can't play Kangors or anything with it. But it's like, you also get it on turn 7. So like, what are you doing with it in the middle of the game? You're just copying something. And obviously the reason it has Death Rattle synergy is because Sneed's Replicator as a spell, you can put on like a Death Rattle unit or whatever and copy that whole stack. There's going to be, yeah, there's going to be some meme build here that we're not thinking of that does some kind of like Turbo Ghoul bullshit and steals a Maleficent squirrel and like, who knows what it's going to be. There's going to be something there. Copy Kangors then? I mean, yeah, Kangors is an okay thing to copy. But you're talking about something that's like cards that you won't have on the board by the time you generate this. And you're not going to hold this thing until after you get to an end-game comp because you're going to die. You have to play your buddies. You got to play the game. You're the worst hero in the game tempo-wise. You have a hero power that's not usable for the first like 10 turns of the game. So we can't just hold resources till turns that we don't get. If you triple this, you could fuse multiple death rattles? Yeah, probably. Basically copy the first set and then triple it and copy a different set. But I see this as like complete and utter garbage. Like, it's not even a good buddy by itself. The late game potential's super low. Doesn't copying a Kangor just Exodia the game? How so? I think people are misunderstanding game mechanics a lot. Kangor's Death Rattle is quite literally just going to be summon 2 mechs that have died. First 2 mechs that died this combat. So that's it. Like, it would just be like it's Kangor's but with the mech tag. Stay on 3, then triple Leapers in the Baron? Sure. Then you'd have Leapers that you could then, like a Golden Leaper, you could use this on, and then that's great and all to get the Death Rattles because you could put it in position 1. Cool. It acts as a Leaper, it can't intercept the buffs. That's good. Like, there's a place there for something like that, but you pretty much have to get to a place that is reasonable to play it way early in the game because it's just gonna get you killed. There's nothing to play it on. Get a Kangors and a Selfless and you can make some weird B-tech fish. It's basically a fish. It's almost a fish. It's reasonable. It resummons Buddy, but it has no Death Rattle. I mean, it's just copying a unit's Death Rattle, right? Why is this coming back? Just triple the golden health demon and have infinite health? Very different definition of infinite, but you know, sure. This thing could be 4 health twice to the board. It's bad for APM pirates? Yeah, doesn't work for APM pirates. Exodia pirates? Yeah. Maybe. Maybe there's some place there. Made dinner, ate, and came back, still didn't miss the end of the patch review? Hell yeah. Turns out I talk a lot. With theory crafting, I find this very interesting. These are one of the more fun streams to do. It's a little bit of a break from the monotony. There's a lot of people out there that have probably fallen asleep, but you know. Sleeping viewers are loyal viewers. And we get to talk about the patch a little bit, and then we get to play it on Tuesday. Like, we're just excited to play the patch. I don't really see a good use for this yet. I see a lot of things that are out there that are reasonable ways to play it if you got a hold of X-Minion. But not like a play around line. Not something that really makes this thing that good. The 6-star and 5-star Death Rattles, yeah, sure. We like an extra copy of those Death Rattle effects because they're good effects, right? But the versions of those comps aren't made better by the fact that you can have this unit. It just gives you a nice tempo spike initially. If you use it instead of Kangors on the board, yes, it's a mech, so it gets buffed, but you want it to die because you want Kangors to die. It isn't necessarily a good thing. If it's a mech, so it copies Kangors, it summons itself, okay, but it will be a vanilla copy of itself. So, like, this is nothing. That's definitely not infinite. Not even close. Like, this minion, by definition, as a plain copy, is a 3-star 5/4 with no text on it. Its text reads, Battle Cry, copy of minions, Death Rattles. So it literally has no Death Rattle effect. So if you use this on a Kangors and the Kangors dies, or this thing dies, and Kangors resummons it, the version that's summoned by Kangors will have no Death Rattle effect. That's just the way the Death Rattles work. It summons a vanilla copy of the unit. It's the same reason why you don't have microbots on your Deflectobot when it's resummoned, right? If you had a Deflectobot with microbots on it and it dies, and then Kangors resummons it, it just brings back a base Deflectobot. There's no infinite loop here. It's good for bomb comp. Yeah, it's good for bomb comp. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. It's good for bomb comp because it gives you an additional way to get to more bombs that can be procced on a board. It's way worse than like fish version of bomb comp or whatever, but this works for bomb comp. I can work with that. We need a fish as well. Fish needs to steal this thing and make it a viable Death Rattle, and then the fish can have more things. Bomb comp is good. There you go. Bomb comp's good. Yo, Rampage, thank you for the 2 months. It's also a minion that you can get online early enough in the game that you could then use your Sneed Death Rattle appropriately. That one works. It's good for APM Pirates, as long as you're already winning the game. Mega Goldrin. It's mech tag though, so it's relatively weak for Goldrin. Yeah, Bomb Comp actually makes a little bit of sense because it is a 2-star minion that you can play into initially and then play this immediately after you get it, right? Should have it up on the screen still. It's about the only set of death rattles early, other than Frogger, that was kind of the same idea. That has a real kind of like you can steer into this and take a top 3 type finish. It seems really bad. Let's move on. Overall, super bad. But not this bad. Tamsin, with this monstrosity of a card print, after a friendly minion dies, gain its attack. People clap for this design. I know they're trying for something different here, but like, I need help. Where is this useful? Help me, chat. Help me help you. Give me a use for this minion. You have Chroma Wing on the board, then you create like a 30-12. Got it. Sounds great. Sounds great. Chroma Wing seems good on Tamsin. We know that. Tier 1 Poison Dragon? Yeah. Chroma Wing can make this into a reasonable mid-game minion. Tamsin Hero Power with Chroma Wing? Yeah, I mean, it's already kind of the thing you do with it. And then, yay, you get double the attack, but who cares if this 12 attack minion has 50 damage or whatever? Tarakgosa combo? Is there some way we can do something with Tarakgosa here? Because, like, first of all, it's not going to keep any stats that are on it. So, like, start of combat, this is always a 0-12 neutral. Which is pretty bad. You need things to die to give it a buff. But, like, isn't that already what Tamsin's doing with, like, one core mechanic? Good when you're addicted to pushing the button but don't want to sack anything else but this. Yeah, that definitely justifies putting it on the board. Yeah, like, you get it about turn 7. It's nice if you want to level that turn, because it's like a reasonable minion to be on the board for leveling so you don't take too much damage. Grows throughout combat? Sure. But then it goes back to 0 at the beginning of the next combat, so like, cool. Maybe like a cycle spot holder? Yeah, it can be on the board on that one turn where you're leveling. Yeah, I'm not sure what the thought was here. If it said permanently gains the attack, I don't even think it would be busted, but it would be interesting. Like, sure, you can make a 500 attack minion that's a neutral. Who would care? Yay, a big thing. Oh, it isn't permanent? No, it's not even permanent! Like, this is why it's so bad. It starts every combat at 0 attack. Like, it's useful for a turn when you want to level or something with it. It can make it like a Tamsin personal Tarakgosa and it would be alright. Yeah, I mean, it would be okay at that point. That would be it. Okay. Could be both stats and not attack. And maybe if it was a 4-star. Yeah, you could try to do something like that. And that way, the bigger your board gets, you hide this thing in the back and then it gets really big. It'd be a little bit oppressive in its current form if it was all stats, because it would be like a 30-30 buff that's going on it the first turn it's played. Like, that is a huge minion. The first turn, let alone as it gets bigger. Then again, it's a neutral and like it's not oppressive, and Tamsin sucks, so like giving her something good is not a bad thing. But yeah, you could probably make it one turn later and make it both attack and health. Why do you want your biggest attack minion to be last though? You just want to clean up at that point, but yeah, you don't want it to be. Just crazy. It's just not a very good thing overall. Alright, next one. Tavish. Alright, I'll move out of the way again. This was my release. Hey, I made this. Actually, I didn't make shit. I announced this. Tavish, take aim. Start of combat, deal damage to your target. And his buddy, Krabby. We'll get to Krabby in a second. For those of you that haven't seen this before, there's a YouTube video out there for it. Even M can scoot for a second. Basically, you click the button, you do damage equal to whatever turn number it is, because it upgrades every turn, and you get to aim to 4 different locations: left, right, up, or down. Effectively, shoot the left minion on the board, shoot the right minion on their board, shoot the lowest health minion or the highest health minion. That's it. That's the hero power. Really good from the standpoint of the strategic side of the game. Like, you can kill key minions, you can get rid of counter pieces, you can kill spores, you can do whatever you're trying to do with it. Get rid of a Zap or a Baron or a Mukla in position 1 or whatever it might be. And part 2 of the hero power is Krabby. Now this is where it starts to get interesting. After your hero power fires, give adjacent minions to Krabby stats equal to the damage dealt. AKA, if you do 7 damage to the lowest health minion and it does 7 damage to it, you aim low on turn 7, you deal 7 damage to the lowest health minion. Krabby gets to buff both the left and right minion from it, plus 7/7. Bam! Best hero for stream snipers? Absolutely. It's the stream sniper dream. Tried to move M. I instead moved the entire interface. She's pretty important. Worst case scenario is it bumps a Divine Shield or hits it for a bit of damage and doesn't kill. Well, I mean, worst case scenario is it hits Divine Shield, then Krabby does 0. So, like, that's kind of a problem, right? So good with the 0 gold hero power. Yeah, I mean, even in the early turns, you can just aim low on turn 1. Kill off a token or whatever. Still a bump? Yeah, it's still a bump. Still something. Getting rid of key minions, killing spores, all that kind of stuff. Really, really good. I'm glad you're explaining this. The guy that did the promo was trash. I know. Like, you can't help it. YouTube people, you got to be live for the Twitch explanation. I like the design. Me too. I think it's a very, very interesting hero. I think he's going to be very strong. Krabby itself is a ton of stats in the middle of the game in a tempo-oriented meta. That's going to be nuts. And on top of that, a dwarf hunter for a person named Bofer. Hey, that's what I currently play in Classic when I play from time to time right now. A dwarf hunter. I need to go get myself a Krabby. Good roleplay, Bofer. Krabby is also tribal. Yeah, like, don't forget about that. Yeah, don't sleep on that shit. It's also a beast. And, like, the single best comp that you can think of with this kind of, like, protect a minion and give it a bunch of stats is anything involving Baron, right? Goldrin comps would be a house with Krabby. You protect Baron, and on top of protecting Baron, you give yourself a beast minion on the board. That's really good. Like, shit. That's everything you're hoping for. Alliance player, Sag. Dude, Ironforge music is better than any other music. At me, bro. I cry every time. You walk in the Ironforge, and it's like, that's angelic shit. That's the good shit. Inject it directly into my bloodstream. Low-key, don't... Alright, well, we'll just do this real quick. Yo, good flute. Good flute. It's angelic shit, man. Low-key don't like how some heroes got tribal buddies and some didn't. Yeah, if it was a good way of balancing it, it just seems like some of them fit the tribes and some don't. There's also some things that, like, for example, what is it? What the hell is Nozdormu's Chromie? Chromie's a dragon. Why is Chromie not a dragon? Like, doesn't even fit the lore. Chromie's a dragon. It better have a dragon tribe. Alright. Getting to the very end. I like how Rags isn't an elemental. Yeah, like, there's some of them that are just like, they're flat out, they are existing, you know, minions or entities in the Warcraft universe, and we know their tribe. They should be that tribe. Balance problems aside. It seems weird that, like, Chromie being a dragon is probably not going to make Chromie way too strong or something. Rags thing being an elemental is not going to make it way too strong. Why is Spawn in Azoth not a demon? I don't know, man. Let's get on that. All right, Tess. We've all seen this one because this was one of the earliest released ones that looked OP AF because, well, stealing buddies, that's pretty good. But the problem is always the same problem with Tess. If you do not get to the stage of the game reliably and at enough health, then being able to take really cool things and do fun stuff with it is a bit anticlimactic as you die in 8th place. Can we survive long enough off of Tess in a tempo-oriented meta to get to a place in this game that you can steal stuff off people's boards and steal buddies? And if so, is Tess good? I would argue yes, Tess is good then. I would argue also that you don't get to that state. And that means that Tess is going to be pretty weak. We will see. It'll be a fun one to play. You can steal all those useless buddies. We can get monstrosities. It'll be great. All right, coming to the very end of the group, 2 of my favorite buddies. Curator's buddy, Mishmash, is, yeah. I can't wait to play Curator. I really, really love this design. Mishmash. Whenever your amalgam gains stats, this gains stats too. And on top of that, it is another amalgam. It's another amalgam. The golden version of Mishmash, which is a 2-star buddy, so you get it at a reasonable time in the game, triples the stats. It doubles the stats onto this unit. So whenever you buff the regular Curator bot, you buff this thing times 2. So in other words, Agam Menagerie type stuff, or Brann Menagerie, or whatever, super good late game potential because you're building 2 Amalgadons kind of manually over the course of the game if you have the right tribes in. Then on top of that, you start the game with one of the highest tempo heroes in the game, right? Curator, one of the highest tempo heroes. And your buddy generates quickly and accelerates your tempo. This is incredibly strong. You basically have created a hero that is good early game, quick to get online in mid game, and has a pseudo win condition, like just a very good top 2 condition, given the right tribes being in the lobby. Regular Light Fang hits this minion twice. You're saying it buffs the Curator bot and then also buffs this thing, right? So like, independently Light Fang buffs every tribe on the board. And because it buffs the amalgam, that buff on the amalgam then duplicates over to this guy as well. So in other words, you get double Light Fang value on it. Damn, 4/4 OP. Right. And then the golden version would get 6/6 effectively, because you get the double the buff that was applied to the original amalgam, which is really cool. Seemed really strong on the stream tonight, only died to perfect Amalgadons. Yeah, it's going to be one of those heroes that has a really good early game, really good mid game, and has a solid setup to finish out a lobby before people get better than you. That being said, you don't inherently make like the biggest of late game boards. You're not the best first place hero. But that doesn't mean you can't take like an 8 to 10% first place rate. It's not like you're Deryl where you're giving up that first place chance. You're as good as those kind of heroes in the early game, and you have a good late game. You're not going to pull up, you know, Ysera or Galewing or whatever first place rates that are in like the 20-some%. But you are not giving up first place. You make a good board for that. I still need my first place Curator achievement. You will get it. It's a good hero. How does it work with magnetized minions? I'm imagining only the stat gain, but I can't say for certain. So like if you put a micro machine, a 3/1 buff on the original amalgam, you probably get the 3/1 buff duplicated over to Mishmash. I did not, actually I did see that one. We saw a Noya module get added and it gave the stats. Yeah, I actually saw this one on a live broadcast. A Noya module itself just gives a 2/4, and then that applied to the other guys too as well. Smash reads party invitations that say fancy dress as cosplay. Dude, like, I'd invite that Mishmash to a party. He seems awesome. Seems like the rejected star of the Wall-E movie. Like, they cut the scene where they accidentally turned down the wrong alley, and Mismash was just down there staring out of the darkness. Yeah. He missed his moment of fame, now he gets it in Battlegrounds. Yeah, this is a pretty good one, not gonna lie. This is, yeah, I would say top 5 hero in this patch. I think I've given 5 or 6 things top 5 hero, so maybe it's top 6, I don't know. But Curator's gonna be really strong. A.F.K scam. It took me a second to realize why is A.F.K scam at the end of the alphabet. Because it starts with, I see. Discover a secret, put it in the battleground or battlefield. And the Buddy Street Magician. I haven't seen this one. Death Rattle, put a random secret into the battlefield. Oh god, can this be Ice Block? There's gonna be people out there with their Acolyte board when they're dying, picking up every parrot in the game and just triggering it repeatedly. Like, I can't live, so I need to put every parrot on the board and try to trigger another Ice Block to live. Oh, it's so happening. Like, alright, we can't get past this round. Alright, Macaws and Street Magicians, let's go. It's like the poison scam splitting image stuff or whatever, mech scam. And you're just like, all right, our block's gone. We can't beat this guy. We need to survive one more turn. Let somebody else die. Let's put the macaws on the board. There it comes. Prage, RNGesus, let's go. That's really funny. So overall, though, secrets are generally pretty good. But unless you don't have like Ice Block at that point in the game, I'm not sure how often I would keep this thing around very long. Like, it doesn't make much sense to keep it on the board. Always Ice Block. Yo, DIFYM. Thank you for the 100 bits. Isn't Scab or Test going to be ultra broken given they can streak this stuff? Also, Dragon Lobbies given Murzin are going to be freaking crazy. Yeah, that involves keeping things on the board. Murzin only has 1 in 7 chance of even getting it, so I don't think that's really a big deal. 1 out of 100 games, you're going to see some interaction there that's important. Scabs and Tess are both of concern for certain battle cries or certain of these buddies. But there aren't that many that are truly oppressive by themselves. Imagine playing for Ice Block and just getting snakes. Just all snakes. Like, what's going to happen? It's coming. You're like, I'm going to put my golden macaw and 2 other macaws on the board with this and a couple acolytes. And the first thing that happens is your macaw triggers. It triggers snakes. Your opponent attacks into the acolyte. It triggers the snakes and they go all over the board. And they kill the acolyte. Maybe Wind Fury kill, an open spot. Then you're going to trigger Macaw again. It's going to get more snakes. And because you have an open board spot, they're going to attack, and you're going to spawn 1 more snake. And then they're going to kill that. You're going to go off with the next Macaw, and it's just going to trigger snakes. Like, you can just see it happening. It's just snakes everywhere. Why did it have to be snakes? And then more snakes, and it's just snakes everywhere. Yeah, it seems like Akazam doesn't really need help. Akazam's a very strong hero. In general, in tempo metas, he's even better than in greed metas. This monkey fighting snakes off this monkey fighting plane. The best dub of any movie ever. Monkey fighting. Samuel L. Jackson. You can't say that on TV. Bird Buddy Rip. All the snakes. It seems okay. Seems like another way to get Ice Block if you've missed. Seems like it's okay to exist on the board for a turn if you don't have something better, but you don't really play into it. And maybe it's a funny scam line. Gonna go for Golden Baron and try for the scam pirate build. Golden Baron plus Street Magician plus Golden Macaw. Golden Street Magician, Golden Macaw. You can trigger 9 secrets in a turn. I'm assuming you can only get to Christmas Tree, right? Does it cap out? Or can you go like further than that number? Could you guarantee Ice Block off Golden Baron, Golden Macaw, Golden Street Magician? Every turn?
No, right? Because you can't get to a total number. Oh, that'd be really funny. You just put an acolyte up there. You just like repeatedly proc it. You pop the secrets, but the tree will go down. Yeah, but I mean, if you always got ice block from the first hit of combat, then you just live till the next turn and go get your ice block again. Dev said once per game for ice block. Oh, that's just such a shame. Good for the game, but such a shame for these meme builds. Does that mean it can only be once a game from the Street Magician? Or only once a game from your battle or your hero power? Or the Street Magician? And did they actually say that today? That it can only proc the ice block? I know that you can only get it off your hero power once per day. Or once per game. But there's a lot of question marks there till we get some kind of official reaction to it. Alright. Is there a limit of secrets? Same kind of question. Got to get the mechanics of Battlegrounds to make sure we get all that taken care of. Once a game for every hero, they said it today. Good. That's good. That's what we want to hear. Once per game by dev. Yeah, I just don't know if it was once per game by that unit or once per game by like you can only end up generating an ice block once per game. For example, like even after they said once per game, you could still get it twice per game off of Ticketus. Even though like they said that would be the case, that wasn't the case because Ticketus can bypass that. Yeah, because it's not accurate from any source. That's still not accurate. Like, it can still be twice per game off of Ticketus. Like, that was true as of this week. But, that being said, it's good to know their intentions, even if there is one way to bypass it. The Lich King gets the best of buddies. This is what I was looking for since the beginning. If Lich King doesn't get Arthas, I was going to be real mad. Look at him. Look how cute. It's Arthas. Reborn. Your other reborn minions summon an extra copy after dying. It's a lot of tempo. Doesn't seem very good for late game. I'd pet that dog any day. Me too. That is an adorable dog. That's going to be nuts for like acolytes and whatnot. For Witchwing builds. Yeah, it's basically like Khadgar, except the reborn units themselves. So basically Khadgar. Yeah, like it's not super novel. Reborn my Exna Terror? Yeah, for real though. Isn't this just a worse Khadgar? I mean, it's tribal and it's 4/3 and it's a 2-star minion. And on a hero that is good in tempo metas, we didn't expect Lich King to like be given a wing condition from a buddy, right? Like it's a good unit, right? That you get super early in the game. That's tribal, and on top of all of that, you get to play in a meta that is very good for reborning things. Like Avenge still exists in the game. Mama builds, yeah, it fits Mama Bear builds. It fits for like anything that is a like Goldrin build. It's better because it's tribal as well. And Beast. It can be played in like you can still reborn Baron and then use the other reborn effects on multiple things on the board in a Goldrin build. It would be very strong. Stacks with Khadgar? Yeah, but Khadgar stacks with Khadgar. With Genie it's good. I mean, with Genie it doesn't do anything other than like if you use your hero power on the Genie. Like death rattles do not spawn. You know, even if you have Khadgar on the board with Genie, it doesn't give you an extra unit to your hand, but it would spawn an extra unit on the board. So it's like worse than Khadgar in those scenarios, but better in scenarios where you're making use of either A, it being tribal, B, it being better stat line. So like overall, it is what it is. It's nothing that's going to carry you, but it's a good minion having around in the middle of the game, and tripling into 4s and getting Avenge is still a really, really, really good condition for Lich King. If you reborn the Genie, you get more gold. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Is it an extra copy of the minion or of this buddy? I'm assuming the minion, but infestation of Arfices would be pretty adorable. Your other reborn minions. So it can't proc on itself. Your other reborn. And it's a reborn minion, right? Like when you ask questions like compare it to Khadgar, like this thing is a 4/3 reborn 4/1, right? So like it's a good tempo minion in the middle of the game. There's a lot of reasons why this thing's pretty decent. Like shit, man, you're getting this on turn 5 or turn 6. As Lich King, you possibly can cheese this out a little bit early because you do really well in terms of early combats. And it's fucking adorable. And that's the most important part. He has a reborn, so interactions with Khadgar. True. All right, we need a Khadgar on the board and an Arfis on the board. And when the Arfis dies, we get 2 Arfises, which in turn can summon more things. We're going to be all the random bullshit. I wonder what Golden Arfis is. An additional time, I'm guessing. But what if we have 2 Arfises? Arfi. What even is board space? Yeah, like it was just not going to work very well, but it's still really, really, really good with Avenge, right? Like at the end of the day, we get a minion super early in the game as Lich King that is reborn 4/3 with an effect that's effectively Khadgar every game. Like you tutor Khadgar now. A reborn tribal version of Khadgar. Kind of Khadgar. There's a couple things that Khadgar's better at, right? Like, you know, tokens and death rattle count and that kind of stuff. But a really, really, really good minion in a lobby, which we're still going to have a lot of definition of games that is really created by who gets Avenge. And if you get Avenge on Lich King, it's already crazy strong. Arfis can get, or Tess can get the Arfis Reno combo. I want golden dogs. Arfis is the best buddy. That's all I care. Look how cute that thing is. All right. Rat King. I did see the preview of this one, which was really funny because I was hanging out in Pocky's chat the other day and they were talking about how Rat King would work, and people were so close to guessing this one right. The Pigeon Lord on Rat King. Your refreshes cost 0 while Bob's Tavern doesn't have your minion type. Peepo clap, guys. We can low roll twice at the beginning of the game. 3 times, 4 times, whatever amount in a row, until we find the right tribe to buy on turn 1. We did it. Your refreshes are free until you get to a board with your minion type. So that means turn 1, you're always getting your minion type, right? You can roll until you find it. Or until, you know, you find a board you want. Seems good. Seems like a lot of power over the course of the middle of the game. In a tempo-oriented meta, this is a pretty good minion. Oh, wait. It's not on turn 1. No, I'm just playing into it. No, that's the funny thing about the about this patch, is that while this is super good, it's only good once you get it, which means you only get it about turn 5 or turn 6, which means you can't roll on turn 1. You don't have your buddy on turn 1? This is the 45th time that I've had to say that in chat. I figured I'd try the joke myself. Or maybe I forgot. Keck W. No, but the Pigeon Lord itself is for some reason not tribal. Oh, Pigeon Lord. I guess it's Tauren. We don't have a Tauren tribe, do we? He tricked us? Maybe I just forgot myself and thought for once we were going to get it on turn 1. No, but we get this thing on about turn 6, which means that you can buy up things from your tribe. It gives you extra free rerolls. That's fine. But it's the middle of the game and you're still buying stuff. So, like, it's reasonable. It's a 3-4 as early as turn 5 or 6. But yeah, you're not going to keep this on the board very long. You're not going to keep this thing around for too long. Rat King, terrible hero, is still a terrible hero. How many rerolls on average will you get? Approximately a third of the boards will be missing your tribe, right? Don't feel like this fixes the problems? Yeah. I mean, terrible hero is still terrible with this. It is funny to think about it, though. Even if you got it turn 1, it's still not that good. How does this work with Tess or Scabs? I'm guessing it does nothing because you don't have a tribe type. so it can't be reduced to 0. Because if it worked the opposite way for the logic, then it is always free. And I'm pretty sure stealing this from Rat King shouldn't make it so that you always have all of your stuff free. It doesn't seem like a very balanced state. That doesn't seem like a very good state for this game, that 2 heroes get win conditions from stealing from Rat King. But it might. We've seen crazier broken stuff make it through to live. It has happened before. Ticketus. We've seen Ticketus already. The Ticket Collector. Battlecry, discover a Darkmoon prize from the most recent prize turn. AKA get another prize. Cool. You can use this thing after turn 8 if you want. You can get double on the house or whatever. It's basically like the power of Ticketus during spell meta. Nothing crazy here. Ticketus is an average hero. This is an average buddy. I don't know. I consider him just kind of just below the threshold of what I want to play. And I don't think this changes anything. We got a Pandaren. So no tribe. Furry representation. Pandaren representation. Pandas. Average buddy on an average hero. Yep, pretty much. I don't think it's anything special. I don't think it changes our opinion of him. He is what he is. Oh well, next one. Galewix. Have we seen Galewix yet? I don't think I've seen Galewix yet. After you sell a minion, get an extra gold next turn. And then you get Bilgewater Mogul. Battlecry, give a minion 1/1 for each gold spent this turn. Alright, so you save this thing up until you get a decent turn. Then you use like 15, 18 gold, and you take a big power spike, stay alive a little bit longer, and Galewix always has the inherent text that effectively reads, if you live long enough in the game, you win the lobby. Right? Like, that's Galewix. If you live long enough, you win. Think Dog played Galewix? Well, I haven't seen it. That's all that's important to me. I haven't. I started streaming, and that shit was still going on. Yeah, if you don't die, you just win. So, something that keeps you alive a little bit longer? Great. Yo, what's up, One-Eyed Joe? How's life, dude? So, basically a 15-15 buff in the middle of the game. APM Pirates, there you go. Works with APM Pirates. You'll love to see it. But yeah, it's somewhere in the range of like 15 to 20 stats on like turn 8. Which is a pretty good power spike on a minion. It could be anything. It gives us a way to buff Baron, which is kind of an interesting niche thing toward the end game when you get the second copy of this, because it is a buff a minion, not a tribe. You could buff Baron or something like that to protect it. And you can puff a Divine Shield or whatever it is in the middle of the game to keep yourself alive for a little bit. Yeah, you can get the APM Pirates before the second one spawns, and then you can get yourself a 130 Baron. Probably has more, like 6 more health than attack, but 136. Good shit. Like, this is a good thing for Galewix. Honestly, it might be a little bit overkill, because Galewix is pretty good. We'll take it. And Vanndar. How many more of these are there? We already talked about the other guy, but just circle back. This is one of the brand new heroes. Choose a friendly minion. It copies the health of your highest health minion for the next combat only. AKA, make a big health minion. Then you have 2 big health minions. Your buddy is a 3-star 4/7. Nice stat line. Avenge 2. Give minions +1 health permanently. For the middle of this game, this hero is going to be reasonably good. But my big problem I have with Vanndar, same kind of problem I have with Drek'Thar, is that like they don't really have a huge future. That giving a few stats doesn't give you direction. And that's not the end of the world. But when your direction is just health, there's no future for this. Like, maybe you get into Poison Murlocs and then you get some level of like a little bit of scaling, but you don't have enough Death Rattle minions on the board on a Poison Murloc board to take advantage of this hero power or anything anyway, so like, who cares? It's not that good, right? You can make a Spore big health at the end of the game, at least with Drek'Thar, even though attack is generally speaking weaker than health in the middle of the game, you can steer hard into Divine Shields, make one big attack minion, and at least get some level of good value off of the Lieutenant with death rattles from mechs and whatnot, and then scale a bunch of attack minions, or Divine Shield minions. Like, if you think about what the late game potential of a board that's like 30 attack Divine Shields versus 30 health, whatever attack, random attack minions, like, those are night and day different levels of effect, right? Zap proof of Baron, yeah, there's little niche values here, but it doesn't set up anything by itself. So you're going to have to play the game completely independent of your hero power, and then justify playing this hero just on the fact that, like, your hero power can be used to protect something or something. Yeah, F tier is my opinion as well. Doesn't help APM pirates? Well, you can make one big pirate and turn something else big too. There you go. Now you can just make one big salty looter and make 1,000 health selfless hero. Can do some Trickster Terragosa with it. Yeah, I mean, you can copy health from the highest health minion. So, like, you can make a Terragosa potentially with Trickster and Macaw that gets into the few hundred stats, and then swap that onto something. That's okay. But, like, Terragosa itself is only really good with, like, Vol'Jin because you can swap and exponentially scale, right? The rate at which you increase scaling increases each time. This is just still linear scaling, and making one big spore, really not that great. Yeah, this is Battle Master the hero, pretty much. It's amusing. You can't even make 100,000 health spore. That requires exponential scaling. That's why Vol'Jin's needed to do the swap. Linear scaling, you're never getting even into the thousands. You're getting, like, maybe a couple hundred, best. It was still exponentially scale. How is it exponentially scaling? I need a method. Because all you do is copy the health from the highest health minion. So, like, you're going to give Trickster... Yeah, you're going to need, like, a lot of procs per round for that to be the case. Like, a lot of procs per round, right? Which I guess does work. It is exponentially scaling. I should back off of that. It's definitely exponential because the rate is increasing. Which we can work with. Yeah, the Terragosa always becomes the highest health, so therefore it copies the Terragosa. Yeah, as long as you're using one Terragosa, then we can work with it for meme builds. No, you're right. It's not the same method as Vol'Jin. It doesn't quite work like that. Because you don't get the swap that pulls the other one down, right? So it's not quite the same, but it is very, very good. No. You guys are right on the word exponential. It does work to be better, maybe. The problem is it doesn't work even remotely the same as a setup. Like, if you get to the late game potential, it's a little bit better, but you don't get to the late game setup into the same way, right? Like, the whole idea of getting into Trickster comps, you need something like Wrathweaver or something to set it up. And if that is the case, you can't make use of that, right? Like, Wrathweaver being a 35, 37 or whatever is the reason why you can make that build work. Pulling the stats onto a Trickster from... only the health onto a Trickster from a Wrathweaver isn't going to make a very good mid-game board. And you're just going to die before you get online. Or faster. Yeah, I mean, once you get into a final state, it could be reasonable. And you... faster isn't necessarily... faster's true. It's just weaker. It's weaker, but it scales better in its ultimate form. Which is okay. Right? Bofer said chat's right. I think he's been replaced by a doppelganger. I mean, when I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That was definitely, like, me counter or saying the word exponential's wrong is an error. That's a mistake on my side. The word exponential is correct. The setup is still really shitty. But 100% wrong when I said it's not exponential. Because it is not linear. Because you do get to swap from the, or pull from the minion with the hero power. It's another meme avenue. Yep, true. It is another avenue. It may not be good, though. Yo, King Joker with the 3 months. Appreciate the support, dude. Still had the tune back in. Always love the content. Yo, King Joker. Appreciate it, dude. Yeah, Vol'Jin's better, but still technically possible. Agreed. Agreed. It's another avenue to do it, but it is a weaker avenue to do it. Getting online is the problem. But it does enable the same thing. Start Ellie's, scale into demons, play Trickster to eat buffs, and take Terracosa setup easy. Yeah, just play completely different comps and somehow get there. Let's do it. Alright, Vol'Jin, my favorite new buddy. Okay, I lied. Arthas is my favorite because he's a good boy. But my favorite design for a buddy is Master Gadron. Vol'Jin, obviously, choose 2 minions, swap their stats. Master Gadron, at the end of your turn, adjacent minions copy this minion's attack. So in other words, we now have 2 points to swap off of in fights. If you get a bunch of attack, you can swap them in the Gadron, and then put Gadron between 2 minions. And those 2 minions then gain that attack. At the end of your turn, you change it, so it's permanent. It's absolutely permanent. So in other words, if it's during the buy phase, it's always permanent. Everything's permanent in buy phase. So we get a hold of like a Chroma Wing early. Then you take the Chroma Wing and swap it into the Gadron. The Gadron then swaps attack onto minions on the board. That puts the attack on the minions on the board, so it overwrites their attack. So there's going to be a lot of mech builds that are really good at just like duplicating a 60 attack stat line across the board on a bunch of Divine Shields. That's like the first way to think about it. The Terracosa memes are pretty good with it too, because now you can add attack back onto the Terracosa, which is pretty funny, but it doesn't solve the problem, right? You still lose the same thing. A Spore. Hydra, Selfless, yep. All of those kind of things can take 60, 70 attack, whatever it might be. You end up in a scenario where like you effectively get to duplicate across the board whatever that highest attack value is. Yep, absolutely. And then once you're in those positions, you have the ability to potentially triple something. Again, swap it back on the Gadron. It has multiple. How does that work? Well, that should swap and swap, right? Like it should duplicate left to right on the board. So that doesn't do too much. On the other hand, what about Ground Shaker? What if we have 2 Gadrons on the board and then we get Ground Shaker? And then every turn we're using a bunch of blood gems and then Gadron snapshotting the stats on itself, swapping to the neighbor minion. Does that ever work? Sounds like it doesn't, if I understand the mechanic right, because the first Gadron's gonna duplicate the attack to the left one and then to the right one. It seems like it would work from the standpoint of building attack, but it won't work enough to actually be like something that's super useful, which would be funny. But yeah, it plays into all of these Vol'Jin things, which makes it really, really fun. Like the idea of this minion, it's a 3-star, it's online in the early portion of the game. You can permanent swap to the swap card. Yeah, absolutely. So you end up building extra attack, but you really need to get to a place that like you can get a big attack amount up front early in the game. Golden's 2 times. I have not. Did we see the golden one? I assume it's 2 times. Master Gadron. Then it would continue to scale, right? Battlegrounds. No, it just says adjacent minions copy that attack. So it does not do the same. They probably didn't want that to do it. Yeah, that's right. We talked about that one before. That's why I went to check it. Was because it would just cause a duplicate, like a doubling effect on your board attack over and over and over again, which then obviously wouldn't be something that was very fun for the game, but it's so late in the game, I don't think there's that much harm in it, to be fair. Yeah, the golden one's just the same. So you never really get caring about the golden one. Keeping 2 on the board with Ground Shaker is a funny way to continue to scale. But overall, like, it's not that big of a deal. The bigger deal is that you can go quickly to make a big Chroma Wing, especially in like Blood Gem lobbies. Make a big Chroma Wing, swap it in the Gadron, and then just line up mechs on the board, and you build a board full of like 40 plus attack Divine Shields. And that's going to be a very consistent line to get top 2s. Like top 3, top 2 range. Just a very interesting type of set of lines that's opened up by this buddy. All right. Zarella with the baby Elec. We already looked at this one. but after you play a minion with attack equal to its health, gain 2/2. Now, once again, the key word here is play. This is always fun. Summon versus play. Play means from hand, right? Play is always from hand, which means that if you play an alley cat, it'll get a +2 too. After you play a minion with the health equal to its, or attack equal to its health, this baby Elec gains the 2/2. The tabby cat that is spawned does not trigger the 2/2. We had this debate live when it aired. The word is played, not summoned here. Jug meta is pretty cool. Won't work during combat, correct. It's played from hand. Play is the rectangle, summon is the square. Backwards. Summon is the rectangle. A played unit is a summoned unit. A summoned unit is not necessarily a played unit. So it doesn't work for things spawned in the battle. I argue that this is not that good, honestly. Disgustingly OP. I love chat. Chat will always have both takes. You have the ability to buy things for 2 gold. You get an extra 2/2. You might be able to get a 4/4 or a 6/6 in the same turn. It's a fair amount of stats. It's a 2-star minion. You get it early. It's a mid-game minion. And it is fine. Xyrella doesn't need a ton of help. Xyrella is already a top-tier hero. A top-tier hero getting a playable minion is still a top-tier hero. Yeah, fine hero, meh buddy, same economy, same tempo, same economy. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it doesn't really make Xyrella that much better. It keeps her on pace with what other things got. So, like, cool. It's a beast. That's nice. Yep. We get a couple procs a turn. It helps. It's like getting a gold grubber in the middle of the game. And we like gold grubber. We take a gold grubber. 2/2 return? I mean, it's more than 2/2 return. Like, your hero power alone gives it a 2/2. But if you're buying any minions that have equal attack and health, like a mug or a jug or anything like that, it's more likely to be closer to like 3.5 a turn or whatever. Yeah, it is tribal, which is nice. Just overall a decent minion. It doesn't make or break your strat as Xyrella, but it keeps you healthy, and that's good. You get this hero and beast with Quillboars out, you get all the Amalgadons off of Hamul, even with Quillboars in. Yeah, but that's true for like 30 different heroes. Anyone with a tribal buddy can make that happen. That doesn't justify playing the hero. So like, and even then you need to be able to sub out your entire board to play the Amalgadon line. You're going to definitely need Brann. Like, those kind of lines, like, we've played an entire meta of where there's like 5 different ways of triggering that, right? And we have not seen a single competitive game at 13k plus where that was done. Doing it on, you know, a play match with all people goofing around today is not a reliable method of saying like, oh, that thing is just going to be so consistent to always go all Amalgadons. Like, it's severely below the threshold of where we consider a hero being good or bad is because they have a tribal buddy. Like, there are 30 heroes or so in this patch. A third of the heroes that have a tribal buddy. That logic can be applied to every single one of those. Like baby Mithrax, right? Yeah, kinda. It's like a little gold grubber, a little Mithrax, which is pretty good. The fact that it is tribal is an added bonus. Not really caring about the Amalgadon line. Cute high roll, not really important for the average value of the hero. All right. This is still not the end. Yes, Sarge with the baby, which is actually really cool. I like this one a lot. Baby Yasarj, whenever you summon a minion of your current tavern tier, give it +4/+4. So in other words, you get this thing about turn 7. You're going to be on tavern 3, potentially tavern 4. If you push your button, you're going to get a random tavern 3 or 4 minion. That the keyword being summon here will immediately get a 4/4. If you get the minion in the buy phase, it is not temporary. That's the thing, though, Klepto. The minion you get from combat, that you use from your hero power will get a temporary 4/4 buff. Then it gets added back to your hand. It will not have its 4/4. But then you play it in buy phase and it gets its 4/4. So like, while true, the buff is going to go away while it goes from the board back to your hand, it's going to regain that buff as soon as you play it back from your hand. Anything that's added during buy phase, just like Mama Bear, right? This is the same card text as Mama Bear. Yeah, rats in combat will get their, there's little death rattles or whatever, or reborn minions. They don't keep those buffs. Well, it's kind of a separate reason, but still. But an alley cat played from shop will get that permanent value. Unless you level before playing. I don't know why that would be relevant. Like, it doesn't snapshot. When you hero power, it snapshots at the end of the turn. And that's what Tavern tier you're on, right? Like, if I hero power when I'm on 4, then level to 5, it's going to give me a 5-star on the board. Stay on 1 for possible top 4 since you do 20/20 a turn. Why would I want to be on 1? Just so I can buy things? Like, this is like Mama Bear. This isn't giving Yasar's stats. This is just Mama Bear. The minion you play gets the 4/4. Why are we wanting all imps? Why aren't we just playing the rest of the game and taking good minions and giving them 4/4s? Why do we want to play bad minions to reliably buy more of them just to get 4/4s? He means leveling before playing last combat card? Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, you're completely right. No, I got you now why we would level with the hero power value. Gotcha. Yeah. You cool. Thought I gave it to the Asarj? Yeah. That's kind of a common thing here. Is that, like, I've misread a million cards too. Just trying to clarify the point here. But it feels like one of those units that is going to give you so many stats over the course of the middle of the game. You compare this to, like, Rat King as a hero power. You're just like, all right, I played the beginning of the game on Chinese curve or whatever, triple into a 4. Then I get Baby Yasarj the next turn. Then I get to buy 3 stars for a turn, then go to 4, then buy 4 stars for a turn, then go to 5. Like, it's just kind of a clear-cut middle of the game. If you high roll the beginning of the game, then you can play the high roll line, and if you miss, you get a dump stats on the board. Like, you have a high roll condition from your hero power giving you extra minions and playing for triples. And then you also have the secure backup line of I get to play for tempo no matter what, because I have this backup. I think it's pretty good. It's a lot of stats. 4/4 is a good amount of stats. Think of it like I can almost play a Mama Bear's worth of value on any minion I play as long as it's my current Tavern tier. And you're already incentivized to buy shit from your current Tavern tier. Might also be trolly with Imp Mama. I mean, you give it a 4/4, which is cool. Like, Imp Mama's bigger, that's nice. But unless Imp Mama pulls you a Malgadon, then Baby Yasarj isn't going to give it any value. Or Felbat, I guess. There's 2. Alright, well. And so it begins. The Yogg review. I'm going to lose my voice before this point. Talking this much. If you thought the game was fucky already, welcome to the Acolyte of Yogg Saron. Battlecry Spin the Wheel of Yogg. I did not know this one was coming, but predicted it correctly. I figured this was exactly what Blizzard was going to do. The Wheel of Yogg from Standard. Slissa tweeted the wheel results. Yeah, I have them as well. Have them saved right here so that I could bring them up for this conversation. Here you go. The Wheel of Yogg. What's the Wheel of Yoga? It's kind of like Yogg, but just with one different letter and much more zen. Buff all of your minions. You get one of these random effects. Buff all of your minions and randomly shuffle all of their stats. Great. Cool. Big buff. Get 3 random Dark Moon prizes. Ice block, maybe. Maybe you get a bunch of random bullshit. Just get 3 random prizes. Use your hero power. Your hero power triggers for the rest of the game an additional time every time you use it. Buff it by how much? Yeah, there's a number. Is it 3/3? But this is just like just reenact or recount for it. Your hero power can be used twice a turn, or triggers twice when you use it. Cool. For the rest of the game. It's not a lot of tempo, but it's a lot of economy for later. Wait, do you get all these buffs or randomly one? You spin the wheel and you get a random one. Steal all minions from Bob's Tavern and refresh the tavern. Same weight for all? No idea. Absolutely no idea. Consume Bob's Tavern and give stats to the minions and refresh for you. So in other words, just fell back, consume the entire shop for all of your shit. Or, similar to the Rod of Roasting, this one's a buff version of it, you know, where you pyroblast until somebody dies. Give random 4/4 buffs to minions in the shop and on your warband until one of them bounces and hits either you or Bob. So basically just randomly drop 4/4s on the board until it low rolls and hits you or Bob, and then you can buy the stuff from the shop, or you can keep, and you obviously can keep the minions on your board. Just random bullshit across the board. I love it. 19% except for the final one. Is that really the case? I was hoping we had an answer there on the comments. Could be. Don't know. But Yogg is just a shit show of random effects. Let's go. So let's get percents. Okay. So 19, I guess. Aren't all of them positive, though? Yeah. That's kind of the point. It's good things for you. Just random bullshit. Alright. Done with Yogg. Gonna lose rating because of the hero? I mean, they're all good things. How are you losing a bunch of rating? Alright. Well, you know how I planned on doing a shorter review at the end of the stream? Yeah, I'm gonna lose my voice before that. That's not gonna happen. Too much in one day for a patch review. Yeah, that 0.1% where Yogg gets like 17 bounces before it hits something, and they just casually have 100 extra stats on the board. Yeah. Beautiful. Love it. Let's see that Rod of Roasting game. Alright, Ysera. Boo, Ysera. Ysera also got nerfed in this patch. Ysera does not generate an extra dragon at the beginning of a turn if the turn did not refresh the tavern. So like if you freeze a board on turn 2, turn 3, whatever, and there are no missing slots from the board, you will not generate an extra dragon to that board. Tier list tomorrow for during the stream to recap. Yeah, we might do this, something like that at some point during the stream tomorrow. That'd be a lot of fun to do. Alright. Valinthria Dreamwalker is your minion, your buddy. Dragons in Bob's Tavern have +3/+3. Alright, well, Ysera's already super strong. You get this thing somewhere around turn 7. You get, if you're going to buy those dragons, you get an extra 3/3 from them. Then you're going to sell this thing off your board. It's not a game-defining thing, but it's probably going to give you like 9/9 stats over the course of the middle of the game, and good. We don't need Ysera to be uber strong. She's already auto-play. This is a reasonable buff, but it's not nearly as good as some of the other good ones. It's not nearly as bad as like Hooktusks. It still gives you some value. And it doesn't break the game. And we really would prefer Ysera just not be oppressive, because Ysera is boring and oppressive. That's good, but that's bad for the game. Seems worse because you're probably going to have 3-on-3 anyway, and your XP will be low. Yeah, it's not a big deal though. Like the way the XP system works, you're getting your unit one turn different, pretty much. Just like one turn different max is what it turns out being, because there's a max amount of experience you can gain per round, and that XP is gaining at an increasing rate. So effectively, like if you don't win turn 3 because you 3'd-on-3, you're going to make up the extra experience from that by that turn 7 that you could have had your minion on turn 6, but you'll get it on turn 7 pretty much guaranteed. This is like the rate at which you generate your buddy is going to be within one round, like plus or minus half a round from the average. So like it's not a huge difference. But 1 turn difference is kind of an effect is a huge swing. On this kind of effect, it's a little bit of a swing. But your timing and your strategy for the hero is going to be with respect to what your average amount of experience you're gaining is. Like, that's one of those things, like, I don't see the argument here, because you're choosing to do the line that you're doing knowing the information. You don't get mad about the information after you've already chosen the fact, right? Like, if it's that bad, then you're going to stay down. But it's not that bad, because getting Ysera, getting Tarakgosa, and Bronze Warden, whatever, far outweighs the value of getting Valenthria half of a turn later. Like, we weigh that into account, and then we work with it, right? Yo, good night, OJJ. And you're not going to get it on turn 5, period. It's turn 6 or turn 7, right? It's a 3-star. There's no world you're getting it on turn 5. So, like, you're talking about maybe the difference between a 6-6. Maybe. Most likely a 3-3 by that point in the game. Because you're going to be, like, leveling to 4. You're not buying stuff from 3 at that point. So it really comes down to the fact that, like, your leveling curve, if you got it early, you may stay down a little bit. But getting it on 6 or getting it on 7 is the difference between that one shop that you see and you level up to 4. Because you're still looking for promo. That turn just doesn't matter that much. But yeah, that's all I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to shit on the idea, Soren. But we kind of have a defined strat on these kind of one-dimensional heroes, which is going to account for the fact that, like, you are going to have slightly slower XP generation. But the fact that the rate at which your XP generation, the amount of XP you get per turn increases in rate over turns. So, like, you make up for it. If you miss the threshold, you're going to make up for it on the next turn. Like, you're not going to miss 2 turns back. You could have a really bad early game, and it's the difference between 1 turn of getting your hero or your minion. Buddy. I just don't know this word. Also, whatever. Ysera, dead and just dead to me. Such a boring hero. I'm done with it. Boring buddy, I'm boring here. Agreed. And last but not least, Zephyrs with Phyrus, which is very interesting. Very interesting in my opinion. That Phyrus is Battlecry, discover a plain copy of a minion they have exactly one of. In other words, you get to create a pair on your board. Your hero power obviously turns a pair into a triple. So, if you get a hold of an early triple on Zephyrs, this gives you a way to get a hold of a golden version of that early triple very, very consistently. Bad Reno? I think it's better Reno. Like, this is one of those things that we get to do multiple things with this hero power over the course of the game. And Reno's only advantage is that it's 0 cost, right? So you're going to end up in a scenario that if you approximately turn 7, you can take a triple into a 5-star. You're playing a golden version of that 5-star with a good hero power for the rest of the game. Not to mention, like, this thing in golden in the long term, not really that big of a deal. Yeah, it's a better version of Reno at the cost of 3 gold. Right. There is a downside to it, which makes it harder to do on the initial turn if you're going to, like, double level and sell things or whatever. But it gives you quite a bit of power and flexibility where maybe you don't want to create that triple or whatever it could be. That triple of the 5-star. Maybe you're not going to duplicate the right minion. You got to be careful about what you're discovering. You can sell minions off the board to guarantee it. But yeah, you can play the rest of the game with the backup plan that playing for pairs and playing for additional triples can still get you easy top, like 2-3 type positions. When you miss a triple into a 5-star on Reno, you're pretty much done with the game. Right? That game's just kind of over. You're going to gold something for tempo and hard steer into it. That's pretty much the end of the game. Zephyrs has the ability to take something as a 5-star, play into it for a second, then look for a backup plan. Probably considers your hand too. No idea. It could be. It could not. That's not inherently clear here. Nice anagram. Yeah, I noticed that one too. I thought at first it was going to be backwards, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to do Zephyrs backwards now, does it? Can you copy a buddy? Yeah, probably. But you probably can't copy itself because it's not on the board at the point of the battle cry. Yeah, that's a big question mark there. Does it consider your hand? Zephyrs considers your hand, but that doesn't necessarily mean that this will. It's really the ambiguous nature of wording cards like this. It could be, it could not be. Yo, take care, King Joker. Patch has 0 changes to existing cards? Correct. It's a buddy patch, not a card patch. Also has to be discovered, so our boy Brann might not be offered. Yeah, but most of the time, if you're going to do that line for Golden Brann, you're just going to sell off other things on the board until you guarantee it. Obviously, anything that is already a pair on your board, you can't generate. So you could keep pairs on the board. You can keep something that's golden because you already tripled something. So like, if you triple into a 5 on turn 7 and you get a Brann, it's not a far-fetched idea that you can sell one thing off of your board to reduce that down to only 3 units that you could possibly get to discover with Zephyrs. Plus, you're going to need the gold to push the button anyway, so you oftentimes might just sell the other minions that you had on the board, guarantee Brann, then triple it, then discover another 5 on that turn, or whatever it would be, like Nomi or whatever. Would Brann work with the Battle Cry? Yeah, it should. So you could do 2 copies of Brann. So like if you get Brann off your triple, you don't even have to use your hero power, right? So what you would do is you triple in the Brann, you'd get whatever his name is, Pyrus. Sell 2 things off your board, just keep the triple on the board or anything that's paired. Make it so there's only 3 total minions, one of them being Brann. Then you discover 2 copies of Brann, create the triple, create a different 6-star or a different 5-star. It's like a super, super high roll line. Like it's as good as Reno. And you don't even have to use your Zephyr's charge. Like it's super, super consistent. This thing is actually nutty. Now, obviously, if you don't get Brann, then you get like Nomi or whatever, then you're going to have to use one of your Zephyr's charges. Oh no, so sad. I created a golden Nomi on turn 7. Damn, I only have 2 charges left. Second wave of hero powers is also pretty good. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Honestly, it just looks kind of interesting. At the end of the day, like, is it going to be the most busted thing? Probably not. But a pretty good one, nonetheless. Can it find itself? You act like I have this information. I have the same information as you here. If he's the only minion on the board, you auto get him. No idea. We're going to have to wait and find out on a lot of these, like, the nuanced questions of, like, the corner conditions. Even if it's the way it's intended, that doesn't mean that's the way it's going to go. Have more info, Beaufort? I've done my best, chat. I have done my best. My voice is failing on me. That's like 7 hours and change of patch review. Non-stop. Timing was pretty good. That was like a 7.5 hour patch review. Oh, I love patch review. Not 7.5, 6.5. What am I saying? But it is a ton of fun to theorycraft. And we're going to be able to play this on Tuesday. I think I'll probably do games tomorrow. And then maybe toward the end of the stream do a tier list or something. Or maybe in the middle of the stream. I don't know. But yeah, all you people, all you that stuck around here for patch review, I know you're like-minded on this kind of stuff. Want to think about it, want to theorycraft. There's still a couple days left in the season. Yeah, I just got here. Can you recap real quick? Lots of buddies. The buddies are good. There's a lot of bad buddies for other buddies. And I got Arthas. My voice is gone. Is the VOD going to YouTube? I think I'm going to cut the whole VOD and just put it on YouTube. Let people fish around for it. I'll just bookmark it for each hero. But I'm not going to record a second one. Like, I just don't have the time nor the energy to do it. Hey, chat. 6 hours long. If you're interested in patch review, here it is. If not, there'll be a different video the next day. And that way you can go back and reference it.